Episode, of yours truly, Sports Guru Channel. I'm your host, Sports Guru. Today, we'll be doing first episode 4 of the Giants franchise. Then we'll immediately switch over to the Saints franchise. So, let's get it started.
We're out of here. I mean, it was priceless. And of course, my wife, being who she is, arranged our family dinner, our graduation dinner, with a couple other friends at Torelli's on Greenville, but she requested a specific table. She's from here, been going to that restaurant since she was a zygote. So
Basically, a
the
baby.
layout of the restaurant, so we would be able to see the entire Mavs game. But every dad, every mom that loves the Dallas Mavericks, it was almost a free for all, like National Lampoons. I mean, just you have Kevin Bacon going, "All is well, remain calm," as all these parents are trying to rush the hell out of there to go catch the Mavs game. But we made it right after tip.
I can't imagine. Well, I was going to say you made it back to your television, but I can't imagine how many people at that graduation ceremony had wanted to go to Game 6.
Yeah.
It's Game 6. Like, how many of those people have season tickets and they wouldn't miss this opportunity for the world, and now you're up against your kid's high school graduation?
But we played it well. I mean, we were ducks on a pond, right? And even Rowan, I mean, who loves the Mavs, she got
5, 10 to the 15 to the 20, the 35, 40 to the 45 to 50 to the 45 to the 40, breaks cycle to the 35 to the 31-yard line.
And so it was awesome. And it's a range of emotions, by the way. You're going to have to, I know you have, 14 more years before Cullen, is in this moment, your son. But it's a wild range of emotions of you're so proud. I mean, she was National Honor Society. She got,
Let's go, National Honor Society. I was close. I was about 0.4 away from doing that, having a 3.0 GPA. I was 2.7. I was so disappointed. I was like, you gotta be shitting me.
And then it hits. Oblique. She's leaving to go to Oregon. I live in Dallas. I can't help her if she needs something, right? I mean, it's that Oblique dad moment, as a girl dad of like, holy God, how am I going to handle it? So it's for anybody who's going through graduation season right now. You understand exactly what I'm talking about, and it's an awesome and awful moment all at the exact same time, especially when you're trying to go see a team try to get to the Western Conference Finals. So there you go.
Well, and your team did do that. So the Dallas Mavericks end up beating the Oklahoma City Thunder in 6, 117-116 on Saturday night, right after Ian's daughter graduated from high school. So they gave her a little bit of a gift there in Dallas. But what's so interesting is now the Denver Nuggets also fall, okay? So the Denver Nuggets become the 5th team in 5 years to be unable to repeat as NBA champs. So we will be once again seeing a new NBA champion. There's so much parity in the league, obviously, in the NBA. But also, we're seeing what really does feel like this new era. I know we've been talking about it kind of all season and really particularly in the postseason. But when you really consider who's left in these playoffs, it becomes really obvious. It's not the LeBrons and the Steph Currys of the world who are out there anymore. It is the young guys who have arrived. It's the ones that we've been watching for years, like Luka, who's still only 25 years old.
He's the same age as me. Oh my God.
I don't even understand how that's possible. I feel like Jason Tatum's been 26 for 10 years. Jaylen Brown is 27 years old, even though I feel like we've been watching those guys forever. Even Kat is only 28 years old. It's a whole bunch of dudes in their 20s. And Ant, obviously 23. Tyrese Halliburton, 24 years old. These are the guys still competing on their way to a conference title and on their way to a potential NBA title. And it feels like a bit of a changing of the guard. I don't know who that guard is particularly going to be, but I do feel like if you're
second and 34. Welcome to week number 8 of the 2023 NFL season on the Madden NFL 23 simulation engine.
If I'm Adam Silver and the TV networks, I'm thrilled. We've got every game here in the conference finals, East and West, right here on ESPN.
Wow.
And I guarantee you, Peter Ciccone and all the suits, Mark Gross, Justin Craig, they're ecstatic because of what you just said. Luka, right, or Ant-Man and Cat. It's either Luka and Kyrie or Ant-Man and Cat are going to the finals. You look at the Pacers in this remarkable run that they've had with Tyrese Halliburton, right?
Oh, fumble on the first play.
Sorry to bring that up. that remarkable young star, and a guy like Halliburton, guaranteed either he and this remarkable story that is Indiana, or the best team throughout the entire regular season, and those monster names you just mentioned, and Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, one of those squads is going to the finals. You're going to get a storyline no matter what on both sides, and that doesn't happen very often. So I could not agree with you more. The
No,
competitive balance
which
in the
formation
NBA
was
is
I
at an
in?
all-time high, and I know
Oh yeah, I
teams
wasn't.
have a villain, but you really don't unless something happens in the conference finals. That you just have these remarkable storylines, and human interest storylines abound. So no matter what happens,
Ooh.
there's going to be a remarkable interest because of the young stars, or just a story of the
Oh, I was in
Boston
the gun
Celtics going
formation.
against
Okay.
a young star that is going to drive eyeballs to TVs and ears to radio.
Now, I don't consider Tyrese Halliburton on the same level in terms of his stardom as, say, a Jason Tatum, right? But at the same
No,
time, we saw what Tyrese Halliburton did there in Game 7, and that's a Halliburton-type game. Like, he's been known to step up. Now, I don't know where the hell he was for the rest of that series, but he's been known to step up in the biggest moments. That's a Tyrese Halliburton thing, and he certainly did that at 25 years old in Game 7 there against the Knicks, and so we'll see if he can recreate some of that magic against the Boston Celtics. The Celtics
Nah.
have an easy streak getting here. The Celtics are the team that we expected to be in the
It's too
so I think because
like
of that,
okay. They want me to go for it. All right.
about the young stars the NBA moving
Okay.
forward, I think it's easy, frankly, to forget about Jason Tatum
Shepherd.
and Jaylen Brown because we've seen them in the conference finals so many damn times at this point that we kind of forget that they are still young stars. They don't necessarily feel like the young guard anymore.
Let's rock, baby.
Part of that young
you mentioned
Curling.
Carlton Towns. That one shocked me. I didn't
Damn, New
realize he was
Orleans
still in his
beat the
20s.
blood off of
He's been around so long.
the Raiders in that version of the franchise.
Siakam's only 30, and I feel like I've been watching him for the last 20 years.
Damn, he's only 30.
Yo, he was with the Raptors, right?
Yeah.
Quite literally, that's what it feels like. That's the thing about this.
No matter unless something interest storyline.
That's crazy.
No matter what
Eh.
happens, there's going to be a remarkable interest because of the young stars, or just the story of the Boston Celtics going against a young star that is going to drive eyeballs to TVs and ears to radio.
Personal foul. Unnecessary roughness. Defense number 19, number 43. 15-yard penalty. Automatic. First down. You can't do that. You can't hit somebody in the helmet.
And that's a Halliburton-type game. Like, he's been known to step up. Now, I don't know where the hell he was for the rest of that series, but he's been known to step up in the biggest moments. That's a Tyrese Halliburton thing, and he certainly did that at 25 years old in Game 7 there against the Knicks. And so we'll see if he can recreate some of that magic.
Kennedy, who had the form recovery the first one.
Easy streak getting here. The Celtics are the team.
Drew Lock comes onto the field. There's no Andy Dalton. He was the quarterback before he went to the Carolina Panthers.
Because we've seen them in the conference finals so many damn times at this point that we kind of forget that they are still young stars. They don't necessarily feel like the young guard anymore, but they're still part of that young.
You mentioned
Okay.
That one shocked me. I didn't realize he was still in his 20s.
That's what I'm saying.
He's been around so long.
Pretty much.
Even Pascal Siakam, and I feel like I've been watching him for the last 20 years play basketball. But that's the thing about basketball,
he was with the
though, too.
Raptors, right?
Quite literally, that's what it feels like. That's the thing about this sport, too. These guys come in so young, so the vantage point is super important. Like, we all know, like, man, we're like, oh, okay. We've only been doing that for a limited amount of years. That dude is so
I'm just going to
young. But even Luka, even though we've been watching Luka long, Luka's still only 25 years old. So if you're the NBA, you have to feel pretty darn good. I'm sure that they still prefer to have like a LeBron James in this mix, but you do have to feel pretty good about the direction that things are headed because these are the guys that are going to be competing for this thing for the next 15 years. I mean, presumably, anyways. I'm not saying that they're always going to be in a conference final. You know how hard that is, or an NBA title. But the reality is, barring injury, Luka, Tatum, and Cat, Brown. But these are the names that we are going to say over and over and over again in the postseason for many, many years.
All right, I'm rushing the quarterback. Got it.
Next year on Amber and Cam. The Knicks, well, they ran out of
Intercepted! Holmes! I didn't even think he was going to get there.
Their season is a dunzo. We're going to get into them and the Pacers next. We haven't forgotten about the Pacers, even though we're ESPN. That's all next year on ESPN.
Yeah. Yeah. What the hell? That was weird.
Game 7 and the series go to the Pacers. Final score here, 130-109. The 50-win second-seeded Knicks season ends on the Garden floor this afternoon.
The only thing you could ask for is everyone puts forth their best effort. And we got that all year from these guys. But these guys never folded. They kept fighting.
This team is special in a way that I can't really explain. The way we just fought.
Two
the way we
picks.
just didn't use excuses. You know, we just kept finding ways. And that was just, I just love the fact that we have that mindset.
Well, the Garden was magical for a period of time during this run, and that home court advantage certainly did matter.
Try to get Slayton involved because I just got Shepard involved.
Then they ran out of gas in this series, or maybe actually more. Yeah, right, exactly. More truthfully, they just ran out of players. Is almost what it felt like.
Pretty much.
By Progressive Insurance. Find him at Ian Fitz ESPN. Find me at Amber W Sports.
Ah! Oh, we got it! First down. Let's go.
And frankly, the Knicks got better. So they weathered that storm without Julius. We'll see what happens there now in the offseason with him. But he goes down. Then you get the injuries as you head into the postseason. You have Bogdanovich. You have Mitch Robinson. You have OG. And then in this game, you have Jalen Brunson fracturing his hand. Oh, by the way,
Ow.
his heart was banged up. I mean, at some point, Ian, it doesn't matter how deep you are. And in fact, I heard Wendy actually say today on one of our shows, I can't remember which one, but Windhorse on our airway today said, this Knicks team is actually a deeper team than people realize. But I mean, what team's deep enough to withstand all of those names I just mentioned, all of them being key players, and still survive and make it to the finals?
Wow, I got the first down.
Remarkable run and a mesmerizing effort by the Knicks to get that far. With all the list of
In the end zone. Saquon. He's in. Touchdown. That's how you get it done, baby.
they were down 10. They were
A
still
little bit of a slow start to the season. That's to be expected. New team, new franchise. That's to be expected.
That's when it was church. But to get that far, with that smash unit they had, and people blaming Thibodeau, yeah, which wasn't on him.
Exactly.
This had nothing to do with his reputation going back to Chicago and Minnesota. These were legit game injuries. Like Bogdanovich got hurt when Batum against Philadelphia rolled his ankle. You know what I mean?
But it's like the boy who cried wolf, though, right? I mean, that's the thing. It's like
he blew a tire. I mean, he damn near popped his hamstring.
He literally did. The damn thing was in shambles.
Practicing them too hard, or playing them too many minutes.
I don't disagree, but the reputation's going to catch up to you because there's been so many times where it has appeared that he's sort of run players into the ground, even though that doesn't appear to be the case here necessarily. But it's hard to sort of differentiate the two because of the reputation surrounding that coach, and because you had so many guys go down with injury.
Yeah, but for people to say, like I heard, Stephen A. say this earlier, and I could not disagree more. The Knicks win in 5 if they're healthy. Well, guess what, partner? Injuries are part of sports. They weren't healthy, and the Pacers found a way to stay healthy. And so guess what? They won in Madison Square Garden, and they did it in historic fashion. They shot, in case you've been living in a cave, they shot 67% from the floor, folks. That's the best field goal percentage by a team in any playoff game in NBA history. I mean, that's incredible. They shot 76% from the floor in the first half. They scored 101 points in the first 3 quarters of a playoff game. The last time
Let's see what it make a difference.
100 or more was 1963. You know what a price of gas was in 1963? I looked it up. 30 cents a gallon. We hadn't even heard of Lee Harvey Oswald the last time we saw a team, score 100 points in 3 quarters in a playoff game. So, when you think about what the Pacers were able to do, and I give the Knicks full credit for the way they fought, because you're spot on. They just ran out of bodies. But I'm going to give the Pacers a hell of a lot of credit. And their head coach, Rick Carlisle. When he went full court press, 94 feet, he went Nolan Richardson, Arkansas Razorbacks, 40 minutes of hell. Because he knew that team was so decimated and did not have the depth, and he did. He basically said, we're going to run you into the ground. And it worked. Literally in historic fashion, 130 to 109. They could have hung 150 on them if they wanted, but they took their foot off the gas. And give Carlisle and that team a boatload of credit because they said, you know what? Just like they do in Milwaukee, they did something similar. I mean, when Dame went out along with Giannis, what'd they do? Picked you up full court. We're going to run you into the ground. It worked in that series, and it worked in this one.
Yeah, it's part of the game.
Can't really tell.
Unfortunately for the team that ends up injured, it is part of the game. I heard Stephen A. Smith say that if the Knicks were healthy,
wow.
1-5. I heard him say that live on First Take today. And Shannon went back at him and said, well, if everyone was healthy, Joel Embiid would have been in the way on the way there. And that's a good point, right? Like you can't take these little, if you're going to take it out, right, then let's talk about all the injuries throughout the Eastern Conference in this thing. Jimmy Butler, obviously, for Miami Heat. I mean, all of these teams are banged up at this point in the season. And yes, it's incredibly unfortunate how banged up the Knicks have been at this season and in the postseason. And frankly, they did a pretty remarkable job getting to where they got despite the injuries. You're the New York Knicks. You can't be celebrating getting a game away from a conference final. I mean, you're a game away from a conference final. The celebration now of that team, it's fine, it's cute. You're the New York Knicks. You have better standards than that. You just have to make some changes.
Do they? They haven't made a conference finals. They haven't made a conference finals since like 2000.
No, but it's supposed to be. I mean, come on. It's like it's the Mecca. We're the #1 market in the world. We're the greatest. We have Stephen A. Smith doing a walkout before the game. We have a pep talk before the game. I mean, it was like a New York Knicks party across our airwaves. And then, of course, that ends up happening. And again, this is, unfortunately for me as a Heat fan, a very likable New York Knicks team. I'm not taking anything away from the tenacity that they did show. And Jalen Brunson, obviously...
Hey, look, it was just a good throw. There was nothing I could do about that, fam. There was nothing I could do about that. It was just a great throw. But credit... All right, I'm on Jimenez. They got me covering the tight end this way.
That the Knicks were suffering all those injuries, but the Knicks...
Hey, that's not my responsibility. That's y'all responsibility. That's y'all fault. Y'all responsibility. I was on the other tight end, Disley.
And it was a historic night at Madison Square Garden, not the historic night we maybe thought we were going to.
Now I'm on Metcalf.
If you were a New York Knicks fan, it was a very historic night the other way, where the Pacers, you mentioned the shooting. That shooting in the first half, as you mentioned, that was the best shooting half in a 77-year history of the NBA. Like, that's what the Pacers did. And I understand the Knicks were broken, and I understand there were some defensive challenges there from New York, but give credit to the Indiana Pacers and to Tyrese Halliburton, who woke up when it mattered most in this series and just went out and worked them. Here is
whooped that ass and called. Whooped that ass and took names.
For us as a group, obviously Pete wasn't here to start the year, but we knew our expectation was to get to the playoffs. We said that to our local media members all year. I mean, I know a lot of you guys didn't hear anything from us because it's not like we're covered early in the year, but I think that we just had that. Like we had preseason camp in Nashville, just players, no coaches, and that was what we communicated from the jump, that we expected to be here. This ain't a surprise for us. It's no fluke. We expect this from our group, and then once we added P, we knew that we could really take off. So it doesn't really matter what anybody thinks, except for the people in our travel party, 70, 80 people.
He would miss.
Because I don't think anybody here picked the Pacers to win the series, but it happened.
Whoever said that, they were just spot on. They did. And I give full credit to that. The coaching staff, the players, they shot 54% from just beyond the arc. 67% we mentioned in case you wasn't shooting in.
All right, field goal. So 14-3.
44% from three-point land. That's pretty damn good, right?
They can go for it.
They literally ran out of bodies, and Indiana took full advantage of it. And now, I can't wait to see the matchup and what Carlisle comes up with against the team he played for and won a chip with, the Boston Celtics.
And you had Tyrese Halliburton after the game rocking the Reggie Miller hoodie, doing the choke sign at Madison Square Garden, when of course he was a Pacer, and he shut down MSG with his play. And then
it's okay, guys. It's okay. We're only up 7. We can make this a game. We can pull away again. It's okay, guys. It's okay.
Enacting their credit to Indiana. They are, in fact, moving.
Do the game after the bye week as well.
What happens now in these conference finals? Coming up next here on Amber and Ian. We're going to transition to the NFL. OTAs have begun. There's still NFL to talk about. What have we learned so far this offseason? That's next on ESPN Radio. Along here on Amber and Ian, presented to you by Progressive Insurance. We have been doing a lot, of course, of NBA. We're also going to be hitting the Stanley Cup playoffs as well. But there's always NFL to talk about.
No!
For us NFL, we know how this thing works. Let's talk about what we've learned from some of these teams in the NFL so far and what has been a very, very active offseason in the NFL. For this, we bring in our...
Damn it!
Let me try that again. Our producer, James Steele. Hello, James.
Yeah, that's me. Can we get some music here? Here we go. So let's start off. I asked you guys to give me a list of a couple of teams that you wanted to talk about. And whenever you gave me your list, you guys had two teams that you...
Try not to have third downs, because then they're going to have that distorted.
What have we learned this offseason about the Dallas Cowboys?
That they're still a mess. And they're and I do mean
Try to get Trace Straycon Smith. Singles. 30, 35, 40 to the 45 to the 50 to the 45 to the 40.
And believe me, you can't see the floor in either one of my daughter's closets. So,
oh my God.
Dak is going to play this thing out. I've said this before. I firmly believe it. I think he's going to bet himself and be paid the market as an unrestricted free agent. So now you're kicking Smitty out from left guard to left tackle. You bring Cooper Beebe in from Kansas State. You kind of try to figure that part out. And then what are you doing at center? You still need a Mike linebacker. You still need a three technique. I mean, you still need running backs. They didn't draft one. They're an absolute mess. So when it comes to the I almost went Mavericks there. I got Mavericks on the brain and Stars for that matter. When it comes to the Cowboys,
wow.
The thing we learned after the draft, and now that OTAs are cranking up, media avail, by the way, for the Dallas Cowboys coming up Wednesday afternoon. I might have to make a little trip with the Star. Is that they are still a hot, stinking mess.
Amber, what did you learn about the Dallas Cowboys?
Tell us again about them being a mess. I don't feel quite as strongly about them being a mess that Ian feels. I mean, we are talking about the team, of course, with double-digit wins season after season. We're talking about the team that won the division this past season. And oh, by the way, they still have...
One more. If I make a mistake with Daniel Jones again, I'm just going to have to bench him because it's my fault. I'm controlling him.
Maybe that'll mean good things. Maybe that'll mean he's a little extra motivated. They might end up with a quarterback on a lame duck season, frankly. What is that going to mean for Dak now, given that would be Dak's choice? Is Dak going to be extra motivated in that scenario? I do think that what we have learned overall is that owners just say stuff, particularly this. And I appreciate you, Jerry, because you give us the headlines and you give us the content here on sports radio. But you saying you're all in and then doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on all in with a whole lot of hogwash. Because your all in was just, we're kind of just bringing back everybody. We're not really going to have anything set in place. We're not really going to do a whole lot here in the offseason. That's not what all in looks like in the NFL. They're just kind of all very iffy, right? While other teams, like the Eagles inside their own division, have tried here to improve once again when some of these teams have realized that they needed to make improvements. I do think that they still get a deal done with Dak. Frankly, you and I have been disagreeing on that, I know, for months, but so far you were right, not me. So we'll see what happens with Dallas. It leads me to believe that Dallas, with their cap problems, they are up against it.
Oh, that was an easy spin move.
Jerry's starting to sound more like Wooderson from the 80s.
Ah, shit. All right. All right, let's try it again.
Saying stuff, say stuff.
The next team we're going to talk about is the Atlanta Falcons.
No! Damn it! Come on! Fuck.
Multiple quarterbacks, don't you have not one quarterback? Isn't that the old adage? I would say what I have learned about the Falcons is that they don't give a bleep about public narrative right now because they certainly made the unpopular decision by drafting another quarterback when they had just paid Kirk Cousins all that money. Now, I actually don't hate the move by the Falcons. I never hate the move of take quarterback after
Wow, are you
quarterback
serious,
after quarterback
guys?
until you hit on the damn quarterback. And if they hit on first of all, either of these quarterbacks, but one of them gives them a much longer future than the other. If they hit on either of these quarterbacks, it will seem like a good move. Now, if they hit on both of these quarterbacks, it will seem like an absolutely brilliant move. If they hit on neither, fine. There will be tons of criticism head of Atlanta's way, but boy, have they already sustained that. So I feel like if you're the Atlanta Falcons, you're just doing what you can to ensure that you have.
Gave out 21 in the first quarter. Not particularly happy about that, but
if they had a quarterback,
it's gonna be a long season. Just like how it was in real life. They didn't make the playoffs in the first year, 2022, and 2023 made the playoffs.
Right, let's do everything we can to get your quarterback, but it has been a wildly unpopular decision. So that is a front office that is not worried about the immediate narrative coming off of the draft. They're more worried about the eventual results.
And I love that. I completely agree with everything that you just said, especially the front office, where they don't care what the outside world thinks. Because the moment you start listening to fans, the old adage is, if you start listening to them, you're going to be sitting with them. So they don't care right now.
Yeah.
I think what's about the Atlanta Falcons during the draft and now coming into OTAs is that they also really put a big emphasis on fixing their pass rush. The pass rush was horrendous.
It's been horrendous for the last 10 years. The fuck you mean?
Michael Penix Jr. shocking the world with who they drafted. We were told before, like the day before the draft, don't be surprised if Atlanta goes quarterback. But they were very high on Michael Penix Jr. out of Washington. They pulled the trigger at 8. But then, what they do in picks 2, 3, 4, 5, defensive front, defensive.
Why did I fall?
And I think Brandon Dorlus out of Oregon, he was the steal in day 3 of the NFL draft. He's a very versatile guy up front. You can line him up out wide or inside of the 3 technique. So they believe their quarterback situation is fixed for the next decade and a half, and they really made a point to try and fix their defensive front, which could lead in a very weak division to an NFC South title.
Hey, my team is not that bad.
The criticism from even all the experts on our airwaves was, but they need defense. It's like, okay, but the draft isn't over for you. And then they went out there and then.
I'm surprised you were allowed to say slave.
All right, let's try to get 2 more in here real quick. Ian, what did we learn about the Los Angeles Chargers this offseason?
Cue up Olivia Newt, Bleep, and John. They're going to get physical, man. I mean, they went, O-line, running back, you name it, man. Jim Harbaugh put his stamp on this team. We're going to line up as I did.
I don't believe that should have been pass interference.
The University of, and what he did at Stanford, what he did at San Fran.
Again.
We are going to line up and knock the ever-loving snot out of you.
Ow.
And he goes and gets, Colson, his linebacker out of Michigan in the 3rd round, who is a sideline-to-sideline beast in Junior Colson. Then he sings the alma mater for Michigan after the draft pick, right? But what we learned about the Chargers is they are going to line up and just try to beat the ever-loving you-know-what out of you and take your will from you. That's what we learned about the Chargers. You know who's happy about that? Justin Herbert, their quarterback.
All right, and Amber, what did we learn this offseason about the Detroit Lions?
What we learned about the Detroit Lions is that they see themselves as a Super Bowl contender.
Why not?
They're willing to pay to be just that. Obviously, they were only a win away from being in a Super Bowl last season, so they had no reason to think that they needed to go make major changes, and instead, they stepped up to the plate and they paid the cornerstone of what that run consisted of. And of course, they paid Jared Goff. It's big money for a quarterback like Jared Goff. I know it's wreaking havoc now, by the way, with Tua Tagovailoa down in Miami and negotiating his deal. Trevor Lawrence and the numbers there, and so it's having a ripple effect that Jared Goff deal. But the Detroit Lions said, let's go ahead and get this done. And frankly, the Goff deal was one of these deals that we weren't even talking about, even though he was in a position to get extended. They just quietly went in, they get this deal done from the guy that they think is the leader of that team and will lead them to a Super Bowl. St. Brown, of course, they paid as well. So Detroit,
well deserved, both of them.
Is that they think that they're good enough and they can take care of business. They took, unlike Dallas.
Right. They made moves. They were
taking care of business. Yeah.
No, I went backwards.
And a little bit more spendy. Dallas looks a little cheap right now. But again, they've got some salary cap issues. Is that a wrap, James?
That'll do it.
That'll do. Coming up next. We got a lot more left in the tank. Right back down.
Ah, no! Damn it.
As their next head coach. That is next. The Sun are up on the Fever 39-36 on ESPN. But the big story out of this game so far is that Caitlin Clark left the game. She appeared to roll her ankle.
Ow.
And I mean, pretty severely in this game. She went to the locker room. I am seeing reports on Twitter that she is now back out of the locker room. But the moment certainly looked ugly. So we'll let you know what we get in the update.
Former punter of the Steelers before he retired. Shit, I missed. No, I missed!
I mean, it was and Caitlin saw her the last second. Brianna Jones, by the way, 6'3", 215. Caitlin Clark, 6 feet, $150. She was about to get, again, welcomed for about the 48th time to professional basketball. And she tried to go under the pick, which she saw the last second, and it caught her toe on her left ankle, rolled it really badly. The ankle is like hit the damn floor to your ankle bone. Came off, couldn't really put a lot of pressure on, but she is back on the bench now and out of the locker room. She's kind of working that left ankle a bit.
That was that Colts Panthers game. That was that 3-hour game. For some reason, it must have been a weather delay or something.
Baptizing a wide receiver who doesn't see that particular linebacker coming across the middle. That's what Jones was about to do to Caitlin Clark, and it was going to be lethal.
Yeah, I'm seeing Scott Agnes, who's the Fever beat writer, tweet out that Caitlin Clark is back on the bench and available to return after likely hitting her left ankle.
Wow, what a dot.
How she's looking if she makes it back.
What a deflection that was.
41-36 on the Fever, just under 2.5 left in the second quarter. Iranian presented by Progressive at ESPN. ESPN is how you find
McKinney, yes!
LeBron James is distancing himself from the Lakers coaching staff. He said that he's not involved in the process of finding a replacement.
You can't even keep a straight face, but go ahead. Continue.
I can't even give credence to these stupid reports. I'm sorry. This is such hog. Is how you find me. LeBron James is distancing himself from the Lakers coaching search, and he said that he's not involved in the process of
You can't even give it to your face. She couldn't even keep a straight face. I don't blame her.
I'm saying the source. I'm saying the reporters are lying. Is how you 41-36. Just under 2.5 left in the second quarter. Amber Nian presented by Progressive at Ian Fitz. ESPN is how you find him at Amber W Sports is how you find me. LeBron James is distancing himself from the Lakers coaching search, and he said that he's not involved in the process of finding a replacement.
You can't even keep a straight face, but go ahead. Continue. Go ahead.
I can't even give these stupid reports. I'm sorry. This is such hogwash.
This is such bullshit, bro. I say it for her. It is complete another bullshit. James, you're full of bullshit, my boy.
I embarrassed my daughters when I was in my own backyard trying to shed a few pounds today. I had my shirt off. You know, they were like, like, Dad,
the summer's here, right?
put your shirt on.
The summer's here.
I got a late start.
At this point, the jig's kind of up. If you haven't lost the weight, if you're just now starting to work on your summer bod, I've got some bad news.
Yeah. And when your kids are telling you to put your shirt on in your own backyard where nobody else can see you, again, that's like saying I don't need to lose weight. I'm good. If you believe that LeBron is not involved in the coaching search, that's I look like Jake Gyllenhaal in that awful remake of Roadhouse.
Oh my God!
LeBron's not involved in the coaching.
Don't even bring that damn thing up.
Believe that, frankly, because
Both of those,
LeBron has always been involved in the coaching search. Frankly, he was involved in coaching search.
All right, I'm on Carson.
He's been
Got it.
in Los Angeles the entire way that he's been there as well, or certainly that's what it feels like from the outside looking in.
Come on, guys. The guy who got off the field. No.
Organization decision that he had conversations with the Lakers about JJ Redick, his podcast partner, that he has had no conversations with JJ about that position as well. I mean, there's no part of me that believes that on either front, by the way, that he hasn't talked to the Lakers.
I gotta hear it again.
Back out.
Saw new professional. He couldn't really put a lot of. When I say she was about to get picked, folks, picture a linebacker baptizing a wide receiver who doesn't see that
Ow.
linebacker.
Just a mad. I've had people hit me before like that. It's not fun.
Yeah, I'm seeing Scott Agnes, who's the Fever beat writer, tweet out that Caitlin Clark is back on the bench and available to return after likely getting her left ankle. So we'll see how she's looking if she makes it back into this game. Sun up now 41-36 on the Fever. Just under 2.5 left.
Let's go, defense. Sexy Dexty. Let's go.
Is how you find me. LeBron James is distancing himself from the Lakers coaching search, Ian. He said that he's not involved in the process of finding a replacement.
You can't even keep a straight face, but go ahead. Continue. Go ahead.
I can't even give stupid reports. I'm sorry. This is such hogwash. Nobody believes you, LeBron.
Bull boopy.
I'm not saying the reporters are lying. I'm saying the source, LeBron himself.
I mean, that's like saying I don't need to lose weight.
That's on you, my boy. I've lost 25 pounds since the beginning of this year. I'm down from 295 to 270.
My shirt off. They were like, Dad,
the summer's here, right?
Put your shirt on.
The summer's here.
I got a late start.
At this point, the jig's kind of up. If you haven't lost the weight, if you're just now starting to work on your summer bod, I've got some bad news.
Yeah.
30, 40, 45, 50. Break the cycle, 45, 40 to the 35. Oh, let it play.
Wait, I'm good. If you believe that LeBron is not involved in the coaching search,
That's a little bit too far.
Jake Gyllenhaal, that awful remake of
Don't bring that one up, please. Anyone but that one.
Right. None of us believe that, frankly, because
Both of those.
LeBron has always been involved in the coaching search. Frankly, he's just involved in coaching.
Basically, verticals, but just with the crossing out of the roster.
Los Angeles the entire way that he's been there as well, or certainly that's what it feels like from the outside looking in. The Athletic was reporting that he made it clear that it's an organization decision. With the Lakers about JJ Redick, his podcast partner, that he has had no conversation
Let's do read option.
with JJ about that position as well. I mean, there's no part of me that believes that. On either front, by the way. That he hasn't talked to the Lakers about hiring JJ, and that he hasn't talked to his good friend JJ Redick about his interest in taking the position. I don't believe either of those things. But I am over here rooting for JJ Redick now to become the next head coach of Los Angeles, because I talked to this guy the other day. And I was going, I think it was when I was on air riding solo by myself, and James and I were talking about those head coaching positions. And it occurred to me and James that from an Amber and Ian sports radio show perspective, what we need in our life is LeBron James and JJ Redick. As JJ Redick, the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, the acting head coach, what we need is for them to sit down every week and still do a podcast. how amazing would that be?
5, 10,
To have
15,
the
20,
biggest
25, 30 to the
basketball
35, 40, 40
and
to the
head
45 to the
coach
50.
sit down, still rip out podcasts for us each and every week from a content perspective.
Man, Andy Dalton always loved doing that stupid shit. Loves it. Intercepted. 2 yards in the end zone. 5, 10, 15, 20. Break the cycle. 25, 30, to the 35 to the 40, to the 45 to the 50, to the 45 to the 40. Down inside the 45.
Wanted it to, then yeah, I guess it would. To your point, James.
I mean, if you think
Yes, I got momentum bar back, and I retake the lead.
I believe one of the main reasons
Madden, I gave up 28 points in the first half, but it's defensive Madden for you.
setting myself up as a billionaire for the future and for things far beyond basketball. JJ Redick is somebody who very clearly is interested in
Very
building
hot.
a media empire and has certainly been doing that here early in his media career. So what better way for both of them to continue to build media empires and become incredibly powerful media moguls than to do this and pair up and do this? What would make that podcast more popular if, in fact, JJ Redick wasn't just the dude who's, on our airwaves, on the call for us, or on First Take for us? No, if he was the actual head coach and LeBron's head coach, that would, in fact, make that podcast more popular.
And how much more money could they make? Remember, LeBron wants to be an owner, and that's why he's going to opt out
To the 45 yard.
to be able to make even more money to stack on top of. He's worth what, like 1.2 billion now, right? So you still need more than that.
He needs more than that, though.
He wants to be a majority owner, like 51%. So he needs. 50 million is another drop in the bucket, but he needs lots of drops in those buckets, right? So, to your point, if it ain't gonna happen again, there's not a bone in my body that believes even that if JJ Redick were to become the head coach of the Lakers, that he and LeBron would still do the podcast, but it would make a boatload of cash because people would be lining up to sponsor that particular media venture.
Yeah, LeBron has his own media company. JJ Redick has his own podcasting network. Tell him, you guys can say, if any of you are listening to me, which I'm sure JJ and LeBron tune into this show all the time.
Zimenez, let's go. 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Zimenez gotta get on that weight room to lose some weight, my boy.
He's never been a coach of anything. And that in and of itself might present a bit of a problem. Now, I don't know. He seems to have a brilliant basketball mind. Obviously, we know about the playing career, and we know how good he is as an analyst. Does that translate?
Let's do read option one more time.
JJ Redick coach anything. That's not to take anything away from JJ Redick, but he certainly hasn't clawed and scrapped his way up into a head coaching role of the premier team, arguably, in the entire.
Yeah, no, I'm not throwing this ball.
Steve Kerr was never a head coach. Right? He was in the front office of the Phoenix Suns. He was never a coach.
Yeah.
He had hands on was in the front office of the Suns, and then obviously took over a team that had already had Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, where Mark Jackson described them even before they became champions as the best.
I didn't want to do that yet.
We all went, what? Well, it turned out to be right. So Steve Kerr inherited a remarkable squad.
They want me to go for it.
Head coach of the Nets, handpicked by Kevin Durant, and Kevin Durant left. If JJ Redick,
he walked in as head coach, didn't he? Originally?
Yeah.
But took some bruises.
Thank you.
I gotta go look that up. I want to say he was part of the front office, either as a scouting role or something with the Madden before becoming a head coach. But anyway,
2 in the first half. Let's go.
LeBron wants him. He will be
Buddy. What he said?
The end of the conversation. And to say that LeBron is not involved, I mean, that's like saying I'm not going bald.
I think that.
All right. Oh, yes. Yes, my boy's in the zone. Yes. Yes. Yes.
LeBron's perspective is that JJ Redick and LeBron are the same.
Gotta get 7 rushes of 1 yard. 5 rushes of 1 yard. He got him. He's in the zone. Let's go.
Many more experience than you have, frankly, in this area. I mean, your playing career is longer than JJ Redick's was. And so do you want that guy telling you what to do? Or maybe LeBron's just at a point in his career where no one's really telling him what to do anyways. I mean, we did see him out there drawing plays on the sideline when Darvin Ham was his coach. So LeBron's been known to take over the coaching duties. So maybe he feels like a guy like JJ, that would be, easy
Oh, they have me on Holmes, and I'm on Tyler Lockett.
Either way, if JJ Redick does become the next head coach of the Lakers, or some reports he's the front runner, they need to continue that podcast together. Coming up next here on Amber and Ian, Luka and the Mavs, they are in the Western Conference Finals. We'll get back to the team still playing basketball.
Man, their center needed to be released because, man, was he bad.
2022, only to fall in 5 games to the Golden State Warriors, and then to watch Jalen Brunson take his talents to New York City. So they gambled. They bring in Kyrie Irving. Maybe didn't go quite at the beginning, but certainly has gone very, very well for them this season. They are back in a Western Conference Finals once again. Amber and Ian is presented by Progressive Insurance. You can find
Why?
You can find me at Amber W Sports. So is this conference finals going to go a little differently?
Wow.
Years later for this Dallas team. Let's head to Dallas. Mark Followell, Dallas Mavericks
But
television play-by-play, kind enough to join us. And Mark, thanks so much for your time. It was a big gamble bringing in Kyrie because there was obviously criticism around it. There were people saying that if this thing doesn't work, it's going to cost them Luka. Are we at a point now where we can officially say that deal worked?
I think we were there long before now. When the trade was made and people said, well, this is a risk, Nico Harrison, the Mavericks general manager, his response was the bigger risk to me was not doing the deal when they had the chance to do it. So what they had to do once things didn't go well at the end of last year was, number one, there needed to be a training camp for those guys together, and I think that was invaluable rather than try to figure everything out on the fly. And then you had to put the right pieces. I mean, that was something that Nico kind of discussed at length last summer, which is we think this
20 to the 25 to the 30 to the 35 to the 40.
So in the last 14 months or 15 or 16 months, whatever it is now, along with the acquisition of Irving, they've had the
passive friends on the offense. Damn it.
Free agent of the offseason, trading for Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington. And
okay, they gave him defensive pass interference. I'll take it. How far? How far? He has the leg. He's done 63 yarders before.
You want us to bring this up now? Well, look it out of the way now. You're an Arsenal guy, right? Or is that Stein?
No, I am. No. Mark likes he likes Manchester City.
That's why.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
He liked them, and fairness, he did like them a long time ago.
We didn't mean to bring up
all of a sudden rich owners purchased them.
Man City's dominance. We apologize. Another Premier League title. We really did not mean to bring that up. We promise.
Yeah, they had they really had a tough game when they had to play Spurs last Tuesday. They were trying so hard. Yeah. They clearly didn't want to help Arsenal out last Tuesday, did they?
No, they did, my man. But
no, they did not.
Just a little needle. If we didn't do it now, it was going to be at the end. So I figured we get it out of the way.
I thought we were going to talk about. I thought for sure, Ian, you were going to bring up the taco situation at Victory Park, which no longer exists in Dallas. I thought you were going to say, "Hey, Amber, this guy eats tacos that he dropped on the floor." Yeah, but did he tell you about the 5-second rule?
All he said was that Mark ate a taco off a bar floor, and that was quite literally the only introduction to you that I got. And so I didn't know I have no details. I don't know if you're like on your hands and knees eating a taco off the floor of a bar. Anyway,
it drops. It drops, and I just I'm not somebody that's concerned. I'm impervious to a lot of things, so I'm not concerned about the germs or anything like that. So I just
2-3 more times, and then 3 more times for.
And Amber, I mean,
let's try separate again because I did it last time.
I've been known to. No, the 5-second rule would be out the window for me in a public space like that, but to each their own.
I do want to clarify that this was in like 2006, and we were very young.
It was a long time ago. Yeah, it was. Yeah, this wasn't last week. It was 18 years ago. Yeah.
Every time we see each other and talk, it somehow comes up, and I was not going to bring it up, but I'm glad that you did, and that's still 18 years later. Immense respect for the taco off the bar floor at 2:30 in the morning.
We have bonded over that for the
I didn't get it. It's okay. It was a little bit of a gamble. He didn't even catch the damn ball.
Kyrie Irving, he's looking like Kyrie in Cleveland. How much is the respect and relationship that he has with J-Kidd and for J-Kidd factor into him looking like?
I don't know. I'm Leonard Williams.
Yeah, great question, and for sure it's a big part of it. And there is immense respect
Hit that animation?
that Kyrie has for Jason. Looked up to him growing up, and when Jason was a player still in the NBA, and obviously respects his game and respects his character and demeanor and personality and the way that he became as the coach. So, and by the way, immense respect for Nico Harrison. He's had a long time relationship as well, and I think that Kyrie is at this great place in his career where he's in a situation where the organization has done everything possible to listen to him, to make him feel like this is home, that they're invested in his well-being, not just as a basketball player, but as an individual, as a person. And so, there's a very good back and forth symbiotic relationship built on respect that goes from.
Damn, it's only been 50 minutes. That just shows how quickly these games can go by. Back to Zimenez, and I'm rushing the pass. I'm in pass rush mode.
Kyrie has really embraced the role of leader, mentor, and especially now,
30 to the 25 to the 20 to the 15.
the less experience that people on this team have at this stage of the playoffs. They can all.
I know technically nobody wants you to do play-by-play, but this is of an old video I'm watching.
Yeah, I think a lot of us that didn't believe that Kyrie would ever get there, frankly, with another organization.
Okay.
Oh, Kyrie an apology because he's been phenomenal there.
Yeah, I'm one of them. I owe Kyrie an apology. Yo, Kai, if you're listening, I apologize. I should have respected you, bruh. Even though you need to stop being an anti-Semite, but that's another.
Well, continue to keep on playing and fighting through it as best he can. As Jason Kidd announced a couple of weeks ago during the Clippers series, it's a knee sprain. That's all the information that's been shared about it. But, I think that in some of the games early in the Oklahoma City series, I thought that at the beginning of games, he looked like he was moving a little bit better, and then the wear and tear and the bumps.
He threw it off the goalpost. Andy, you good?
Would take its toll.
My dude.
Like in the last couple of the games of the series, I thought he was moving as well as he had since the initial game 3.
Metcalf.
So
he never panned out either. Ew, come on.
There's not going to be any rest opportunities other than between series here for the next few weeks. So, the status is continue to do everything he can to play and be as good as he possibly can be on a knee sprain.
Derek White's rookie at Duke has been lively, to say the least. If you can't sum up the impact that this rookie has had in this run to the Western Conference Finals.
Well, they have two great centers. They have two centers who give him the ability to protect the rim, protect the paint, grab rebounds, block shots, and also.
I couldn't really see that much.
Which is great for Luka or Kyrie, who love pick and roll basketball. As it specifically relates to Lively, he comes off the bench after Daniel Gafford. Gafford starts. They made that change in the starting lineup in early March because I think that felt like it protected Lively a little bit from foul trouble. But he gives them someone who grabs offensive rebounds, and many times those offensive rebounds are leading to really good second-chance scoring opportunities.
2 more times. 4 more times for him to rush the 10. 3 more for 20-yard catches for Smith.
I should say, in Game 6 on Saturday night. He's very mature, far more mature than any 20-year-old I recall dealing with that's come into the NBA. 19 when he came into the league and just turned 40 in February. But he just checks a lot of boxes for what this team needs in terms of defense, rebounding, and then on offense being the prototypical kind of center that plays well with Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. And again, that's just a guy who is a.
Why did it spin me backwards?
A vertical game because they screen and roll.
Let's look ahead now, Mark. They're about to run into a supersized front line with Cat and Gobert and Reed. And, of course, we know what Anthony Edwards is becoming to the NBA. How do you see this matchup for the Mavs? What would be the key here for Dallas to start having success as this series kicks off on Wednesday?
Well, this is a hard series. I mean, they all are at this stage, of course. One thing for the Mavs, and they played these games on the road, so there are reasons for this. But they are 0-5 in these two.
No!
22 and 24. in game 1 of all 5 series they played. And they overcame that in the first 2 series before losing.
I didn't let it develop.
Capping that at the beginning of the interview. So they were able to overcome that a couple of times, and they obviously have this year. But it certainly is hard to continually have to chase series. So they got an extra day. Minnesota played a 7-game second-round series instead of a 6-game series for Dallas. So I would point right there is approach game 1 with a game 2 mentality.
Oh, wow.
Whatever you have to do to take advantage of getting off to a good start in the series and finally winning a game 1. I mean, that would be a huge step, and not have to play from behind at the beginning of the series. And then, I look at Minnesota. But when I look at their offense, I think when they're on their game, they can be contained as well. But when Dallas is on their game, I like their offense more. So, can they play offense at a high enough level and enough games?
How did they get their momentum bar back? I'm winning the game.
That's going to be tough. I think experience does matter. There are more players with more deep playoff run experience on the Dallas side of the ledger than Minnesota. Only, of course, an advantage if you, in fact, take advantage of that. And also, I think as you said, it's a supersized front line. If P.J. Washington gets in foul trouble, I don't know what Dallas is going to do with Karl Anthony Towns. I mean, it's a hard matchup for P.J. too, but he's obviously risen to the occasion in the playoffs. Or Derrick Jones Jr. gets into foul trouble.
What?
Players off the bench to deal with Anthony. Firstly, if you look,
how did? Wait, is that T.Y. Hilton as a Seahawk? What the fuck?
Over the course of this past year, and really over their careers for that. So, who can keep key players out of foul trouble, I think, to me, is a really important part of this series as well. And there are a lot of other boxes that you need to check. Both teams are very good defensively.
Oh, that was almost picked off.
Defensive identity after the trades. 3-point shooting, both teams, are Minnesota doesn't take as high of a volume, but they do shoot a very good percentage. They were the top, I think they were third in the league in the regular season in 3-point shooting. So there's a ton of.
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
In this series, but those I mentioned are the ones that stand out.
That series kicks off Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Mark Followell, Dallas Mavericks television play-by-play. Mark, thanks so much for your time. Don't need any more tacos.
Yeah, Ian and I have given up the bar taco routine.
We're done. I'll be leaving in 5 seconds. Oh, well, good to talk to you, man. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, great to talk to you, Ian. Great to talk to you as well, Amber. Take care. Y'all have a good night.
Coming up next year on Amber and Ian, when can you officially say a season was successful? We'll determine that next year on ESPN Radio.
12 catches for 2 touchdowns. Great.
Lynn Clark is back on the court for Fever. The Sun are up on the Fever 54 to.
I had to quickly click on and switch.
7 minutes left in the third quarter, but Caitlin Clark had left the game at one point. It appeared that she rolled her ankle pretty bad. Went back to the locker room, presumably got that ankle taped up, came back on the bench pretty darn quickly.
Oh, shit.
And went back to the game. And frankly, Ian, she looks fine. She's running around fine. Still has bounced off that ankle. So
Great.
she avoided major injury there, which is, excellent news, obviously. For Fever fans, we'll keep you updated on Amber and Ian.
Yeah, it is.
By Progressive Insurance. You can find me as well.
I'm not happy about giving up 49 points to the Seahawks, but it's Madden defense for you.
We'll get to that in a few minutes from now. But first, I want to talk about what's happening with Marvin Harrison Jr., Ian, because the law nerd in me likes this stuff, which basically is Fanatics is now suing Marvin Harrison Jr. We knew that this had become a problem. We heard about it first on the McAfee show, which this is interesting, by the way, because the McAfee
500 yards, really.
took a lawsuit of Fanatics against Marvin Harrison Jr. But basically, we were hearing Marvin Harrison Jr. wasn't signing the NFLPA offer sheet because of this issue that's happening with Fanatics, and there's some dispute whether he has a deal with Fanatics or not. Fanatics, of course, is alleging that they do, in fact, have a deal in place. Marvin Harrison's camp was out here telling people there was no deal between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Fanatics.
What's my
the previous deal between those two parties had expired.
25 to the 30, to the 35, to the 40, to the 45, to the 50, to the 45, to the 40, to the 30. This is inside the 10. 300 yards. I've gotten well with my completion percentage, but those 4 picks hurt.
Signed, allegedly, in May of 2020.
Wow, 74% completion percentage. I've done well, but 4 picks, not fun.
But they call the Supreme Court there. The Supreme Court, because people, when they see this lawsuit was filed Saturday night in the New York Supreme Court, they're thinking, Supreme Court? But in New York, that's just the law.
Okay. Back over to
It's New York State that does that. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, and, you know, it's like
I didn't want you to get a bunch of hate from
not the Supreme.
From every New Yorker.
So no, New Yorkers know. Even New York lawyers are like, yeah, we do things differently here. So the Supreme Court in New York means, you know, that's step one for the lawsuit there. It's not actually it's what we think of when we think of Supreme Court. So anyway, the point is that the Fanatics is now suing Marvin Harrison Jr., the rookie wide receiver for the Arizona Cardinals, alleging that he refused to fulfill his obligations to a deal while publicly asserting that he had
Jalar is second in the game.
Does not exist. That Fanatics says exists. And as part of the suit, they reference Pat McAfee because McAfee came on air and said that Marvin Harrison Jr. hadn't yet signed his preliminary NFLPA licensing agreement because of this issue with Fanatics, where Marvin Harrison Jr. says they do not
may have sealed the deal for this game.
Because he said that they're saying, hey, Marvin Harrison's out here telling people that there's no deal in place, and it's become a dispute about who.
Who has leverage here, if anybody?
500 yards. Right.
The Fanatics suit claims that there was, in fact, long negotiations between the parties. I guess Marvin Harrison's father
it went backwards.
He doesn't actually have an agent. So these, it's smart until you get into situations like this.
Oh, much better. I can see everything now.
Hope so. You don't necessarily need an agent as long as you have lawyers. But so
Barkley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the problem. If the negotiations between Fanatics and Marvin Harrison Sr., and what do those negotiations come down to? And is
God.
Yes, they would have had a lawyer review a signed contract. Is there, in fact, a signed contract? Fanatics is saying that there is, in fact, an offer sheet that's binding.
Let's try it.
Was put down into writing and signed. Marvin Harrison's camp is saying that that's not true, that doesn't exist. It's a bit of a strange story because you would think all this would be in writing, but so might the negotiations.
Wandale Robinson. That's not.
Fanatics is alleging is, hey, these negotiations
defensive back Brandon Robinson.
The original deal, it expired in like April of 23 or whatever it was. And then after that, we engaged in long negotiations with Marvin Harrison's camp. We reached a deal. It was for a lot of money. Fanatics is saying they paid the money and that now Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't holding up his end of the bargain.
Us black folks always not doing shit we supposed to. Are we surprised? Nah.
Well, part of this lawsuit, is that Marvin Harrison Jr. is in fact selling memorabilia on his own website. He's the only one selling Marvin Harrison Jr. because he didn't sign his.
That's Saquon Atari.
So the Cardinals actually don't have
52 points. Not a fan.
Harrison Collection LLC. That is who's selling memorabilia. That is also who Fanatics is suing.
Wow.
They are suing that entity who is set up selling Marvin Harrison Jr. memorabilia through Harrison's website. Harrison's selling photos from $100 to jerseys for $300, helmets for as much as $600, of course, all signed by the receiver. So yes, Marvin Harrison Jr. appears to have taken that into his own hands. But now he's running into some hot water with Fanatics saying, well, no, you actually already signed your number for the next 2
No,
years.
no, that was not what I wanted.
The right to sign your number or to sell your number. Yeah. It's an interesting thing. It's interesting because we're going to see more of it. That's why it's interesting. Like, this is all going to get more confusing, not less. You know, there's going to be more of this, more fallout, more
Oh, no, Canada.
Yes.
And I'm in zone coverage. All right.
And this is the deal that Marvin Harrison Jr. signed or didn't sign. We'll see when he was in college.
How was I hawked? Are you serious?
So we'll see how this thing works out.
Are you serious?
Of how these things are going to go with some of these huge name athletes. Coming up next, plenty more. We head to the NHL here.
You've got to be fucking serious.
Two best words in sports, Game 7, and boy, do we have one tonight. Canucks-Oilers, Game 7. The puck drop
99.
at 9 p.m. Eastern. PK Subban.
30, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Yes! Everyone jump into celebration. Y'all contributed for this kickoff return by Toddy. Namaste. That is how you get it done, really.
Connor McDavid. He's been the best player in the world for a long time now, but hasn't been able to get there. And I don't know how much of that responsibility you can put on his shoulders, but in a one-game situation, Game 7, you would
First
expect
career punt return, and that should boost up Richie James's attributes as well.
Into a
he should be a superstar.
Situation. So,
honestly, he has 94 speed. He should be a superstar. I don't give it away. Madden says.
I'm based in Dallas, PK, so my wife and my two daughters, they are diehard Stars fans. I learned hockey
234
yards in Columbus, Ohio.
Really?
With the likes of like Kevin Dineen and Jody Shelley. So when it comes to the grind that it takes to get to this point for a guy like Connor McDavid, if you can sum it up, like how hard it is just to get to one game away from even reaching the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, you know what? It's a grind. It definitely is a grind. I'm sure that Connor McDavid makes the grind look a whole lot easier because of the fact that he's so skilled and so talented. But it is difficult. And when you think about it,
let's go. Ojulari with a couple of sacks.
The Dallas Stars. I mean, Dallas Stars may be the best team on paper and might be playing the best hockey right now of any postseason team. So, it's not going to get any easier once you get to the conference final. But for him, I think that
yes, Zimenez, his first sack of the season, 9th of his career.
It matters, and for the Edmonton
and we get the ball.
I think that
and we get the move in the bar. Let's go.
Because I don't think it should just be on Connor McDavid's shoulders and Leon Draisaitl.
Let's see with Dory Jackson.
The Evander Kanes, the Matthias Ekholms, the Bouchards, Bouchard, their goaltending situation. Whoever's in net.
Yes, sir. What a return. And we knocked them out of the
moment in the bar. Connor's going to do everything he can to try to pull them into it. But I think what Connor's also looking for is, like, winning a Stanley Cup is a team award.
What?
You've got to do it by committee, and there's got to be different heroes every night. And it'll be great to see the Edmonton Oilers win tonight and move on, and see the hero maybe be someone other than Connor McDavid. I think that would be the best case situation for the Edmonton Oilers moving forward.
PK Subban joining us here on Amber and Ian. Brock Boeser is out tonight, apparently with non-life-threatening blood clotting issues. How big of a loss is that for this Vancouver team?
Huge loss. Huge loss. This is a guy that's a veteran player with experience, that's a leader in that locker room, and that's a proven goal scorer, both in the postseason and regular season. And those guys are the guys you lean on in a Game 7. He's a game breaker. He's a facilitator. He's been a part of their number one power play unit all year long. So this puts more pressure on an Elias Pettersson who hasn't really found his A game in this playoffs yet, and he's going to have to find it in Game 7. They're going to need him more than they've ever needed him before. And he signed the big ticket. That's why you sign the big ticket, is for games like tonight. So, listen, can they get through the fact that they're not going to have Brock Boeser in the lineup? Yes, but it's going to take the help from the depth scoring. A lot of guys in the depth scoring are going to have to step up. Dakota Joshua one guy to name, Connor Garland, who's been playing great hockey. He's going to have to continue to play great hockey for Vancouver. But Elias Pettersson, for me, with Brock Boeser out, he's got to be the guy. Like, I have to watch this game tonight and see him all over the ice and having his fingerprints on this game, win or lose.
Hey, PK, the big question is Edmonton's favored this game, minus 161 on the ESPN bet. What do you got?
Oh, man. You know what? I'm not a betting man. I'm sort of balling on a budget. I try to keep my wallet pretty tight. But I will say this. I don't bet against Connor McDavid. I don't bet against Connor McDavid. I think anything with Edmonton winning, whether it's goals, them winning and all, anything that has to do with Edmonton tonight, I'd bet them and bet them big. Go do it.
I'm in. I'm logging on right now, Coach. I appreciate the tip, baby. PK Subban joining us here on Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio. Oilers Canucks, 9 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Before we get to Florida and the Panthers, Amber's Panthers, she won't give you the Panthers prowl or whatever it is. Sometimes it sounds like it's hitting. Whatever it is. Yeah, that thing. That one right there. It gets stronger as the night goes on, PK.
Yeah, fucking yeah.
We'll touch on that in a moment.
All right.
But I've got to know this. I've never asked you this. When you were in Nashville and you went to the Stanley Cup Finals, did you ever shotgun that damn beer out of that catfish?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. And I don't plan on doing it. I don't think I'll ever do it. I just don't want to do it. It looks disgusting to me. And I've seen some very good-looking people do it.
Yes.
You know, I know. I've seen some very
yes.
people do it.
Now, Tate Crowder. I kept calling him James Crowder, but it's Tate Crowder.
I think it was Carrie Underwood or Miranda Lamp. One of those really attractive country music stars. Shotgunned that beer out of that catfish.
Ew, that's gross.
Well, your eyes are as good as mine. I didn't get the name, but I definitely saw somebody that.
He's gone.
Yeah, that looked exactly like
300 fucking
yards. It was one of them, and if it wasn't, good on her. She looked great doing it, and it was
300 fucking yards. NFL record.
But I'll tell you, I put drinking chugging out of a catfish in the same category as seeing people take their shoe off or boot off at a bar and putting a beer in and like that's the same thing for me. It's the same thing, and I'm just not down. I'm not down.
I have heard you talk about on the McAfee show that you spent a lot of time at the Elbow Room in Fort Lauderdale, and as somebody who lived in Fort Lauderdale for like 15 years, it's not so different probably than chugging a beer out of a catfish, but maybe just a notch above. PK Subban joining us here on Amber and Ian. So let's talk about that Panthers series. The Rangers favored according to ESPN bet by 1.5 in game one. How do you see this matchup? You've been pretty kind to my Panthers all postseason long from what I've seen, PK, but are you going to be kind to them with this matchup with the Rangers?
Well, first of all, I mean, I liked how you started everything off at the Elbow Room because that's one of my favorite places to go in Florida. It's a great little spot, hole-in-the-wall spot, not too much about the glitz and glamour, more about the vibe and the culture there. So it's a good spot. Love going there. But when it comes to Florida Panthers, they're going to have to stay out of the Elbow Room for the time being and focus on these pesky Rangers because they're playing some great hockey. I mean, you don't become the President's Trophy winner of the regular season if you're not a great hockey team. They're a great hockey team, but in the playoffs, it's a different game.
Wow.
I think that the Florida Panthers can definitely hang with the New York Rangers. They can beat the New York Rangers. No one's going to argue that. It's going to come down to discipline and special teams. I think that's important. But matchups, there's going to be a lot of changes and shifting going around in this series. The coaches are going to have to buckle down because the matchups.
We don't get it. It basically is ball game
right here. In my opinion, especially when it comes to their defense, I think that Barkov and Kachuk are going to be two guys that the Rangers are going to have to pay special attention to. And, you know, with Florida, it's almost like a next man up mentality. They roll 4 lines. All their lines pretty much play the same. Obviously, they have a couple lines up front. Their top 2 lines can score a little bit, but they're meat and potatoes. Like, they're not looking to wow you, but they will. they will with their effort and their second effort and their third effort and their fourth effort. So for the New York Rangers, all that skill that they have,
shit.
you know, it looks good when you're playing on a rink that feels like an Olympic-sized rink. The Florida Panthers have a tendency to make those Olympic-sized rinks feel like backyard rinks. You know, they're going to make that rink feel small at times, and that's when I got to see the Rangers be as dominant in those tough areas.
330 yards for Metcalf, an
In
NFL
front of the
record.
opposing team's net. Like, all of that stuff is going to matter and pay dividends. I expect this to be a long series. So, to me, it's going to come down to schematics, discipline, and coaching. Florida Panthers just got to come out and play their game. Be suffocating like you always are on defense. Timely scoring on offense. And then their special teams. You got to shut down that Rangers power play. You got to stay out of the box, but you got to find a way to have success against them, because if you can't shut down their power play, it's demoralizing. That's been a huge strength to their team all season, and I think that if there's any team that can do it, it's the Florida Panthers.
ESPN NHL analyst PK Subban. Thanks, PK. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Amber. Thanks, Ian. Thanks for having me.
I got to ask you. Before we get back into hockey, he brought the culture at the elbow room in Fort Lauderdale. You've been there. What is the culture like in Fort Lauderdale?
Well, the culture at the elbow room specifically, although kind of all of Lauderdale Beach, right there on the main drive of Lauderdale Beach. The elbow room, though, is, I think, the oldest of the bars, right?
800 yards? Are you fucking serious?
The way the beach in Fort Lauderdale is set up, the main drive of the beach, is you've got the beach, then you've got a road, and then you've got right across the road all these bars, right? All these bars, all these restaurants. You can drink on Fort Lauderdale Beach. There's no open container law in Lauderdale. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And of course, the elbow room goes back to the heyday of spring break in Fort Lauderdale, where people, the boomers, talk about the heyday of spring break, right? And the elbow room is the cornerstone of that. So and it's right on the corner of like the main part that you get to the beach of Los Olas and A1A, right there.
RP
One of the oldest bars in Fort Lauderdale. It's been famous throughout generations in Lauderdale, and it is
Great. 700 yards? Are you serious right now?
Looks like it's been there since the 60s. Kind of like that, people have been, the height of partying since, the 1960s.
700 fucking
established. 1938 is when it was actually established. And 38.
Quickly.
And it's glorious.
Quickly. That sounds like my kind of show. One, strangest thing you've ever seen at the elbow room. Two, would you eat a taco off the floor at the elbow room? Like Mark Paul did.
You could not pay me to eat a taco off the floor of the elbow room. I don't know about the strangest thing I've ever seen at the elbow room. I'm sure that there's been too many things to come, but the elbow room is famous for staying open during hurricanes. So where we'll have a cat fly practically bearing down on us, and the elbow room will be the very last place. It's the place that you see on national news because people are still out there partying at the elbow room. Everything else is shut down, boarded up, everyone's evacuated town, and the elbow room is still there. Or when you get one of those near misses, the elbow room's the first thing to open back up, and everyone's there drinking. So
I gotta get to
famous establishment, but certainly not the most upscale or classiest of establishments there. That South Florida has to offer. Lauderdale Beach is a good beach. All right, coming up next here on Amber. When can you say a season has been successful? We'll get back to that. Get back into that here on ESPN Radio.
They said it, but what do they really mean? What are you trying to say to us? Sound on, sound off. With Amber and Ian.
And our producer, James Steele.
GG's.
Hi, we haven't done this in a while. I'm going to play you guys some sound. And I'll have
fucking embarrassing. Give up 60 points.
There's only one place to start, I think. A little bit earlier in the hour, we had Mavericks play-by-play guy Mark Hallowell on with us.
Or Followell.
Followell, sorry. My bad.
You're still distracted about the story he ate a taco off a bar floor at 2:30 in the morning 18 years ago.
Let's hear him talk about that.
Oh. I thought for sure, Ian, you were going to bring up the taco situation at Victory Park, which no longer exists in Dallas. And I was going to say, hey, Amber, this guy eats tacos that he's dropped on the floor. Yeah, about the. But did he tell you about the 5-second rule?
All he said was that Mark ate a taco off a bar floor, and that was quite literally the only introduction to you that I got.
My hero.
And so I didn't know I have no details. I don't know if you're like on your hands and knees eating a taco off a floor of a bar. It's pretty disturbing.
It drops. It dropped, and I just I'm not somebody that's concerned. I'm impervious to a lot of things, so I'm not concerned about the germs or anything like that.
Amber, do you believe in the 5-second rule?
Typically, it depends. It depends on the venue. It depends where I am. I would not believe the 5-second rule at a bar.
In your kitchen.
In my home.
Yeah.
When my child drops something in my home, I maybe have said to him before, 5-second rule, pick it up, go. Right? Because mom is not making that again. But in a public space, in a bar, there ain't no chance of ever testing the waters on a 5-second rule, which very clearly defies science.
I am a huge believer, firm believer in the 5-second rule, but at 2:30 in the morning at Victory Park, which, like he mentioned, is no longer here, maybe some health code violations, who knows? Ain't no shot that it was my taco that fell 18 years ago, and we still talk about it to this day. Because he had to scoop up the remnants off the floor with the shell and then devoured it. Yeah. He's my hero for that. We were friends forever because of that story.
Counterpoint, alcohol does kill germs, so.
Oh, and there was some that night. Yeah,
it's just a counterpoint.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
That's all. It's a counterpoint. All right, let's move on.
James, are you a believer in the 5-second rule?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Anywhere. We watched
anywhere.
I'm for it. We watched the Knicks finish second in the East and made it all the way to a Game 7 in the East semis, only for all the injuries to finally catch up to them. But was this season a success for the Knicks? Jalen Brunson isn't so sure.
You didn't think this was a successful year.
Right.
And last place.
How would you evaluate?
We can't slack off.
Did we win the championship? Did we get close?
You know what? I'll just watch that Vikings bear against you. I'll be back.
No, that's just that's my mindset. That's just how it is.
Ian, would you consider this season a success for the Knicks?
I would, but I'm not a Knick. That dude's the leader of the Knicks. That dude's won rings, at Villanova. He's been to a Western Conference Finals, and to be bounced in the second round of the East. I love the answer from Jalen, but as an outsider looking in and an analyst, remember the meeting, I would say this was a hell of a year for the Knicks. They weren't expecting to get a star, especially with the mass shooting they were throwing out there. They ran out of bodies. Yeah, I would say it was.
No, I don't agree. Because the New York Knicks, they were the 2 seed. They won 50 games this season. No, it's not a success if you can't even make it to a conference finals. I understand that they were beat up and they were broken with all the injuries. And so because of that,
please tell me got a speed boost.
And they run out of gas.
Damn it.
In a great 7-game series against Indiana. I'm not taking anything away from the season that Jalen
I need to
Brunson
enhance
had,
his speed.
But with the expectations of that New York team, it's not a success. There can be reasons for it. I do think injuries are reasons, not excuses, right? There are actual reasons that the Knicks couldn't go further than that. But at the same time, the reasons are the reasons, and you can't just spin that into, this was some sort of glorious success. No, it wasn't, even if there's reasons that it wasn't.
It's been 20 years since the Timberwolves made it to the West Finals. After they beat the Nuggets last night, Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns were asked about advancing, and they had this funny exchange with a reporter.
And usually in NBA history, it says you have to lose and lose big before you win. What is it about this team that says
we lost last year?
Yeah, but that's different. You have to lose at a bigger stage. That's just the truth, dog.
Damn!
Amber, how funny has it been to watch Anthony Edwards?
Good sound.
Yeah.
It's the playoffs. We lost here.
Yeah, but that's history.
Advancing, and they had this funny exchange with a reporter.
And usually in NBA history, it says you have to lose and lose big before you win. What is it about this team that says
We lost last year.
Yeah, but
Yes, you got a speed boost.
Bigger stage. Usually, teams
It's the playoffs. We lost last year.
Yep, he'll be a team captain.
Damn, how much more we gotta lose?
Yeah, how much you want us to lose?
We're losing for 20 years.
For 20 years.
I mean, that's just the truth, dog.
Damn.
And how funny has it been to watch Anthony Edwards?
Such
Like,
good sound.
yeah.
I mean, it's so good. The entire press conference was so good. It really is. You can tell Ant just brings out that different side of Cat. He really, it seems to loosen him up, and it's so funny.
Well,
And
I
often
do
for
that
Anthony
the game
Pelton,
against the
like trying to
Texans
give
at
serious
home.
answers, and
Oof,
Ant will be
both
just
teams are bad.
off to the
Oof,
side, just
oof,
mumbling
oof.
things under his breath the whole time. But those two dudes, yeah, when they're
Oof.
on it, and they're right.
37 points,
Now, I
52
understand
points a
what the
game
Red Bull
allowed.
was doing,
Oof.
because I
49
too have tried that
giveaways,
exact
15 takeaways.
conversation, right?
Negative
Yes, they lost,
34.
but their
Oh my god.
expectation wasn't. It didn't feel like they were there yet. Whereas most teams have to lose in a season where you actually feel like they're a contender before they actually truly become a contender. That's kind of what he was trying to do. But also, I understand Ant and Cat's point. Like, damn, they've done a lot of losing.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, it's like when Jimmy Johnson was the head coach of the Cowboys. Cowboys had to get past the Niners. They would fail, right? Or Green Bay, after the Cowboys got past San Fran, Brett Favre and the Packers would always lose to the Cowboys, and then they finally got over the hump. You have to lose in a grand fashion and learn from it to be able to advance. Can we have time to play that one more time? Do we have time to just the greatness of that? Hit it.
And usually in NBA history, it says you have to lose and lose big before you win. What is it about this team that says
we lost last year?
Yeah, but that's different. You have to lose at a bigger stage.
We gotta lose.
Yeah, how much you want us to lose?
We're losing for 20 years.
I mean, that's just the truth, dog.
Damn.
That's just so good. Like Jordan had to get past the Pistons, right? I mean, that's what the reporter was saying. But these guys, like, it's been 2 decades, man. How much more do you want? That's just great.
Right.
That's just absolutely.
Yeah, and listen, they could still get that moment. Like, we're they haven't won the Western Conference Finals yet, right? I mean, there's still a couple huge stages here that they could lose on. But man, is that funny from those guys. Coming up next, is it good or bad to not have a dynasty right now in the NBA? We'll get into that next on ESPN Radio. You probably just heard on SportsCenter the Sun and Fever game is tied at 82 apiece, with just over 52 seconds left in the fourth quarter. So when we do get a winner in that game, we will be bringing it to you right here on Amber and Ian. Amber and Ian is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs, from quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. You can find Ian Fitzsimmons at Ian Fitz ESPN. You can find me, Amber Wilson, at Amber W Sports. So one of the things that we've been talking about throughout tonight is the young kind of changing of the guard here in the NBA. And for the 5th consecutive year, the defending champ has fallen, and we will not get a repeat NBA champion. And for a while there, it felt like all we were getting was repeat NBA champions, particularly during the Warriors dynasty there. Ian, there ain't no dynasty, no mo. Okay, this is certainly a league of parity. But I wonder, from the NBA's perspective, and I think that the NBA likes that the future is bright in terms of so many young stars leading these teams. You know, the Ants and the Lukas and the Jason Tatums, and we talked about that earlier in the show. If you missed anything here on Amber and Ian, check out the podcast on the ESPN app. But I do also wonder if the NBA would prefer if there was still a juggernaut in the mix. Because it felt like Denver was going to maybe be that team that could be a contender with the best player in the world, who's now
We're
just
86 overall. Oh, it's going to be a
every
cakewalk.
single season. So maybe they would become
Because we at home, coming off the bye. We need a dub. We're going to get the dub. This is 3 CJ Stroud. 40 picks.
Nobody's really at the top of this NBA game right now.
So leading the league in passing yards, but 40 interceptions.
When you have good versus good, right? Or an underdog and a heavy favorite, because America, for the most part, sports fans in this great country of ours, back the underdog. They don't have a rooting interest or a dog in the hunt, right? They traditionally will go with the underdog. You go back to when Golden State won their first title in 2015. were the
He
juggernaut.
misses it to the left.
Again, go back to just 2022. That was their last one. So
Oh wow.
you look at that
Nailed it.
dominance, and they weren't
Davis
necessarily a villain,
Mills.
but they were that team that you knew you had to go and kick their ass in order to get a chip. Well, now ever since then, I mean, you've had, to your point, Golden State in 18, and the Raptors beat the Warriors, and it was the Lakers, and it was the Bucks, and it was the Warriors, and
Why
it was
does
the
this
Nuggets.
shit do this
Now
stupid
it's
shit?
going to be Dallas or Minnie or Indiana or Boston, a new champ. And I love the competitive balance personally, but you do need that evil empire. And who will it be? It's not going to be the Mavs, right? I mean, Luka's. The only thing about Luka that drives people nuts is he complains too much to the refs.
He does.
And that's about it. The feel-good story is Minnesota. I mean, you just tuning in, that clip of Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns when they were asked the question, traditionally you have to fail on a grand stage in the NBA or any sport for that matter, NFL, learn from that, and then you make a run. And they're like, man, we've been losing 20 years.
Yes, sir. User set and half a set with my boy Sexy Dexy and Blake Martinez.
I do. I mean, and until we actually organically see that next dynasty, and will it be Minnesota with that young nucleus? Will Boston finally break through and be that new dynasty in the East? I have no earthly idea. I mean, that's how I think Boston's coming out of the East. I don't think they're going to sweep Indiana by any stretch of the imagination. I wouldn't be surprised if that thing went 6. I have no clue right now as far as Minnesota and Dallas. None. But bottom line is, I think Boston on ESPN Bet is the favorite. But if they win one chip, all right, does that build them to go and repeat? I think it's just so damn hard now, Amber, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. Like, Denver looked tired for the first time, and they were relatively healthy. But at the end of that game, especially when you're up 20, 58-38, with 10:50 to go in the third, a 20-point lead at home in Game 7, and you lose by double digits. Wow, how does that happen? And so is it now the grind of not just the chase for the Larry O, but also the demands that you have off the court in the offseason when you do win, and social media and everything else from a mental standpoint? Is it that much harder now than it was even 5-6 years ago? I don't know. I really don't have a good explanation for you as to why we are going to see for the 6th straight year, a new change. But that's the best I can come up with, is that the grind has gotten that much harder, maybe from a mental standpoint, not so much as a physical standpoint.
Really, you are a Titan hockey.
And I think that you see a Minnesota Timberwolves team where Jokic said they're
Yeah.
they put together their
No, I'm
roster.
not sleepy. I'm good.
Like that. It feels like Minnesota was
Good
put
job,
together
defense. You stopped him.
with the Nuggets in mind. And so how do you beat the Denver Nuggets? Apparently, you beat them with size, and you beat them with tenacity, and you just wear them down defensively. Minnesota was not great offensively by any means.
I'm being serious when I say that, by the way.
Yeah, you take
Tim Connolly was
Oh, Troy Nicholas scored in the first quarter. I knew about the fourth quarter score, but I didn't know he scored in the first quarter.
Minnesota money whips the hell out of them to come and put together a team.
Really, guys? You gave him a touchdown to the quarterback? Come on, man.
He took the blueprint that he created in Denver, and then he went and he created a blueprint to beat the blueprint that he put together in Denver. And he knew how to do that.
Really?
And so it's a team that was in a chess match like that, where it feels like, the teams that need to get over the hump are constructing themselves. Frankly, it felt like to me as a Heat fan that's what Boston did. Again, we didn't get a chance.
Not happy whatsoever.
But it felt like that the Boston went out and they got a lot better when they fell to the Heat last season, because they realized, hey, that team has been a problem for us. Let's go out and construct ourselves to go ahead and get past that team. And so it's been a bit of a chess match with all these organizations of kind of how to get past each other. And there is nobody that seems to be able to stay completely on top, because people seem to have answers to the equation, whereas before there was no answer. It took forever for anybody to figure out an answer for the Golden State Warriors. It was like,
literally 22 hours in the first quarter.
What is this shooting that we're seeing. You know, we've never thought to shoot the ball from the outside.
At that volume. Yeah. I mean, seriously.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's why
Fatigue's
again,
faster.
they've got more
Ooh,
rings
yes,
in the
sir.
last 9 years.
That helps.
I mean, they were the dynasty. Keyword
but
were.
people figured it out.
Yeah.
I mean, part of it's aging,
and they got
obviously.
older. Let's be honest. And
right, they're aging,
up.
right. But also people figured it out. Like, you can't just go, and not given, like, you can't replicate Steph Curry anyways, but you can't just go, like, put together a team like the Warriors and expect it to necessarily pan out the same way. It's the same way that we've seen the departure from the Big Three in the NBA. And then you saw the Suns try to do it. And it's like, oh, no, but that doesn't actually work in this NBA landscape the same way that it once did.
You actually have to
No!
Yeah, build a little chemistry. Let me ask you this, because there's remarkable storylines on both sides.
You've got to
Either
be
Luka and
fucking
Kyrie are
serious.
going to the finals, or Ant-Man, Cat, and this remarkable young Minnesota team are going to the finals. Storylines abound either way, and then you've also got Indiana in this feel-good story with Tyrese Halliburton, and these underdogs that no one's really talked about all year versus the juggernaut in Boston with these phenomenal names that we do know because they just were in the finals.
McKinney with a half a set.
Golden State. With all those storylines, is that great for the NBA? Is that better for the NBA to have competitive balance and these young studs and the best team in the regular season, or have that dynasty and villain to root for?
I mean, what the ratings typically tell you is it's better to have the dynasty and the villain. I've never understood that. For me, I much prefer that. Much prefer that. I would much rather, like, I get so bored. I get so bored with the Golden State Warriors games and with any of these dynasties. It's just boring. You know, it's like, other than when this is doing it, that was cool. But but no, I mean, realistically, unless it's your team, it can get a bit boring, and you just get tired of it. And even if it's a lovable team, like at one point the Warriors were lovable, and then I started hating them because they just got old, right? And that's what happened. But at the same time, it seems to help ratings. So from a ratings perspective, we're seeing things end up being helpful. I've never fully understood it. I think it's because people have the connection, like it's a connection point. It's easy. For example, this
45, 40,
team
to the 35, to the 30, to the 25, to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, to the 5.
So the connection point is there for Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They're familiar with that, even though we've seen different iterations of that team. That core has remained, and so we're familiar, sort of, with that team.
Give me close, competitive, exciting games, and that sells over everything we're talking about.
Yeah.
Not mattering to you how many times the team has been there, or
because that Minnesota-Denver series was boring as hell until Game 7. It was.
What? You're drunk.
I feel like both all NBA fans were super tuned into that series, even though that series was overrated in that moment because it was kind of blowout after blowout. But we were all tuned in because of the team and because of the stars in that series. So we'll see. I mean, if the Indiana Pacers end up in an NBA Finals, and not to take anything away from the Pacers, but the starters on the Celtics, people are more familiar with, so it ends up helping the ratings a little bit. Whether that's fair or not, and certainly probably doesn't feel very fair right now to Indiana. They've already felt enough disrespect in the series they just had with the Knicks. Coming up next here, the Knicks, speaking of, they ran out of gas, but...
Are we surprised about that? No.
That is next year on ESPN.
No.
Took 7 games, but the road team has finally won. The Indiana Pacers advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in a decade, and they'll head straight to Boston to face the Celtics.
We expected to be here. This ain't a surprise for us. It's no fluke. We expect this from our group, and then once we added P, we knew that we could really take off.
Congrats to our guys. They won this game and really won the series with just a lot of competitive class. This group really, when things got tough today, they just problem solved their way through it.
You heard there, the Indiana Pacers beat the New York Knicks big last
Takes it Darnell Holmes, his first career pick six, and they're taking the lead.
Finally wins. The road team is moving on to the Eastern Conference Finals. The NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Tune in tomorrow night for Game 1 of those Eastern Conference Finals as the Celtics host those Pacers, presented by Indeed. Coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on most ESPN radio stations and on Sirius
I like topics.
Channel 80. But let's talk about
45 to the 45, 40 to the 35 to the 30. To the 25
fail
down the right
to
sideline.
give
He's
the Indiana
gone.
Pacers credit for what they
Kick
did,
a
but
punt
we are
return
going to
for a
continue to
touchdown.
watch them play
65 yards.
basketball, by the way, a little
Oh,
WNBA before we move on. The Sun beat the Fever 88-84. So still winless season there for Caitlin Clark.
She played well.
They haven't lost 20 games
Some
now.
of those hard screens that were set on her, that no team wants to be the first to lose to the Caitlin Clark Fever. I mean, it's like Diana Taurasi said, right? During the NCAA final with her and Sue Bird, and Diana said, "Oh, we'll introduce her to big girl basketball when she gets here," and they have. Not just Diana, but everybody. They're coming out. Quick update also in the Chase Ford Stanley's Cup at Game 7, Edmonton, Vancouver. The puck has dropped on ESPN. Edmonton has already hit the post. 0-0 right now, early in the game, but they have been living so far in Vancouver. Back to
you. Yeah, just over 17 minutes left in the first in that one. Back to the Fever for a moment. Caitlin Clark put up 17 points tonight.
Julia Love, pick it up.
Kelsey Mitchell for the Fever also had 17 tonight. So Caitlin was matched there. Thompson for the Sun had 24 points, 14 boards, 9 assists tonight as a leading scorer for the Sun, and Connecticut gets the dub. All right, back to the NBA, though. Let's talk about the Knicks, because their season is over, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens for this Knicks team moving forward. Now, you went ahead and valued their season as a success. I said that, no, I wouldn't call it a success based on just how many games, how good they were.
Yes, he's gone! Inside the 5!
So they should have been expecting to have this level of success. I feel like maybe go 7 in the second round of the postseason. But now
Jared called the
question
fullback.
is, do they need more moving forward? Like, is this successful enough then, since you think it was a success, that you feel like they just run it back and build on it?
No, they need another player, but the reason I thought it was a success, I wouldn't have thought it a month ago if you told me to get bounced in the second round. But after watching how it unfolded, with Bogey going down with that tangle with Batum against the Sixers in round 1, you lose him to an ankle. You lose Obi to a hamstring pull. These are all real injuries. Josh Hart had an abdominal strain. Going down the list, we don't have
Mitchell Robinson.
So
Jalen Brunson, the last game.
Well, that one I'm going to give a pass.
Julius Randle, obviously, during the regular season.
But with everything that happened, if you asked me a month ago they get bounced in the second round, hell bleeping no, it's not a success. The way we watched it unfold, yeah. To go get to Game 7 against a damn good Indiana team, yeah, I'm going to say, you know what? They won't say it. We just heard Brunson talk about it. He doesn't view it that way. The only thing that he views as a successful season is winning the Larry O. I remember after the Mavs lost in the Western Conference Finals to Golden State, he was livid. That dude is used to winning rings at Villanova, plural, right? And that's all that matters to that young man. So, but I personally, as an outsider, view it as a successful season because of how it unfolded. Again, you asked me a month ago? Hell no. Now? Yeah. Tip of the cap to him. But now they have to go at it, Chip. And they're going to run it back with Tibbs. He's going to get a big, big raise because he coached his butt off. And his players fought their tails off for him. It was just, they didn't run out of gas. To me, they ran out of box. So now they got to go find a big fish and bring him in.
So let's talk about Tibbs for a second, because the head coach of the New York Knicks, he, after the game, after the defeated loss, after the season comes to an end, he credited his team for never giving up despite all the adversity that team faced.
Are we getting everything out of the group? And the only thing you could ask for is everyone puts forth their best effort. And we got that all year from these guys. So, and I think what goes along with that is peace of mind and knowing that you did your best. So that's all you could ask for in a lot of teams I think would have folded. They didn't. Like, we took the hit with Mitch, and then then you add in Julius and OG, your starting front line, and then Bogey goes out. So that and it was hit after hit, but these guys never folded. They kept fighting, and so that's all you could ask for.
They did keep fighting, and you certainly got the most that you felt like you could have gotten out of a lot of those guys when everybody kept falling around the entire rotation, frankly. And Tibbs has a reputation for running players into the ground. Fair or not, he has a reputation
How is he
for
hot?
playing guys
Here's
maybe a little too
93
much.
feet.
Certainly something that's easy to criticize in this era of the NBA, right? Where now, I mean, load management and everyone wants to rest, and it feels like at times nobody wants to play basketball during the regular season. And then you have a coach that expects them not just to play basketball, but to play basketball all the time and every minute of basketball. And it has in the past arguably worn down some bodies, which is where he's gotten his reputation.
Not just
So
in
now
games,
you
but practice
enter
also.
Oh, a little closer. Jelly?
Yeah, he practices
Jelly?
so hard, he kind of runs them into the ground. And so that reputation exists,
Why you
and
froze
then
on me
you
like
have
that?
this team where everybody's dropping like flies. And the two things aren't necessarily related, but when the reputation exists, it's going to be
Yes!
now.
Break the tackle! He died! Yes!
Was on Sportsman, and he said that despite that narrative existing, the players actually love this head coach.
Oh, yes.
These
That
guys
body
love him
came at
so
a
much.
perfect time.
I know that in the past that there's been the concept that people don't want to play for Tibbs. The Knicks, there's no way they're anywhere near this without Tibbs and the way that he's been with the players. And it was a combination of things. It wasn't just the heavy minutes. Some of these injuries were freak injuries. So I think it's a combination of facts. I think just saying it's because of Tibbs, it is playing style. I don't think that's fair to the whole situation.
I could not agree more with Wendy. You could tell the way these guys fought after another guy goes down, and another guy goes down, and another guy goes down. And another dude stepped up and stepped up and stepped up. I could not agree more.
Yeah, it definitely did not seem like the Knicks players had any problem playing. Or any problem playing for him in the postseason. They could not have seemed more motivated, frankly. No matter what teams they lost, we've obviously seen them get most of the
Wow. Wow.
nobody ever expected.
Oof, my boy.
Jalen Brunson to be
Struggling.
this good, frankly, as a number
Struggling.
one. Now,
I'm
can
in
they
deep
win a
coverage.
championship with Jalen Brunson?
I probably want to go deep off.
That still remains to be seen. But it does feel like these guys really do enjoy playing for that coach. Coming up next, we'll find out what's a big deal and what's not a big deal.
What?
Here on
You see
ESPN
one
Radio.
in now?
Still a tie game right now in Canucks Oilers Game 7.
What?
The puck dropped about 30 minutes ago. Still 0-0 right now. Just under 11 and a half left in the first period. Amber and Ian presented
So far,
to you by
so good,
Progressive
guys.
Insurance. You find him at Ian Fitz, ESPN. You find me.
Gotta get off the snide.
Let's find out what's a big deal and what's not a big deal.
It's making headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
Is it a big deal or not a big deal with Amber and Ian?
Hello. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, there's a lot of things going on with control, but I intermittently look up at the game, and there have just been like there have been two giant saves by each goalie. One by Vancouver's, like maybe 90 seconds into the game, and then about 5 minutes ago, from it's been nuts. It's been mostly controlled by the Oilers.
Brawl because it's hockey.
That's not a brawl. It's pushing and shoving. Brawl and pushing and shoving. That's fine.
Pushing. Just hugging. Hugging it out.
Each team has hit a post. I mean, get ready. I mean, this is going to be a ride. This is going to be awesome.
All right. So big deal, not a big deal, right here on ESPN Radio.
Game 7, big deal.
Yeah, Game 7 feels like a big deal.
It's a big deal for sure. All right, so I feel like if I don't put this in here, you guys would just yell at me. Two Chiefs were arrested for marijuana possession over the weekend. Offensive lineman Juan Morris, and I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. They were arrested Thursday night in Johnson County, Kansas City on misdemeanor possession of
Touchdown! Touchdown! Oh, what a throw! What a toss!
Where are the rest of them?
Daniel Ballard is first of the year. And the Giants have broken it open in the first half.
Oh, this is a funny deal. This is what this is. This has been a very, very funny off-season, tragic off-season, funny off-season though a bit for Kansas City Chiefs. They're all over here with these crimes and it's bad PR, and it's been a whirlwind for that PR department there for the Kansas City Chiefs. So they were arrested in Kansas, where Johnston County appears to be.
Marijuana?
That's like a thing we're doing for like
Yes.
amounts of marijuana. That's like a thing that's still happening out there. Come on, Kansas, get it together.
I like weed, but I still think it's overrated though, because I used to smoke it when I was younger, but I don't smoke it anymore.
By non-letter of the law. Some with you, Amber. It was a small amount. They weren't driving, correct? It wasn't like they were operating a motor vehicle, or were they?
I don't know. They weren't charged with that if they were.
Yeah, misdemeanor. So come on, man. I mean, it's legal in how many states now? That part is
criminalized. And yes. You know, like even if it's not legal, like it's not legal in Florida, recreational marijuana.
But medicinal is. Yeah. That aspect of it is not a big deal. But from a legal standpoint, yes, in Kansas, it still is. Now I'm with you, Amber. Kansas. Come along for the ride, right, with the rest of America. Tax the ever-loving hell out of it. You make money.
Nigga. I was about to say, sit your ass down. I'm not getting. I couldn't even tell they got blasted by a tight end.
If a 14-year-old has figured that out, hey, the state of Kansas, you might want to legalize it and tax the hell out of it. There you go.
Not our federal government yet.
Come along for the ride, right, with the rest of America. Tax the hell out of it, and you'll make money on it. There you go.
Yes. Let's all make money, honey.
My daughter Marin said we went to New York. I told you that story last year. Yeah. People making money on that weed.
I mean, she's not wrong. I mean, she's not wrong.
Kansas, you might want to legalize it and tax the hell out of it. There you go.
Motherfuckers been making money on that shit for decades. Really? First throw again.
It is a wild off. Like everyone needs to, just like call them all into OTAs or like put them. They all need to like stay at a team hotel. Everyone report. Now it's mandatory. Okay, we're making it mandatory. Everyone report. Everyone has a 7 p.m. curfew.
All right.
That's fun.
I mean, at this point, I agree.
Drug testing starts early.
7 p.m.
Speaking of OTAs, star wide receiver Justin Jefferson, who has been in talks with
touchdown. Not a fan. Not a fan.
Team sources told me this been Schefter and Jefferson also met the earlier portion of the Vikings offseason program, which likely
got away.
from the NFL draft general manager Mensa to the team, and Jefferson will make progress on the deal, although the sides paused talks during the draft. Not a big deal. Justin Jefferson, not a big deal.
Not a big
deal. Less of a big deal.
Exactly.
They're going to sign. He's not going to hit the street. He's going to be the highest paid wideout. Heck, he might even be
Boy,
the
that
highest
was
paid
a dumb decision.
in the NFL. He's that good. So, me, it's
what?
Not this thing's going to get done. And I wouldn't have shown up if I were him either.
He's on the 5th year of his rookie deal. He'll make $19.7 million in 2024. By the Vikings.
Yes, what a throw! Yes, for the shot!
The reality of it, if you're the Vikings, you're going to end up paying him. We keep seeing these reports that they are inching towards a contract, that they're working towards a contract. They're making progress towards one, even if it's slow. Now, it's an interesting predicament.
Wow, 150 yards
at
the first
one
half.
point, it looks like, are they going to move on from Justin Jefferson? We've passed that, right?
No.
And yes, they're going to have a new quarterback there in place.
Yes, sir. Belly, 2 toddies.
So even, it's not like
all right, this game is on me.
prime and that we are in it's such a duality of philosophies that they can't move forward with the best wide receiver in the game. If you're Minnesota, go ahead and pay him, help your rookie quarterback out.
Quarter, and for the rest of the second quarter,
Having that position on a rookie deal, you'll be able to build even around that guy more. So, yeah, I do think that they end up getting a deal done. And also for a vet like Justin Jefferson to not show up for this portion, it's
Yeah, let's move to NASCAR. Michael Stenhouse Jr. threw a punch at Kyle Busch after Sunday night's NASCAR All-Star race. Stenhouse and Busch had an animated conversation after the race following an early caution. Busch punted Stenhouse into a wall on lap 2, and Stenhouse's car went head-on into the wall. Quote, I felt like Kyle and I have always raced each other really hard back in the Nationwide Series. We were competing for wins week in, week out. Never had any issues, Stenhouse said on Fox after the fight. I wrecked him one time at Daytona, and he's kind of badmouthed me ever since then. Ian, big deal, not a big deal. NASCAR fight.
Big deal because it's always entertaining. And you had one of the biggest villains involved in it who has stunk the last couple of years. He even told him, hey, I'm as bad as you are. Right? And then Ricky just shocked him. I mean, it was absolutely fantastic. And then when you get both pit crews involved and they're throwing blows, to me, I'm all in. Again, you have a villain and a good guy. Yeah, sign me up every time you get one of these when it comes to NASCAR. I'm all in. I'm not a big NASCAR follower. I watch Daytona, Talladega, the big races. But this is a big deal. Why? Because it involved one of the biggest villains, not just in NASCAR, but in sports, who happens to stink now. I love it. And Ricky got a good shot at him.
And Kyle Busch, you're saying. Kyle Busch is the villain for the people who don't know. Yeah.
Not little Ricky. No, Ricky be Ricky. But he got a good shot in there, man. It was awesome. He's like 5'1".
No, but also there was a music group, Little Ricky. Anybody remember? No, that's Pretty Ricky. That was Pretty Ricky. Never mind.
Nobody got the Ricky Henderson quote right there? No one? Ricky be Ricky. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
No. I haven't followed NASCAR in years, so, but this I followed. This we all watched when it came up on our timelines. And then there, like you said, the pit crews got involved, and there was like some dude, and he's like throwing another dude off the ramp to get to the truck. And he's
get off this hauler!
Or whatever, get off this hauler, and he's like throwing him, and I'm like, what is, like, this is the most NASCAR of NASCAR-y stuff that I've ever
Kyle Busch tried to come off the hauler and get back at Ricky.
Yes,
I mean, it was so good.
Oh my God, it was ridiculous. But entertaining nonetheless, and are they not supposed to, like, isn't that racing? Don't they kind of like race and then... that's an amazing quote, by the way, that, like, I wrecked him back at Daytona, and he's been salty ever since. Like, it's just a Tuesday. Like, yeah, I wrecked him, and, like, he's just, been a baby about it ever since.
Huh? Yeah, why don't you get over?
That's like baseball pitchers, right? You showed me up.
A couple hundred miles per hour, whatever.
Was it Nolan Ryan?
Get over yourself.
Was it Nolan Ryan who hadn't, like, somebody showed him up in, like, 1984, and he hadn't faced him again, and he saw him like 8 years later in spring training, and he made him wear one. And they asked him out, like, why? Showed me up 9 years ago. I think it was Nolan Ryan. That was very Nolan, like baseball-esque, right? Where, I wrecked him at Daytona in, 2016, and he hadn't gotten over it. I'm all for it.
One more real quick. EA Sports released its official trailer for a College Football 25 video game, which is set to be released on July 19th for the first time in over a decade. The video game company dropped the trailer just one day after announcing the release date of the much-anticipated game and the 3 cover athletes.
That game, it's a big deal in the NIL era, because the reality is that these kids are now getting paid for EA to use their likeness, which is something that feels like a no-brainer and should have been happening all along, even if it's not with that EA deal. But yeah, it's a big deal that this thing is back.
I put on 2 years of college because of college football video games. Bill Waller and Sega in 1992 when that bad boy came out. And I did not leave Scott Burchak's apart because there were big money going around when it came to playing that particular video game. So I have not touched a stick since 1993. That'd be like giving a crack addict a pipe. We loved it. I mean, My kids don't play, by the way. They are not gamers at all, which I'm so thrilled about. But
My
yes,
plan is
What's
to try
about
to
him?
make sure that
they don't touch it.
mine is not either.
They go outside.
You
Yeah.
say you just saying that because you thought that people who play video games were nerds.
No, I loved it.
No, not you, Annie.
Oh.
That's why she's going to try to
No, me.
But
Correct.
yeah, this is a big deal because this game, it's a forget cult following. It's a culture when it comes to college kids, college athletes, grown adults. I'll watch Joseph Scott Galloway and Kirk Herbstreit almost come to blows in Kirby's basement over damn college football, EA Sports college football. Because nobody can beat Joey Galloway.
Oh, come on,
you
really?
can take the reigning national champ, he'd take Youngstown State and whip your ass. I mean, it was crazy. So, yeah, it's a big
Come
deal.
on,
Grown adults that played at that level, and they're getting in hell-bent over a video game. Yes, it's a big deal.
Well, now video games are big business. How people watch people play video games. It's like worldwide tournaments for video games. It's very bizarre. I don't understand any of it. But, James, I will say, even as somebody who does find video games to be on the nerdy side, NCAA was still a video game that I played. Like, we all played. Like, that was
everyone.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Everyone plays that. Yes.
So because you
That
played
one
it, it's not
matters.
nerdy.
Correct. Then it's cool kids. Yes, right. Exactly. We also didn't watch wrestling. Coming up next here on Amber and Ian.
Wow, the
Ian
party
has some
shot
high
on
school
the way out. Wow.
graduation stories. We will hear them next. That's next on ESPN Radio. Edmonton and Vancouver still 0-4 right now, 0-0. About 2:20 left in the first period. Edmonton has 12 shots on goal. Vancouver has 2 shots on goal in the middle of a Vancouver power play right now. Under 2.5 left in
History. The longest Victor Cruz 99-yard touchdown against the Buccaneers in 2012. And Mario Manningham against the Niners 2 years later in 2014. In stride.
But she's about to leave the nest. She has graduated high school. And I will say, and
Wow.
given it's been some years.
376 yards.
A couple decades since I graduated high school. And then
An officially 100-yard drive. Officially.
Is this like a thing now? Because I feel like your daughter has been celebrating her graduation from high school for a solid month, and you've had events every weekend for it, and there's been pomp and circumstance constantly over this damn graduation.
Don't
Like,
sell
I
it
don't
short.
remember any of that.
You know what my wife calls this? It goes back to like September of 2023. She calls it not senior
Beginning of the year.
selfish year. Right? I mean, it was the year of Rowan, and God, look, she earned it. I mean, well, not all.
That's
I mean, my gosh. But to your point, yeah, there's been a ton of pomp and circumstance, yes, surrounding her graduation. But
That's how I felt in my senior year. I'm not gonna lie. After November, I just stopped giving a shit because I was like, I'm graduating soon. I don't care. I already passed most of my classes. The only thing left to do is do the exam at the end of the year. I worked out a ton in the gym because I didn't give a shit because I was like, I was already done. I completed all the classwork needed. So.
And at first I hated it, then I loved it because I got to see, a different part of the country. My older brother Brendan, got rest his soul, went to Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania. My other brother played.
Brendan Fitzsimmons, Ian's oldest brother, died due to blood clots.
At a young age, my wife is from Dallas and went to SMU. Her freshman year, she was right after the death penalty. Her homecoming was a soccer game. Yeah, not good. But anyway, she regretted not going to see a different part of the country. So Rowan last year decided she did not want to go to school in the Deep South or in the state of Texas. So she is going as far damn away nearly as possible to the great Northwest. And I'm proud of her. Again,
I already told my parents, I am not staying in this country after this year. After November or December this year, my ass is gone. Even if I have to pack all my stuff up and just have a couple of boxes with me. I don't give a shit. I am not staying in this damn country anymore. And I need your help, my subscribers, so you can help me get some more subscribers so then I can build up my base.
he
That was a weak
even
ass
the
hit.
murmur walking into the arena of we had a drop rolling off at like 3 o'clock, and so we're kind of all the parents are kind of getting together. The people watching were like, total next level. Who decided, what, we're going to address to the nines of this thing, and who's going, hell with it. We got a basketball game to go watch after this.
Is this a big high school?
Oh, Woodrow
What?
High School. Yeah, I mean, graduating class of 375, 378, something like that. Oh, yeah.
So you're like in bleachers or something.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we're in the damn arena. Oh, yeah. It was, but the funniest, the greatest part was right at the end, of the ceremony, and speeches are all done, right? Everyone's got their diplomas. You could see every
Oh, Texas burned a timeout. I didn't see that. And you can't call consecutive timeouts.
Wrap it up. Let's go. You said an hour and 5 minutes. Wrap it up. Got a game to watch. I mean, and then pictures afterward were very. I mentioned this in hour one. National Lampoon's Vacation, the original, when they're at the Grand Canyon. It's like, let's go, and then they hit the door. And the mass exodus was priceless. Then you have to go to dinner, and then we come home, and it's that emotional roller coaster of you're thrilled, she kicked ass, it's awesome, and then it's like, whoa, my baby girl is going a long way from home, and I won't be able to be there to help her on a phone call. That was over.
So why she's going away?
Probably.
That's why she's going that far.
Right. Probably. Thank you for that. But that part is a bit overwhelming. But
that's how mom and dad felt when I was graduating in high school. They was like, "Damn, Devontae has already graduated in high school already. We could have sworn it was like he was in the womb." That's how mom and dad felt. Was like, "Damn, it felt like Devontae was just in the womb and he's already graduating in high school. Like, what the fuck? Sooner or later he's gonna be 40 years old."
Yeah. Like, it's already started. She's gone. She gone. What, we're going to address to the nines of this thing, and who's going, hell with it. We got a basketball game to go watch after this. I mean,
is this a big high school? Is this a big high school?
Woodrow Wilson High School. Yeah, I mean, graduating.
They had Woodrow Wilson High School in Virginia before they changed that to Manor High School.
You're like in bleachers or something.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're in a damn arena. Oh yeah. It was.
Get off me. Yes, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 50, 10. I do have enough gas, and I got it. His second of the game.
Every fan of the Mavs, which was damn near every single person.
I couldn't even celebrate because I was so out of gas. Oh my gosh.
You said an hour. For an hour and 5 minutes. Wrap it up.
Wrap this bleep up. Wrap this shit up, my brothers. Fusco.
National Lampoon's Vacation, the original, at the Grand Canyon. Let's go. And the mass exodus was priceless. Then you have to go to dinner. Come home, and it's that emotional coaster of you're thrilled, she kicked ass, it's awesome, and then it's like, whoa, my baby girl is going a long way from home, and I won't be able to be there to help her. That was over.
So why she's going away?
Probably.
Why she's going that far?
Right. Probably. Thank you for that. But that part is a bit overwhelming. But then we get home, and my wife had picked a restaurant, Torelli's, to be able to watch the Mavs game. She's been going there since she was a kid, right? So she knew the exact table she wanted, everything else. I mean, it very well orchestrated and planned out by Kat. And we get home though after dinner. All sitting down to watch the Mavs game. Who's like, all right, see ya. Yeah. Like, it's already started. She's gone. She gone. I mean.
I cannot believe I set a franchise with second most in the game in team history. The most for the Giants is actually 72 is their franchise record. They did that against the Commanders back in the 1950 season. So we're about 10 points away from breaking that record.
Of waiting for you to get home, or
we got a dad in the hospital. We got issues right around this house, as you all know, and so we're not getting a lot of sleep around here. And so for her, we really thought she was going to stay home that night. How naive, how stupid,
right?
Were we?
That was very.
I mean, just dumb. So at 12:52, I got the text. Dad, it's okay if I stay out a little longer. Son of a. But yeah, it was a very.
You knew. Come on, Ian. You knew damn well your daughter was gonna be like, oh yeah. You thought I was going to stay home at the crib? Shit. Shit. I'm taking my ass out. We about to party. With your child literally graduating, you're like,
And the mass exodus was priceless. Then you have to go to dinner, and then we come home, and it's that emotional roller coaster of you're thrilled, she kicked ass, it's awesome, and then it's like, whoa, my baby girl is going.
That's how Dad felt with my sister. Breaks a tackle and he's in the zone. Yeah. Probably. Thanks a lot, Amber. Thank you for that barb in the neck.
Overwhelming, but then we get home and my wife had picked a restaurant Torelli's.
I couldn't find nobody open and I had to eat it.
We get home though after dinner, all sitting down to watch the Mavs game. Who's like, all right, see ya. Yeah, like, it's already started. She's gone. She gone. I mean, out the door.
Now, does she still have a curfew, or how does that
we
work?
extended it last weekend on graduation weekend till 1 o'clock in the morning. And I get the text.
Because at some point it's difficult on you guys because you're like, I don't want to have to do the crud of waiting for you to get home or having to set an alarm to make sure you got home.
We got issues right around this house, as you all know, and so we're not getting a lot of sleep around here. And so
Ballinger, no!
Stay home that night. How naive? I mean, how stupid.
Right.
Straight fucking stupid. Just that was dumb as a motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
But yeah, it was a very interesting weekend. And
breaks a tackle. Oh, 200 yards.
And it will continue all summer if she's not going to summer school, which it sounds like she's not. So it sounds like
hell no.
You're buckling up for one more summer of this before she.
The Bellinger with a toddy, Roll, roll, roll your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
Especially when they have academic scholarships.
Yeah. They was Alaska. Okay, that's right. Right. Yeah.
Remember where the story of tequila started.
Tequila.
The first tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family. And
let me intentionally shank one, just on purpose. Yeah, just shank it left. Actually, no.
It's a good time to enjoy Cuervo, the tequila that invented tequila.
Wait,
Go to Cuervo.
whoops, I was going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Cuervo, now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Beckley. SAB the CD. Copyright 2024. Proximo. Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Ah.
Do not just walk into the room, but I was.
By the way, happy belated birthday to Christopher Cote.
Who was busy on the internet, but not really talking to me. He was both talking to himself.
Nah. Well, I got the tackle. 400 yards to Davis Mills. This game is over.
Woman swallowed whole by shark.
What the fuck?
Swimming with friends.
Yeah.
Now he's still talking to himself here.
Deserving of a
Of course, yes. He's got my interest, and it is something that I too might speak out loud, talking to no one if I was reading it, because it's shocking.
What the
next
f?
thing he says while having a conversation with himself or his computer is, looks like my neighbor, Shelley. Shelley Quitman.
Is it Shelley? We hope not. I'm going to check with her.
This is what he was saying. I
need to see this because I know what she looks like.
I saw the dawning realization in Greg Cody that he may have been asking or discovering whether his neighbor had been swallowed whole by a shark.
Swallowed whole, she may answer from inside the shark.
It could be. I'm going to ask McGill later if someone could survive that. Like,
How about ask your neighbor if they're alive?
I could do. I'll wait.
Yeah.
I think the odds are she's alive.
Okay.
It's been done with whales, but
yeah, you can live in the belly of a whale.
We've had this conversation with McGill before. No, you would immediately die. There would be no living inside of a whale.
No, I think there will be.
Yeah. Okay, well, but McGill's the expert. You can beg all you want about differ. You live to beg to differ. You sometimes don't even beg. You just differ.
I go straight to differ.
You go straight. You don't beg to differ. You differ, and you do it without apology.
It's more polite to say you beg to differ than to just differ immediately.
Yeah. When you say you beg to differ, though, you're not begging.
No.
Nobody's begging.
No.
Yeah, and by the way, Geppetto, Pinocchio's dad, lived in a whale. But here's the weirdest thing about this story. I'm going to read the whole sentence. A woman who was out swimming with her friends is believed to have been swallowed whole by a 13-foot shark without any of her friends noticing. That's the weirdest part about that story. You're swimming with friends. You're having a good time.
Right, we got liquored up.
People are looking around going, where's Shelley? Like, nobody screamed?
Every friend group has a Shelley, though, that if they go missing because a shark ate them whole, you wouldn't know.
Classic Shelley.
Exactly right.
Yeah. She went quietly, apparently. If I'm swallowed whole by a shark, you're going to know it. I'm going to scream like bloody...
I think it happens very quickly, Greg. I have no expertise in this realm, but I'm thinking that perhaps it happens faster than you can scream.
You yell that kind of thing or something?
Yeah, hey, get away from me.
We gave up a touchdown to Davis Mills. Nah.
How fast do you think you are that you could, because...
I know for a fact, I'm a good swimmer, but I know for a fact, I even have to admit it. Even as good of a swimmer as I am, I know for a fucking fact that I would get swallowed up whole by a shark, and it is not a fucking thing I can do about it. I just have to just take the death and call it a day. I won't even be able to call mom and dad. I'll be like, you know what? I lived a good life. Deuces. Because you're not fighting a shark. You be a fucking idiot if you do that. And I ain't no damn idiot, so I'm not fighting no fucking shark. I'm gonna let the damn thing eat me and be like, you know what? Fuck it. Live a good life. God wanted to call me home. Go right on ahead. I ain't fighting no fucking shark. Them damn things got fucking swords for teeth.
You can punch right in the nose.
Oh, Greg, you're out of your fucking mind. They got swords for teeth. You're not.
I've read that is the way.
You're not grazing that motherfucker. You're not even putting any damn dent in that motherfucker. What makes you think you're going to punch a fucking shark in the fucking face like some fucking idiot and think you're gonna survive? Come on, bruh. Like, use your fucking head. This shit don't make sense. I'm sorry. It don't make sense, nigga. There's no fucking way you can survive that. I'm sorry.
Real tough guy in water.
Yeah, exactly right. Home court advantage.
Home sea advantage.
I'm scared of the sea for that reason. I don't like going on any animal turf that represents me.
No!
Home court advantage on the
I worked so hard.
The dominant dynasty favorite.
What's your home court, Dan? What animal would you fight and where?
What's my home court? Land is my home court.
You know, if
Thank you for differing. Go back to bed.
This is the Levator Show with the Stuttgart podcast.
okay, that was weird.
Today's episode is sponsored by
Wow, what a
DraftKings.
throw that
Stay tuned
was.
because you'll hear more about DraftKings and all it has to offer throughout the show. DraftKings.
That was
the
weird.
is yours.
We will talk about Caitlin Clark in a second.
So that was a little preview.
A lot of people are enjoying watching the struggle, and because the seasons go into each other so quickly.
Oh, what a dot by Davis! Davis Webb looking better than Davis Mills, am I right?
An uncommon amount of weight on it because she's joined a bad team and she's playing against good teams, and it's hard. But before we get to that, I just want to ask you something because I just can't help but notice how much the media industry is shaking. Like, just that things are battering the media industry and the sports media.
Oh, Galladay. Galladay, excuse me. I said Galladay by mistake.
Checking X, I'm getting what looks like.
Oh, no! No! How?
I'm scanning through things. It looks like.
Come on, David. She was dealing.
Hey, here's
oh, you threw a duck. No wonder.
Talking about last night. I don't think this was written by a computer. I think this is written by a computer. But I want to ask you about this. Fans slam ESPN's NHL playoff coverage. On May 21st, 2024, social media users expressed dissatisfaction with ESPN's NHL playoff coverage, criticizing issues such as audio-video synchronization problems, poor camera angles, and a perceived lack of focus on the game itself. Many users compared ESPN's coverage unfavorably to TNT's, which was praised for its superior quality. Criticism also extended to ESPN's broader approach to sports broadcasting, suggesting a focus on its own brand over the games. Users called for ESPN to improve its coverage or for the NHL to reconsider its broadcasting partnership with the network. Again, have no idea and don't think.
Yes, sir. Adoree Jackson. His second of the game. 40 to the 35 to the 30.
I wanted to ask you and Greg Cody today, as we're coming off of Stephen A. Smith and the New York Knicks dominating the Game 7 coverage in a way that was New York-centric and made people upset.
It made me nauseous. It made me legit nauseous because I can't stand New Yorkers. They're fucking cocky as hell and it annoys at them. I can be a little naive, but I'm not cocky whatsoever. I'm more of a humble guy than I give myself credit for.
For the Knicks. And we're entering a new broadcast time, Stugat, where ESPN doesn't just get to be the dominant thing without competition. The competition is individual brands and
Let's try Galladay again.
Into the modern age of how to cover stuff.
Yes, sir. In stride into the end zone. Touchdown. New York. Galladay with a touchdown. You get 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 a touchdown. Let's go. Oh. Let me see the stats. How my boys are doing. Do I have any highlights? Yes, sir. Oh, wow.
They cover it across the network, and then people get mad because there are other places they could go to get something that feels more nutritious than that. So what do you two make of this? Because I know Greg Cody has a legitimate problem, Stugat, with the amount of information that he's getting. He doesn't want.
And it was on single coverage. Shoot, this throw was a beautiful throw.
What is it that you're objecting to in baseball? What is the statistic?
This was on a go, basing on a fade route, over the safety's head, right in stride, down the sideline. That was a beautiful throw.
I know it was hit pretty hard. Right. I don't need to know exactly how many miles per hour it is.
Less is more.
Less is more.
Yeah. Here's a launch angle, line drive, fly ball, home run.
That's all you need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ground ball, bunt.
Exactly.
Yeah. Those are the angles.
Not that anybody bunts anymore. I think when you I think when you reach base on a bunt, you should get to take third.
Really?
Yeah, that's how rare.
2 extra bases.
Yeah,
I like that. So. What if you advance a runner to second?
That's stupid. You're stupid.
You know, I hadn't thought that.
You're stupid.
I gotta workshop that one.
And this is all this is all the computer. I didn't even do this whatsoever. And I got the block right. I was Ricky Seals Jones, and I peeled that block so well. And then Barkley just took off in 1v1 versus.
Scouts are advocating for is we get to dominate the media knowing nothing. We don't want to learn anything else. We have enough.
Against Jefferson, Tony Jefferson.
Boop,
Boop, get off me. And gone down the left sideline for the touchdown.
Why amass so much knowledge? You can't take it with you.
How was another highlight? Great attack.
You got to be selective.
Yeah.
You know, the human brain can only store so much. That's right. And I challenge Luka to tell me
Belly's
what
not
is the
3 touchdowns in this
in
game.
knowing how fast the ball has left the bat.
You know how hard people are hitting a baseball, and it
Jones, pump fakes, steps up, deep ball, down the right sideline. It is caught inside the 15.
You're out, but it doesn't mean that you had to pour it back.
What if we just measured it in Greg's measurements of pretty hard,
Max
not
Williams.
that hard,
Okay.
really hard? I think that might be
What?
helpful instead of.
It's a 90-20. What? No information. Y'all niggas drunk. Yeah, niggas are drunk. You can't be fucking serious in
You
there.
can hit 100-mile-an-hour fastball in the
40.
left field.
Breaks tackle to the 35, to the 33-yard line.
The way Wade Boggs used to do it. That's
Ugh.
all I'm saying. I can't do it, but they could.
My boy Davis Webb with a great throw.
Just swing as hard as you can
And
now
then
and hope
slightly
to make
angle the
contact.
camera like this because that's where the ball was being
Lemonheart over
placed.
here, he would rather
Rev
hit
on the play action,
100
looking,
mile an hour
finds his
line
man, deep ball to the end zone. He's got his man inside the goal line. He makes the catch. Touchdown. He's up into the end zone. Touchdown.
Well, I want you to think about it.
Ah, ha, ha.
Want to think
No,
about
you just think about it now, and then the thinking's done during the game. Imagine the pace of baseball, how quickly it would be if we weren't clicking our calculators the whole time trying to figure everything out.
Your team has been mismanaged for years by the others who are doing all of this stuff better than your team. Well, I want to ask you something because I brought you a couple of gifts here that I want to ask.
Oh, nice. Very good.
Not even my birthday.
You are a collector, you are a hoarder, and you are somebody who I was wondering whether you would want some of the things that I have here.
I'm a curator.
So, what do you imagine?
Nigga, you're a hoarder.
Right here, I've got a Florida Marlins inaugural season, and I was there for the last homestand, Marlins versus the Mets, and it's an engraved scent, not a smell.
Scent?
Not a smell. It's a penny.
Oh, like that you used to put in those machines? Coin. I love those machines. You mean coin? Yeah.
Yes, a coin.
Not like Bitcoin,
But
though.
a
That's an actual coin.
But a
You
coin
can
that
touch
looks like a penny.
A
coin.
bitty. It's tiny.
Flattened. Not even a cent.
Wow, look at that.
Can't use it.
Yeah.
Do you think this is? Do you even want this? Would you want this, or would you not want this?
That looks nice. I wonder if it's a crime, though. I don't think you can deface money.
How about?
Ah, I'm being hawked. Yes, good defense, David Belt. Much more simpler one.
Do you want this?
Did you make that?
I didn't make the
Well, it's you.
No.
You did. It's a T-shirt of you. Your face is on it.
Someone made them
For you?
Can I get a 30-yard return with Dory Jackson? Let's see.
What a coincidence.
Oh, 30, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35, 30, 25. Get off me. Yeah, yes, I got the 20-yard, 40-yard return. Let's go. Oh, what a play call. And he makes the catch. What a catch. Touchdown. Oh, Sean Jeffrey for the tutty.
Less is more, Chris. Less is more. The bad joke, he catches it 6 minutes later, and he's like, Brad Penny, it's too bad I didn't get to that.
Because he was a pitcher for the Marlins, and it was.
That's how bad the Bears are. The Bears have such bad quarterbacks that Sid Luckman had the most passing touchdowns in team history before Jay Cutler. Yeah, I hate beer. It's watery, it doesn't taste right, and it's fucking irrelevant. I don't care what anybody says. I am a liquor type of guy. I'm more of a vodka type of guy, through and through. No 10-yard rushing because it's literally less than 10 yards.
Is what I'll be drinking. That's a nice ice cold can of Miller Lite. Oh, and by the way, here's a pro tip. It
Come
really
here.
goes well with brisket.
Come here, bitch.
Miller
Bah!
Lite keeps it simple. Undebatable quality and tastes
Yeah.
as great as your boss.
Saquon Barkley with that toddy. You get that toddy. You get that toddy. You get a toddy. Yeah.
It tastes like Miller time. To get Miller Lite delivered right at your door, visit MillerLite.com.
Setting a new franchise record. Previous record, 72 points.
Responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces.
Don Lebatard. He called me on my own podcast. He called me full of shit, claiming that I'm faking interest in the solar eclipse.
Well, you do this. You love to just get excited about everything.
Okay, Junior.
Stupid.
I had to school you.
Oh, then.
He was going to take you to Augusta.
When I was 17 years old, Alan Cherry and I used to haunt the Bueller Planetarium.
This is the Don Lebatard Show.
That was weird. Wow. 2 touchdowns for Davis Webb, Tyrod Taylor, and Daniel Jones. Ah, yes. Saquon Barkley, 4 rushing touchdowns. Max Williams, 200 yards by a tight end. You gotta be serious. Bellinger with a hat trick. Yoo-hoo! Steele Jones with 2 touchdowns. Galladay with a touchdown. Aeneas Williams with a catch. Akins with 100 yards.
Okay, now it's very easy to criticize ESPN. They've been dominant for a really long time, and they're not going to give up that dominance. There have been no real challengers, but now the entire internet is working.
He's a bum.
The established
Negative 106.
And my question to you guys is, because
how the hell you have a negative 106?
Sports studio show there has
That's not even physically possible.
How and when that's going to get saved in a way that makes it so that we get to keep consuming what Barkley and Shaq and Ernie Johnson and Kenny Smith are doing.
100-yard
the new
kickoff
form
return.
of what's popular. We'll give you 5 or 6 hours with funny people you like to hang out with. The comedians
Ooh, yeah. No.
They just do radio shows
Fuck.
with each other, and now it's Louis C.K. and Andrew Schultz.
No.
Because it's getting that aggressive in the spaces where people compete for your attention.
I know this is from like an old game.
Still, here for a long time, and people are criticizing from every angle now. And I'm asking,
get that disgraceful hat off the screen.
From ESPN, because they're moving out of journalism. That's been the case for a while. And you saw nothing on Sunday that indicated anything that resembled objectivity.
Okay.
ABC, Disney, and ESPN conspired to give you something New York-centric that was brazen for ratings. I don't blame them, but what do you want?
I want to be McKinney.
What happens before the games, what happens after the games. I know people care about that stuff, Dan. I don't. I want the games. ESPN has the games. Therefore, I go to ESPN to watch the games. If Stephen A. Smith wants to make it about Stephen A. Smith before the game, God bless him. If he wants to do it after the game, God bless him. If everyone wants to be a fan and stop being a journalist, great. I arrived there 10 years ago. Welcome to the party, okay? That's what I want. I want the games. Give me the games.
Okay, but around all the games, there are things that are being complained about that represent our industry. The games are easy, you got.
Right.
Anybody who's got the games gets numbers. That part is easy. And that part is hard. But all around it, there are people sport.
I mean, I love a good pregame show. I love what, Ernie and Shaq and Charles and Kenny do on TNT. I love College Game Day. I love that stuff because it's entertaining. So go ahead, entertain me. Like, I might watch your pregame show. I might not. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's not.
The definition for that is not the same for everybody. Entertainment in sports, it's not the same, and it's changing.
I understand that, but the only thing I'm taking seriously are the actual games. I'm not taking anything seriously on the front end or the back end.
Good job, defense.
Bleeding into these broadcasts doesn't bother me one bit, but I don't come from journalism. Like, I could see it bothering my dad and Dan more than it bothers me. For me,
that a Halloween
crazy with Spike Lee is just more entertaining, so I'm cool with it.
I'm not the one who's complaining about this. I'm waking up to the complaints. They're not mine. I don't.
Ah! Why did I do that? Should have just took a knee. Should have took a knee.
I mean, I want to complain about this coverage. I want to complain that the announcers and broadcasters hate my team. I want to complain about everything involving the media, and Twitter's just. That's all you're going to find there about anything.
So what do you want?
I want to complain. That's what I want.
And in your coverage, what do you want?
I just want to watch the game, and then I want to hate the broadcasters because that's part of the fun. That's sports. You see them? You see them saying something that you disagree with, and you're like, this person is a such and such, and I don't want to hear them say this about that. I need to know who's hurt, who is an ankle lingering, is someone probable,
Gambling info.
Exactly. I don't give a damn. You can cheer for the Knicks all you want to. Right. Salute. Who's hurt though? Is Miles McBride starting? Because if so, 13.5 seems delicious.
Don't get me started on the WNBA fantasy and how we don't get proper injury reports on any of those players ever. It's insane.
How's that league going?
Oh.
No, I'm not in that league, by the way. I'm in the Underdogs and Friends League. Salute to the Underdogs, Jordan Brenner, and Peter Keating.
We seem to have somehow created 2 WNBA fantasy leagues because the first one was such a disaster, and now there's a faction. Is that right, Juju?
Yeah, it was the real one the entire time. Rose started her own thing out there in the lobby, and it was like, we're gonna have dibs. And Dan had that look in his eyes, so let's get off of this topic.
To tie things back.
I mean, just it's a Juju. It's a nightmare to me. Okay, the
metastasized.
Thank you. I have cared so little about Greg Cody's fantasy league for 15 years, and it's all he wants to talk about. And now all of your self-involvements are such that you guys.
Now let me control Barkley.
Billy, all Billy cares about. It's the only thing I see him care about here at work is the fantasy league with that he's doing. And while you guys are endlessly entertained by your narcissism, I don't think the audience wants that.
That was a natural progression to the conversation. You said, what do you want to talk about?
No!
Injury reports. Why do we want injury reports? Because of fantasy. And also because of gambling.
And also, too, it is right, brother. Like, if the NFL has a toe injury, they got that information up within seconds. These sisters are getting ready in the layup line. They still got an O by their name. That's egregious. Get it together, bro. Show these women the same respect as y'all show the second string tight end for the damn Bills.
I think most people, Dan, want to be entertained and they want to be informed of the things that matter to them. And so, like College Game Day,
let's try Smith.
Information, and then they go to Pete Thamel, and he's telling you who's playing, who's not playing. And so I think that's what people.
Ah, no! I was in a groove.
Entertain me. Give me the information from.
Damn it! I was in a groove.
What is the Juju saying there? Does it not that if the coverage of women's sports is bad in every
215 yards for Max Williams.
Something they haven't been paying attention to for a long time, and these industries are dominated by male executives. If all of that is so, doesn't it stand to reason
that old school mentality of cussing out people if they make a mistake, that shit don't work nowadays because everyone wants respect. Back then, nobody cared about respect. Nowadays, people actually give a damn.
Because you have the ability to be more informed than others with the inside information, because the information that's out there isn't covered. It isn't covered by enough people, enough resources, so that it's as comprehensive as the way that your Sundays are.
Right, to your point, the broadcast team actually is phenomenal. They got the Shanae, they got Drea, they got a great team as far as no bias, no necessary. They play for teams. Her sister play for the Storm. She ain't biased, and it's a great a product. You feel me? But they need to take that energy and still keep it with the fantasy sports, because I'm in leagues with nothing but women. You feel me? And they like, whoa, I thought she was out tonight. That's misleading. I see how my brothers having.
Yes, Martinez. 40. To 45 to the 50, to the 45 to the 40, to the 35 to the 30, to the 25 to the 20. 15 to 10 inside the 5.
Information, breaking down plays, breaking down highlights, but also having fun and like joking around with one another. And I think that is something that I've heard a lot of complaints about ESPN's NBA coverage lacking, is just that there's not a lot of chemistry on the desk. And they just can't seem to get the formula right in terms of entertainment.
They've been doing it for a long time, and I've told you before, that Adam Silver has never been happy with what counter programs on ESPN as the studio show. He liked what the Jump was doing, but he didn't like the combinations because there's not enough room to move. The TNT guys have so much space.
Yeah.
And so, of course, and they enjoy each other's company, which is so rare in television, where it's not a chuckle.
That's his signature?
It's Shaq getting legitimately mad because Barkley's making fun of how Hakeem cooked him 25 years ago. And with the producers, they're then playing highlights of Hakeem shaking Shaq, and he's getting pissed off.
Dream shaking.
Dream
shaking?
Yeah, that's a bad phrase.
did
You got it wrong.
I did get it wrong, but how did it go from $2 to $12?
Inflation, Dano. It's a
That's
new
right.
country since 2015. Y'all started these
Exactly
fines.
right. Price of eggs go up, so fines.
Exactly. A coffee is $12, so we need that 12 cent.
I saw that both Target and McDonald's are now going to stop their price gouging because Americans have had enough. So Target has 5,000 items that are just normal goods that they're going to knock down the price on just because people are totally fed up with how expensive things have been.
The crazy thing is Target was like the affordable option. So if Target's doing this is great news.
Not in my hood. Target is up there with Neiman and Marcus.
Really?
Target, Salute to Kroger. I salute all my Kroger individuals out there. I see y'all, and I love y'all.
I couldn't. You can't with the penalties on. You can't press for that long. You can't press 5 yards off the route.
If Target is lowering their prices, it's not because of altruism. They're doing it because of competition. Nowadays, you can go online and buy a new pair of shoes for $2.99. They won't be good shoes, but
you can have them.
The prices are super cheap now.
Right.
It's super cheap.
But if you're Target and you're doing it, you have to say because you're doing it out of the kindness of your heart, right?
I think you're getting confused by Temu ads.
Chris, why are you shaking your head at your
I
father?
just don't know what he's talking about with shoes being $2 nowadays. Like, shoes have never been more expensive in my
Okay,
life.
I bought a fedora for like $2.99.
Really?
I bought a pair of rubber clown ears for like $2.
So you're just buying the first thing Amazon throws you when you're looking for something. Your Amazon shopping is just you're doing it the way the college kids are doing it that are on ramen noodles. You're the first thing that pops up, you're buying it no matter how cheap it is.
Here's the truth of the matter.
Sit your ass down.
And other retailers, anything you can buy at Target, I can buy cheaper through Amazon. I'm not saying it'll be better.
No, it won't be better, but you don't care about quality.
Oh, I care about quality.
You are buying things off the internet that are shoes for $2 that you wear for 40 years.
Well, if the shoe fits, I mean, you know, what's wrong with that? You know, price gouging. I mean, if I can get it cheap, I will.
But do you care about quality? Because I don't believe that if I present to you, you can either have it cheap or you can either have it be good. You can't have both.
400 yards.
You're going to constantly choose cheap.
Okay, I'm not a label hound. You know, I don't need a Louis Vuitton purse. Okay.
What kind of purse do you need, big bro?
That's a great question.
You know what? Just a run of the mill. What's a no name purse?
Well, it doesn't even name, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Give me a purse without a name on it. I don't need initials. I want an anonymous purse. Yeah. Okay? And it comes cheap. And when it wears out, you know, if there's holes in the soles of my shoes, I buy another pair of shoes for $2.
Greg, I don't want your opinion on this because you're legitimately one of the cheapest people I've ever met.
Well, you always say that, but you don't mean it.
Yeah, you don't mean it.
No.
You don't mean
Chris, you are his son. You have been his son for a long time. How often are you embarrassed?
His whole life, some say. He tried to break a $5 bill the other day to tip a ballet.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be.
Wow.
That's not bad.
You spent 10 minutes in your car.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And who knows what he's pilfering from the glove box.
Right.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. It's just a joke. I trust valets. I do.
You never want a valet.
I don't like the valet.
I cannot believe they got suspended for 2 games for that Duke Miami finish. That game actually happened in 2015. I thought it was later in the decade.
She's terrified to get in my car, so I don't mind that on behalf of her car. I just, you know, I like a parking spot. You know, when I pull up to a golf club, I like to self-park, carry my bag. I don't like the valet. You know, I don't know about the valet.
Let's go. First down. Oh, wow.
You can't go anywhere now and not valet. I'm surprised I don't have to valet park when I go to Publix. You know, just let me self-park.
We're getting those.
Self-parking is dying.
You love to back into a spot, don't you?
No.
Really?
I'm anti-backing.
I figured you would like to get right out of there.
No, I give a long stare to a driver who holds me up in a parking lot by backing in. The only people who sneak into a parking spot are people fixing to rob a bank, and they need a quick getaway. That I see, plus it obscures the license plate. So, you know, the eyewitness makes it tougher.
But imagine if that was the rule. You'd know exactly who the
Juju,
bank
put them
robbers
all
were,
on the
park
poll,
forward.
please. Does the valet industry have us all by the balls? Do you trust valets? And is the key to a good
What a
bank
throw.
robbery backing into your spot?
It's that time again. The NBA playoffs are here. Boy, wouldn't it be cool to watch the Heck yeah, it would.
I'd rather go to a Canadian Football League game. Thank you, though. Aikens. In stride into the end zone. Oh, what a dive! Even got the white boy doing it in the background. Ha! Oh, that was a toddy and a half. Oh, that was a dive. I think I do a little to a little toe drag sway.
Megan Thee Stallion is coming to town. I could also see Bad Bunny or Blink-182, Shakira, and more.
My boy 82 is still around. I thought them motherfuckers were dead.
Until I get there, with this feature, I can actually see. Plus, they have the lowest price guaranteed. And as I mentioned, last minute deals. You can save up to 60% off buying your tickets last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Plus, Game Time has flash deals, zone deals, all-in pricing. They've got it all, plus the lowest price guaranteed. Or Game Time is ready for 110% off. And at Game Time, you always get the Game Time ticket coverage. Your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry. Take the guesswork of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time.
I am not making a scene.
Code Dan for $20
Oh,
off
you should.
first purchase.
Yes, mofo.
Again, create an account and redeem code DAN. $20 off.
You love a tackle.
Last minute tickets, lowest prices, guaranteed.
Don Levitard. He has been great. He's made great hires.
I said all.
We've said all.
He said all that. Yeah,
He said all.
Everyone has said everything.
Everyone,
First I heard any of this, Greg.
Everything you're
Thank
saying.
you.
It's all been
Candidate picks it up, and that'll do it.
Maximum.
Ball game.
I say it, it hasn't been said. Understand that. Until I say it, it hasn't been said.
This is the Don Levitard Show.
Single coverage.
Stuttgart.
Oh, what the hell type of animation was that?
About a person in sports who's going to engender very little sympathy, very little compassion. The last few years of this person's public life have seemed to be a real disintegration. Antonio Brown went from the best reliever, the best receiver in football, to somebody who took a hit in a game that years from now, when we go through science, we're going to be able to like pinpoint, oh, that's what exacerbated CTE.
Right.
Yeah.
His public meltdown has been something that seems like it could be tied to football fairly easily and fairly overtly, to not excuse any of what it is that he's done. But we're going to know more about it in years. And today he declared for bankruptcy, or yesterday he declared for bankruptcy, and it actually hurt me on his behalf because of what life's going to be now. When you're having all of the money and power in the world, and now you enter a phase of your life where you're not going to be able to recoup that anywhere, and your reputation is in tatters, and you don't seem mentally stable in any way. And I don't think there's going to be very much compassion for Antonio
Nah.
Brown. But having known that his story began in Miami, homeless, and this is not a place to not have a home. His journey to the top of sports was fairly amazing to watch because it didn't come through the big schools and it didn't come with a lot of support. So he got to adulthood and fame and money at a time he couldn't handle it.
I don't like that call. It's a bad
I
call.
don't want to make him a victim here because the stuff that he's done is really bad. Like, it's not just publicly embarrassing, it's stuff that has hurt people. And yet I found myself feeling bad for him when I saw the declaration of bankruptcy, because I'm like, he's not going to be able to get his finances in order the rest of his life in a way that allow him to
Because I want the
fix
last
the
possession
fact
of the
that
game.
all of it's been thrown away.
He made $88 million during his career, and he's filing for bankruptcy. I do feel bad for Antonio Brown because it's the unknown that you feel bad about. It's what did football do to Antonio Brown? How did it impact his life, his career, all the crazy things he's done over the last few years? You do wonder, I'm not excusing it, but you're left to wonder how football impacts that.
It's a long list of
500
things.
yards.
Perhaps you could get us that
Great.
list of things, because I don't want to skate past what has been some very bad behavior that's going to make most of the people listening to this, I don't think it's the minority, I think it's going to be most of them, don't care, threw it all away.
Yes, sir. Oh, what?
Another guy who had all of the things I dream about having and couldn't figure out a way to handle it. I'm guessing that he engenders very little in the way of compassion.
If I had the opportunity to
I want
play
to
in the
throw it,
NFL,
man.
I do this all the time. I'm guilty of it as well, but this is what fans do. And I made $88 million. I would never squander that opportunity. But you don't know, because you don't know what football does to your body and your brain.
Yeah, I feel bad for Antonio Brown as well. But when you mention $88 million in career earnings, that is the reason why he'll get no sympathy from most people. I worry about his mental health. I worry about what he might be driven to do next. But I also think in this day and age that the fact that he's controversial, the fact that he's had all of these episodes, there's a lot of podcasts out there who are going to say, Antonio,
I don't think he's
you want to come
employable,
on?
Greg. I don't. Not. Do you want to come on is one thing. Pay you to come on, make it profitable? No. Exploit you? Sure. He doesn't have a career in front of him. He does not have a media career being controversial. He's tried the music career. He's been on. He's done some work with It Is
No,
What
I
It
got
Is,
him a
right?
catch.
Like that. Cameron and Mace have had him on fairly regularly.
He could have had a media career. He
500.
decided not to.
Ah, 666.
That day's over, though.
That day's over.
Whatever
for him,
that,
I think. Yes.
and so I ask the audience this question because
It's because that game was the
so
highest
many
game.
people in his rearview mirror who are actual victims. So I understand why anything that sounds like we're espousing victimhood for him might land wrong, because people don't want to see the humanity in that sport when it gets damaged that way and have to reconcile with what it is that we're doing on Sundays, where Vontaze Burfict took pride in doing that.
Yeah.
That's something at the top. Vontaze Burfict.
In his defense, a lot of guys do, Dan. Like,
well, but yes, right. Agreed. But more than most, Burfict was saying, I hate the Steelers, and that's what I was trying to do. I was not following the rules, don't care about your safety. Vontaze Burfict has publicly said, that is something I was trying to administer. It's something I'm proud to have administered. And within the context of
gross.
that environment, I ask you, what does football do to these people?
I think why it's hard to feel for my dog is because he's on top of the heinous crimes he was accused of and the child support and all the stuff that he's been locked up for, throwing rocks and all the stuff. His regular internet personality right now is still attacking everybody. So-and-so bleep of the day. You know what I mean? It's like he's still antagonizing Tom Brady, posting pictures of Giselle. At a certain point, you wear out your welcome with us. Like you can do your thing, but when it comes to sympathy, I'm pretty sure ain't nobody got no sympathy for me if I do all that.
All right, well,
it's hard to have it.
Let me ask you guys this question then. Just out of curiosity, since DeMar DeRozan and Kevin Love brought it to everybody they brought it to a predominantly male audience and brought a conversation that men don't talk about to a male audience. When we talk about Ray Rice or Diddy and we say, well, what do you think domestic abuse looked like? You've been reading about it for years. What do you think mental illness looks like? Like, what are the things I have to put in front of you for you to say, oh, Antonio Brown, there's a lot of stuff there. I don't want to say that everyone who is mentally ill is this kind of mentally ill, but what do I have to put in front of you for you guys? Like, I'll give you my personal example. I didn't know when I was in it. It was 20 years ago. Ricky Williams retires. He's living in a tent in Australia. I didn't know. I didn't understand that what was happening there was, okay, that must be something happened there that I don't have knowledge and information about, even though I'm really close to it. I had it happen with my brother.
2 picks
That's my
or
brother.
first fumble,
Toward
tackle
the
for
end of
loss,
his
or
life,
sack.
my brother, who I love and I know, we were dealing with spiraling stuff that I didn't recognize, and it's in my brother's body. And so I'm ill-equipped. I'm like, well, what is this? I love this person. I don't recognize this person. What is this? Where does the sickness start and the asshole begins? Like, because my brother had some arrogant streaks, so, and I don't recognize it. So I ask you guys innocently, don't make an Antonio Brown. Give me an example from now in sports. What do you think it looks like when people are talking about the despair at the bottom?
I don't know why I even left the damn thing on.
Because if I had to nominate somebody from sports right now on exhibiting the behavior that seems out of control and extreme, and not just athlete stereotype immaturity or athlete stereotype recklessness, that there might be something else in play, I just ask you again and again, what do you think it looks like?
I think it looks like Antonio Brown. I don't think you go from 88 million to bankruptcy unless your life is full of terrible decision making. And I don't know whether it's CTE or not. You don't associate CTE typically with the wide receiver position, but it well could be. But some sort of a mental illness has to be involved here. It just has
Jason
to be.
Kelsey says he can virtually guarantee us he has CTE. He's going into his next phase of his career saying he can virtually guarantee that he himself has CTE.
But I think the NFL, the collisions, they impact everyone differently. So you're right about Jason
TJ
Kelsey.
Hunter.
He has said that. But Billy and I spend, 20, 30 minutes every week with Mike Golick on God Bless Football. And he said that football did not impact his health, mental or physical. Yes, he has a limp. Yes, there are things. But Mike Golick looks great and feels great. And so I think everyone's kind of different in terms of how football impacts them.
I think it comes to genetics. Like last summer, we looked at a brother from the Charlotte Hornets, Kai Jones. His streak of activity seemed as though something was wrong, but then he got the proper help, and he accredits the NBA PA for giving him the help he needs. So I think when it comes to mental health, it's the genetics, and it's so many different chemicals that go to who you are and your biology that it's kind of tough to detect in some people.
I should say off the top end here, because I really don't want to turn this into Antonio Brown as victim. The domestic assault allegations and the sexual assault allegations against him are serious ones. I'm talking about now he goes bankrupt, and the life, you have seen whatever it was that was gained financially from football. The report, the news is that has now been squandered.
Let's switch. After this, I did say I was going to do 3 games each franchise. So after this game, I'm going to switch over to the
his life
Saints
as he
franchise.
knew it is now over, and the consequences that are coming for all of those actions are about to bury him. He will never get to live the life that he used to live. That has been squandered.
Do we know that, though? Because, Mike Tyson declared bankruptcy.
That's
50 Cent declared
Cent.
bankruptcy. Burt Reynolds declared bankruptcy. Donald Trump declared bankruptcy. There's plenty of celebrities who have declared bankruptcy and seemingly haven't changed their lifestyle in any way whatsoever.
Right. It's a new season of power coming up. You would never walk up to 50 Cent right now and say you can't do what you used to do. You wouldn't call that man broke. 50 claimed bankruptcy years and years ago. So I feel like this may be just something that is necessary for whatever financial shit he's trying to stay out of.
I agree that I don't think bankruptcy ends one's hope and future. And I'm sort of surprised to hear you say that in the content age, that Antonio Brown cannot be redeemed.
He's
He
not
cannot be
employable.
rehabilitated.
He's not employed. The crimes are too serious. The allegations are too serious.
It seems, bro, it seems that way to. I understand, but you say he tried rap. No. He didn't try rap. He started a phenomenon that went around the world. Put that shit on is being said by random people now. It's like, it seems bleak to the, I don't, no disrespect to your generation, but to us, this seems regular, bro. He probably owes somebody some money. I ain't got it. I'm bankrupt. And still living the same life he been living. I don't see what you see.
You guys think he's going to be fine financially by just hiding behind
They think he is fine.
the legal veneer.
I forgot to change my uniform, but
MTV Cribs and don't know what local real estate costs are on taxes. He will not be able to keep living the same lifestyle with the bubble of protection that bankruptcy affords him.
It's not that. It's not a death sentence, which is what you're kind of making it out to be.
No, it's not a death sentence. He's not going to die.
Well, he will.
But the identity he used to have, that's gone, and it's gone forever.
He killed that himself, though.
Yep.
Since the dawn of mankind, we've cooked our food over an open flame and debated the best way to grill. Celebrate 96 calories per 12 ounces.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
Now's a good time to remember where the story of tequila started. In 1795, the first tequila distillery was opened by the Cuervo family. And 229 years later, Cuervo is still going strong. Family owned from the start, same family, same land. Now's a good time to enjoy Cuervo, the tequila that invented tequila. Go to Cuervo.com to shop tequila.
The late Dan
or visit a store
Hampton, who
near
died
you.
in 2020.
Cuervo. Now's a good time. Trademarks owned by Beckley. SAB the CD. Copyright 2024.
First throw. Yeah.
Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly.
Amen Ra and Panay Sewell. Sitting by DraftKings.
Why are you listening to this show? The podcast that seems
Wow,
very
what
similar
the?
to the other Dan Lebitard podcast.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize for that.
In fact, the only difference seems to be this imaging.
I have been tempted in restaurants just walking past tables to grab somebody's prize that if they're just there. That hasn't happened to you guys?
I've done it.
And now, here's the marching band.
Wow, are you fucking
and
serious?
the habitual liar.
Juju, put it on the poll, please, at Lebitard Show. When you say you beg to differ, are you eager to differ?
I'm not.
I believe you are. I believe you cloak it. I believe it's your mask, it's your disguise. I believe your beg to differ is your knight's armor to pretend and appear polite when you live to differ.
He's actually begging to differ.
I don't like that assessment. It's hard for me to wear a mask, Dan. I wear glasses already.
You wear your glasses over your mask, and your mask conceals an evil anarchy that you embrace wholeheartedly. You like nothing more than to differ, I would say.
That's one person's take, I suppose. Ooh. Not mine. Not the way I see it. I'm the hero of my narrative.
Right out of offensive line
What
in
do you
tunnel
guys think
vision.
of Bryce Harper getting involved with his high school son's prom? Because we have some video of...
I don't think he has a high school
Bryce
son.
Harper has a son in high school.
That's
Is
hard to
this a
believe.
fact?
We're going to have to look this up.
I think it was just a fan. He was doing
it wasn't? I thought it was his son. And why would
Yeah, that's
you
a
say,
fight of a fine for you,
How
Daniel.
old is Bryce Harper now? He's 30?
He gotta be 22.
Okay,
He's
12.
31.
12 high school, 17. He had a kid when he was 14.
I mean, he was dropping bombs at 14, so.
He was. I did think it was his son. Okay, so that makes it much different. I did think it was his son. It was just somebody he was doing a favor for, who needed to make sure that he got a yes. So he brought in Bryce Harper.
His son would also have to be like 17 or 18 because only juniors and seniors go to prom. So that
I'm
would...
seeing a headline. He helps a New Jersey high school student with prom proposal.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
Not his kid, just a kid.
It's totally
It's
different.
kind of weird.
It's a totally different.
It's honestly better. If it's your kid, it's too
I
like
know.
helicopter parody.
Agreed, but
Bryce
that's...
Harper in his spare time plays Cupid for high schoolers? Like,
That is Juju Smith-Schuster doing this a couple years ago too. With they had the bomb suits, him and that boy. Yeah, salute.
That is why I recoiled, because my information was bad in thinking, not doing the math on how he wouldn't be old enough to have a high school age child, someone who is those two guys, is LeBron James. And I thought some betting odds I saw were interesting in that the most money that's being put on someone being drafted #1 overall is being put on Bronny James, where Las Vegas,
like I said, it's going to be a struggle.
And the reason for that is because the odds are 200 to 1 that he gets drafted first. But the reason you would draft him first is now overt. It's because you think LeBron James is better than whoever the #1 pick in the draft is. And I don't think you'd be wrong about that when you've got Ryan Russillo and others saying,
What?
we trade the #1 pick for Duncan Robinson this
Wow.
year because it's such a weak class.
Let me be clear. LeBron James is going to be better for the next 2 or 3 years than anyone you could draft in the first round. So if you were to trade up to get Bronny with the #1 overall pick, it seems ridiculous. Also a very cool thing for a father to do because he still has the leverage to do it. But if you have the opportunity to do it and draft Bronny and therefore get LeBron James, that would be a smart move by that team, I think.
This would be the draft to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no Wembanyama in this draft.
Correct.
I mean, this is like it's about as bad as a draft gets.
I think the #1 projected guy is from France. It's just funny that you said that specifically. There's no Wembanyama.
Just because you're French don't make you Wemby, brother. You feel me? But and if you the Hawks right now, brother, liquidly, this makes sense. Look at all the jerseys you can sell. Look, you can talk to LeBron anytime you want to. Who you gonna take? Klingon?
It has to be a team that LeBron thinks is close to winning a championship. He's not just going to Atlanta. And Atlanta should know that, and they should trade that pick for as many picks as they can get.
All right, before we do all of this, you mentioned Wembanyama. Did you guys see what he spent his first paycheck on? Because it was fairly funny, and it reminds you that even though these appear to be...
Oh my God, are you
adults,
fucking
muscles,
serious
they
right
were
now?
children. A Lego Millennium Falcon.
Really?
Those are expensive.
Huh.
Yeah.
They are expensive.
Are you
Wow.
really,
I
guys?
just wondered, like, what do you do with it once you're done?
Come on!
You did this right here.
Yeah, that's what you do. You're right.
That is what you do. That is exactly what
I
you
guess
do.
he's
Those
rich
exact
enough
sounds,
he has
yes.
his own room for it. Like, I want, like, the Lord of the Rings ones, but then I'm like, well, what
It's a
do I
lot of
do with
space.
it?
It eats
Like,
a lot of space.
It's going to take up my whole
It's
apartment.
only $850.
Huh.
I was thinking,
That's
I don't
a
know
lot
why.
for Legos.
Only? I'm
That's a
just
lot
saying,
for Legos.
Legos are surprisingly expensive.
For Wendy, though?
The
I
way you
mean-
pinned it as like his first purchase, I was thinking this was going to be like tens of thousands.
No, it wasn't a real
Wait, I really wish we had done Prices Right with this. What did you think it was going to cost?
I'm thinking it's like a life-size Millennium Falcon.
No, what?
You think it costs as much as like a car?
Like from the movie?
You guys don't. You
Like
know,
a
I could
an actual
buy
spaceship?
I could find probably a dozen things for thousands of dollars that are Star Wars related right now. Like, I think under $1,000 is cheap actually for this.
Mm.
It is.
I thought you meant a bird.
Hold
Greg,
on.
you buy
Wow, they're so scared that the kicker's gonna miss again. They're going for it.
$850 for a
bird, yeah.
for a toy. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, you don't want to spend that much.
So you thought he was buying a bird. You thought he was buying an actual spaceship made out of Legos.
I thought it was like a life-size one that he could like walk in.
Let me start.
I like it here.
That's fine. I'm
Hello.
going to start again so you can spend more time here. I know you beg to differ. We've established that. I know where you like it, Billy. I'm very well aware. It's where I don't like it.
Why? Try it out.
Opposites attract.
The Lego Millennium Falcon that he bought, he was asked the cliche question of, did you make any big purchases with your first check? And instead of saying a home or
So far, so good. I've been up since 5 o'clock.
That we should put
American
things on the
time,
poll at Levitar
Eastern
Show.
American
Are
time.
Legos surprisingly expensive? And once you've put together the Lego Millennium Falcon, is that now
Well, the fact my fans are popping up
a
everywhere.
furniture decoration in your house? Because that is something that's going to take up some space. Stugatz, I wanted to ask you this question about
Of course.
the Miami Heat based on something we didn't cover yet regarding the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Right.
The Minnesota Timberwolves, it can be argued successfully, as we sit here today, are
That's
coming
Secretary
off
to the 40.
the biggest victory they've had in their franchise's history. The single most important thing to have ever happened to the Timberwolves, even though they made a Western Conference final with Kevin Garnett. We can make the argument because you beat the 3-time MVP, you won on the road, it's Game 7. It's the most memorable thing a Timberwolves team has done.
You beat the champs.
To get to this round.
Right.
Let's see. Seal Jones possibly on
about
that?
where the Miami Heat have been the last 5 years. When they've gotten to a place that is further again and again than a franchise that has been around a quarter of a century, you should take some inventory on how difficult it is sometimes to get to these places when franchises go through several eras of playing.
What's your favorite football team?
I am a Saints fan.
In the history of Minnesota basketball, post, when they were the Minneapolis Lakers and whatever was happening around when George Mikan was running around. I don't know. I don't know what the hell was happening when George Mikan was running around.
Well, Greg does. He covered it. I mean.
Yes, I did. He played with big glasses on, I think. Who does that? To your point, the Heat is judged by the standard the Heat set for itself. Okay, so
With
I
the
know,
Heat
you
culture
can
bullshit.
credit the past 5 years, but they haven't
Wow.
won a
Breaks the tackle inside the 10.
and it's been
Down around the 8.
now, or about 10 years. And that's the standard they have to live up to.
Do you think Heat fans, they don't appreciate the run the Heat have been on? Because I will tell you, as a Knicks fan, I am jealous of the Heat. I am jealous of that entire organization.
I believe there's a spoiled entitlement to what Heat fans think they deserve.
Why did I do that?
Of how hard it is to be as relevant as they've been this century.
But it's created by them. Like, it's Pat Riley going in, look at my rings, I'm going to get you one of these, and then you don't get the free agent, you don't get the rings. It's championship culture, it's Heat culture, it's look at the banners, we have this championship thing. They are the ones that set this narrative up to have people say, you know what, you've fallen short of the narrative that you told us. So it's not crazy to be like, you guys haven't lived up to the expectations you set for yourselves and told us you were going to deliver.
But in part, that's what I'm jealous of as a Knicks fan, that they've set the bar so high that it's championship every single season.
Well, my point isn't even
that the Knicks get happy to get to the Eastern Conference semifinals and lose.
That was ridiculous coverage. You were acting like it was like the end of some great run. It was a funeral. It was the end of someone's career. They were giving standing ovations. Like, your team choked, okay?
Oh,
like, you guys had this, and you choked, and you were embarrassed on your home court.
I was.
And you're giving them a standing ovation when, in reality, they deserve to be booed off the court for that performance.
Wow.
That was loser mentality by those fans saying, we're so proud, we're so happy. No, you guys got punked. This was embarrassing. You should boo them and demand change immediately.
Yes.
Yesterday.
More people subscribe to my channel, please.
Salute to Sam. I love you.
Salute to Sam. Talk to you next year, hopefully.
What a great tool.
You say that they created these standards. They didn't do it by speaking them into existence. They won enough to create those standards. You can say all that stuff, and if you don't keep getting to the finals, if you don't keep winning the Eastern Conference or getting to the Eastern Conference finals, you don't spoil and entitle your fans. I'm sure the Patriot fans are
I saw.
Can't be around Patriot fans based on what they expect
Thank you.
Mac Jones to be. Good luck with that, Mac, replacing that guy. I'm sure people will be totally Tom Brady. Same thing with the Spurs, honest to God. Popovich was about to get kicked out of there just like Belichick.
Yeah.
They'll run you out in 2 or
Anytime.
3 years now.
He'd get his dream of coaching a D3 team that he could never live up to for some reason.
Chris, let's play Evan Roberts, who Stugatz wanted to, I think, either replace or be the boss of at WFAN, giving voice to exactly what Billy said. Billy is now auditioning to be a host on Stugatz's WFAT.
Yeah.
But I do not understand from a lot of Knicks fans today is how
In the corner like a
I
prostitute.
don't understand that. I don't understand the thank yous. I don't understand the tears. I don't understand the chants. I don't understand these standing ovations that were given out yesterday. And maybe that says more about me. I am broken as a
Sports
fan.
Guru. That's my
When
name.
my team loses, it doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter why. When they lose and the season ends, I do not sit there and act like, well, we accomplished a lot and that was a lot of fun. I don't understand that. The facts are the New York Knicks got eliminated in the second round of the postseason.
Talking in the back roads.
Facts are they had a lead in Game 3 with a 2-0 series lead, and they blew it. Facts.
I'm listening to a podcast. That's what's talking in the background.
Facts. And here are the other facts. Yes, the Knicks were ravaged by injuries. I don't deny that. Doesn't make me feel better. It never did, and it never will. So what I don't understand about my fellow New Yorkers is what happened to you. Why are we celebrating? Why are we happy? Why are we smiling?
Really,
Why are we
guys?
saying thank you?
You gave up a 40-yard bomb to Amon-Ra St. Brown. What the hell?
And I'd be devastated that my season ended.
I can't believe he spent nearly 3 minutes doing that and not taking calls. It's a terrible job.
That's why you would have fired him, right? How do you come by the entitled standard when you've never done any actual winning? Like, that's doing something.
Since the dawn of mankind, we've cooked our food over an open flame. One thing not up for debate, grilling. So you have more room for food. You need Miller Lite. As you guys may or may not know, especially behind the barbecue. The only thing that I have is a nice ice cold can of Miller Lite. Keeps it simple. Just across America. They deliver right at your door. Beer. Celebrate.
Don Lebatard. Is there back in my day?
There is, actually.
What? Were you not going to tell anyone?
What?
Wait a minute. You guys, it's a Tuesday.
Stugats.
Here's your guy, Greg Cody, with Back in My Day.
Adultery.
We are back. I waited for this one.
This is the Don Lebatard
So, with these Stugats. It's time for Stugats to share his game notes. No one in the minute was I've been better than my boys too. Weekend observations. Brought to you by Miller Lite. It is 96 calories. Available. Non-sponsored, by the way.
Dan,
Not
they
yet.
hadn't made a
I'd rather
conference
not.
final since 2004. And down 20 in the second half, it looked bleak. But they dug deep. Because to be the champs, you have to beat the champs. And beat the champs they did. On their home court.
Oh, yes, sir.
Alex Rodriguez.
In stride inside the 10!
Best young player in the game. Jaden McDaniels. We still don't know.
Wow, how do you forget you? How the hell do you forget you made plans?
No mistake about it. One thing we do know is that the Timberwolves are back.
Congratulations, Timberwolves.
Did they ever arrive?
Yeah.
If you're back, put it on the poll, Guillermo. If you're back, does it mean you've arrived?
I think the highest compliment you can give TJ McConnell is that every New Yorker wishes they could punch him in the face.
In stride inside the end zone.
That way. It is.
To that guy.
Dan, I was wrong about Alec Burks. He can give you 25 on any given night. But that.
How much rings do the Saints have? Because I forgot.
The Saints only have one Super Bowl in their team history in 2009.
130 points in a game 7.
They beat the Colts 24-10 in Miami. At the time known as Dolphin Stadium, not known as Hard Rock Stadium.
In front of me right now, the exact Thibodeau game plan. This is from They Not Like Us. Number 1, Tibbs changes the culture. Players embrace hard working. 2, players perform beyond expectation. 3, a star is born or brought over. 4, expectations form. 5, a deep playoff run is expected. 6, freak injury. 7, fans defend Tibbs hard. 8, players aren't the same the next year. 9, fans turn on Tibbs. 10, he's fired.
WFAN. Who sent that, Sal Licata?
Dang.
Yeah.
They Not Like Us.
Oh, got it. Congratulations to the 2024 PGA Championship winner.
That's just crazy.
Jeff
That's
Darlington.
getting so getting flack, but he had every right to get flack for basically being accused
I'll
of
say it
dating a
for him.
person who was too
Jeff
young for him.
Darlington
This shit was
was
cringy
happy
as hell when I
that
thought when I
Scotty
saw that
Scheffler
shit. I was like, what the
was
hell?
arrested.
Wow, allegedly.
Put it on the poll, Juju. Was Jeff Darlington happy that Scheffler was arrested?
Edwin Diaz. A lot less cool when you have a 5.50 ERA.
Oof.
Here's an idea. No music, no entrance. Just walk to the mound quietly and put the nail in the coffin. Sound good?
It's been bad.
5.5 ERA. He's a closer.
It's only 5.5 because he started okay. Like lately, it's been above 10.
Yeah. He stinks.
My team broke him. He cried.
You said your team was the hottest team in baseball.
Yeah.
They won one straight.
Nah,
Yes.
they won like 5 or 6.
Yeah, 6 of 8.
There you go.
The hottest
Even
team in
better.
baseball.
Go Fish.
There are 5 teams that have won 4 straight.
I mean, they've won 6 of 8, and you said they've won 1.
1 straight. 1 in a row.
How in the world did that get through?
What do you think of me giving you that scent and having a daily Marlins Penny for Your Thoughts segment? Where you get a bit
Brad
of
Penny.
where you get
A Brad Penny for your thoughts.
like a piece of memorabilia in exchange for your crappy Marlins thoughts.
I think the audience would hate it, but I'd get a bunch of crap, I guess, that I'd like.
LeBron James, did you see the way they treated Isaiah Hartenstein? Imagine how they
Yes, Julian Love.
seriously, man, he's got to go there. The Knicks have to trade for that pick. They have 3 picks in the first round.
I didn't want him.
Well, now I do. That was then.
2 weeks ago, y'all didn't even want LeBron. Now
That was
y'all,
then. This is now.
it's a good fit.
A lot has changed.
Right? Right, Juju?
What if he hires J.J. Redick in L.A. and then leaves?
Wow.
Well, better to get Bronny drafted in Cleveland.
Mad that I threw a
hired
pick.
with
I
the
was not
Lakers,
trying
and
to throw
then
picks in
goes
this
to the
game.
Knicks.
Oh.
Saints have won 1 super.
Napier
Yes.
Another job in Miami.
Storm
Red Sox
Simulator.
are a game
Huh.
under.
That seems like a
But
fun
8-0
way to,
this year on Sundays.
you know.
Every given Sunday.
That seems
The
like a
Lord's
lot of
Day.
fun. Sitting in a
I
storm
love
simulator.
it.
Of course, mine would be snow because I love snow.
Abby does not.
No, she hates Sundays. OKC, the rare 1 seed. That's still
Super Bowl 44.
Yep.
Chet Holmgren,
2009.
7-1 and grabbed 3 more rebounds than I did over the weekend. Here's an idea. Less annoying commercials and more time in the weight room. Sound good?
Wow. Put it on the poll, Juju. Hey, Chet Holmgren, fewer annoying commercials, more time in the weight room. Yes or no? 1 word.
What a pro needs.
Thank you.
Sound good?
Sound good?
Yes.
Sound good? Yes. All 1 word.
Arsenal finished 2nd in the Premier League for a record 8th time. You know what the A in Arsenal stands for, Dan?
I do not.
Always the bridesmaid.
Nah.
Never the bride. Hey, 8 times. Worse than the Bills.
That's pretty bad.
The I in Indiana stands for I don't think the Pacers missed a damn shot. Jesus. Alec Burks needed more help.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was I didn't think. I honestly underthrew the route on the slant because I thought the safety was gonna bite and pick it off and take it back to the end zone for a pick 6. But I was surprised that I was actually able to throw it in front of the safety, but behind the linebacker, in between those two, to fit it in that tight window.
Him going out there on crutches. It's so good.
Nuggets fans, when your team loses 3 or 4 at home, maybe you have to ask yourself in the mirror, look at yourself and ask yourself, what more can you do?
They lost 1 game at home last year, right, during the playoffs?
Yeah.
1?
Yeah.
They lost 3 in that series?
It's on the fans. 3 times as many. Stats.
Holmes, back-to-back interceptions.
New York Knicks, live by the Willis Reed moment, die by the Willis Reed moment. Knicks Pacers, the rare series that finished on the same day it started. Weird. Can't believe how lucky Knicks fans were over the weekend. Losing a closeout Game 6 on the road to force a decisive Game 7 at home. Dan, are you on drugs?
Nah, that
You
was
know
a
what the
first
D
down.
Dan stands for? Wow.
Dan?
Good one. Good one.
Are you?
Dan, are you on drugs? Yeah.
No response.
Observations. I'm sorry, Dan.
No, that's okay.
What happened?
I'm a little slow from the drug.
You want to admit something?
No, just my drug use. For wanting Game 7s if you have a good team at home. My dumbest take.
Who wants a Game 7?
Nobody wants a game. That's right. Nobody wants a Game 7.
6.
You have total confidence in your team, except if you're at home in a Game 7 and they're better. Then you don't.
I had no confidence.
How the fuck you have no confidence in your own
Observations,
team?
One. The M in Mecca stands for Mr. Game 7. Congratulations,
Yes.
Mecca, for advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals.
You dared to write those jokes. You
Before
thought
the game.
You are the reason they lost because you had a comedy routine to do in the event that they won.
I work ahead, Dano. You know me. The Mecca. Best 2 words in sports. It's taken almost 9 years, but congratulations to Karl Anthony Towns for finally playing like a #1 pick.
Has it been 9 years?
9 years.
No, really?
9 years. Yes.
No.
Yeah.
He's been in the league
Wow.
9 years? No,
Yeah.
you're including Kentucky there, are you not?
Look it up.
No way he's been in the NBA for 9 years. That's not possible. There's no way that's true.
I hope it's
How
true.
could you keep saying 9 years?
It's taken almost 9 years, but congratulations to Karl Anthony Towns for finally playing like a #1 pick.
Has it been 9 years?
Yes.
9 years.
No, really?
9 years.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
I shanked it out of bounds.
9
4.
years? You're including Kentucky there.
Ah.
No way he's been in
Wow.
the NBA for
That
9
was
years.
luck.
That's not possible. There's no way that's true.
I hope it's
How
true.
could you keep saying 9 years again and again when there's no way that's true?
I mean, Taylor wrote it.
You don't write your own observations?
I write most of them. Taylor, he throws in a few. I take them out. They're usually about the Yankees and North Carolina.
There's no
That's why
way.
you never hear them.
9 years.
9 years.
300.
Yeah,
Apologize to Taylor.
his rookie season was 15-16.
How about that?
That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
I still think of him as a young player.
Because he is.
In fairness.
Yu Darvish with a 2.08 ERA at age 37.
412.
Say he found
449.
the fountain of youth.
529. 587. $600 to go see the Steelers Raiders in October. What the hell? I better be saving up your cash for some fucking bills instead of going to these games.
It's tough, that sound.
It is.
When you isolate it, not that tough, I guess.
One of the easier sounds, I'd say.
You probably just go Fountain of You and
work it out
not
first.
worry with the TA.
Drink some water. Grab some water.
I thought the most impressive
My back
day
is
in
starting
sports
to
history
hurt
was when
a little
Deion
bit.
Sanders played in an NFL game and a Major League Baseball game on the same day. That was until Scotty Scheffler got arrested, went to prison, got out, and fired a 66 at the second round of the PGA Championship. That's impressive.
Yeah. Prison is where you have him.
Hey,
Little home is free out, man.
Dan,
Yeah, sugar.
close your eyes for a second. Close your eyes. Now imagine the same exact situation, but Scotty Scheffler is black. The B in Bryson DeChambeau stands for balls. The S in Xander Schauffele stands for stones. Back to that scenario for a second I created. Dan, you can keep your eyes open. Jeff Darlington's still very white.
Yes.
I'm just letting you know. Clear. The 4-iron on 18 with 2 feet in the sand, ball above his feet, is one of the greatest golf shots of all time that we'll never talk about. It was amazing on a par 5 to pull that out, needing a birdie.
Do you agree, Greg?
I didn't
I
see it.
didn't see that shot.
So why are we talking about it? Because it's Shoffley?
Yes. No one cares. Poor guy. He's joining us tomorrow, by the way.
You can ask him tomorrow. Is that one of the greatest shots ever that no one cares about?
He knows it is. Trust me. He knows how hard that shot is.
In the corner like a
People in
prostitute.
the sand.
He'd be
I'm
bothered.
telling
that
you,
no
if
one
you
cares
tried that
about
shot 10 times, you would not advance it 100 yards. You. Or me. Greg would.
Yeah.
I could do it.
Fountain of Youth. Kevin Spacey was interviewed by Chris Cuomo over the weekend. You, of course, know what that means, right, Dan? It means a couple of canceled guys were cutting it up. James Dolan, your Mecca is not MSG. It's the Sphere. The S in Sphere stands for shrooms. The P stands for psychedelics. The H stands for holy shit. The E stands for ecstasy. The R stands for reefer. The other E stands for every 2 weeks, I'm going back. Every 2 weeks.
We haven't
this
talked
week
to
off,
you.
next week back.
We haven't talked to you about what it was. We haven't mined all of your drug use this weekend.
Holy shit, that's what it was.
It's terrible music.
What?
I said it.
What?
I said it.
Yeah, G.G. Jackson literally said he dropped 31 points on LeBron. He can't say that. Some of these kids really did. Some of these kids really need.
Conference championship.
Pretty much.
You go to Vegas to enjoy.
No.
No drugs required. Although I've never listened to them when I'm not on drugs.
Because it's not any good when you're not on drugs.
Touche. Something to ponder.
It's
Sitting
not
in
training
200
camp.
or 300 level atmosphere
OTAs.
on mushrooms.
Training camp
trying
is
to stand
not
up.
until
the
January.
most dangerous of games. Be careful, man.
$700 million
Chris Kreider
in 2020.
with a third period Hattie, cementing his place in Rangers history. Crides. That was a game that gets you in the rafters. It does. He could do nothing else the remainder of his career. That jersey is headed straight up to the rafters.
Damn, that man turned beet red.
Love the second round, don't y'all?
Oh man, that man turned extreme.
Miles McBride took a
This
deuce
dude turned beet
all over the
red.
Mecca. That was good.
Oh my gracious, this dude turned beet
Stands
red.
for, Dan? Ben Shepherd, you are not.
Broken is what I thought you were going to go with.
A 6'7", 235 guy lost to a 5'10", 189.
For making you watch
That's crazy.
Celtics and Pacers. If I'm being honest, though, the Knicks would have been swept by Boston. I'm being honest. The Pacers are going to get swept by Boston. Series is over. It's a wrap.
Not so fast, my friend.
I'm with you, Juju.
Panthers, Rangers, heavyweight fight. This. I don't care what anyone tells me.
Are there a lot of people telling you that
that's
it's not a
crazy?
Yeah, they're disrespecting the Panthers.
They're coming up to you.
If it
and
was
saying
Rangers
it's not
Flyers, it would be a heavyweight fight. But Rangers Panthers, the Panthers don't seem deserving to many fans outside of this market. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're saying on WFAN.
I think people that watch hockey respect the Panthers.
No, they don't.
They do.
Hockey in Florida, they do not respect. I'm telling you. Canada and East Coast.
The casual fan does not. The people who have been watching hockey this year, it's not up for dispute. But if it were Panthers Flyers, it would also be flight. You have it the right way. It wouldn't just be
Up for debate. ESPN Plus original with all the biggest stars in
has more
ESPN.
playoff wins in Dallas than the Hornets have since 2001. All of a sudden, Kyrie Irving is a leader. Not buying it. Coach K said tap the brakes on comparing Anthony Edwards to Michael Jordan. Wise man. He knows. You know what the K in Coach K stands for, Dan? Knows. Hey, look at you. Something Michael Jordan would never do. Goes 6 of 24 to Game 7. Scotty Scheffler, the rare golfer that goes from a green jacket to an orange jumpsuit. If Scotty Scheffler knew what was good for him, he'd make orange his Sunday color.
Nah.
Dan, since you said horse racing isn't dead, can you name the horse who won the Preakness over the weekend?
Oh, no, I wasn't paying
Because it's dead. Yeah.
The horse?
No, the horse is still alive.
Oh,
the sport is dead. Yeah.
I
Nikola
missed some things because I went to my sister's room for some.
So close.
So close. He almost got to be called NJ.
Wherever and whenever
The differentiation
a major
of
golf tournament is being played, you know what you'll find? You'll find Justin Rose lurking. Top 5 golfers who love to
just
lurk at a
imagine telling somebody you're playing GTA and you watched it. Ah shit.
Lee Westwood.
I gave up a touchdown to
Ian Poulter. Number 5.
That's
Patrick
not fun.
Cantlay. Number
Right.
4, Will Zalatoris. Number 3,
He's run out of music again. He's run out of music because it's too long.
Well,
I'm resetting it. It'll be back in a second.
Tuesday. Number 3, Victor Hovland. Number 2,
That's crazy.
Tommy Fleetwood.
That guy was watching,
Number 1,
playing GTA and watching the game.
Monty.
3 touchdowns for
blackjack on
Trayvon Smith.
mushrooms.
3
Dangerous
catches,
game.
3 touchdowns.
Great job.
That's how every wide receiver
by
wants it
Norm
together like
Macdonald,
that.
who had a 1-hour sit-down with the Pope. That's a big get, considering Francesa hasn't done a lot of that since he retired.
I blurted some of it because I didn't want to.
Get in trouble, I
Arrested with
understand.
Scotty Scheffler. Darlington, you put yourself in the cell with Scotty Scheffler.
I understand. You didn't want to get the
Jeff
video
Darlington.
demonetized or whatever
People in
that
our industry
form of it.
wouldn't give to be in the right place at the right time. I would have parlayed this into being the next Bob Lee.
Ankle breaker.
Jeff Darlington stands for? Unfortunately, it stands for Jeff Darlington. You know what the J in Jeff Darlington could have stood for? Jeff Darlington, host of the ABC National News in 2020. The D in Darlington could have stood for David Muir. Big mistake. Top 5 people in sports media who would have done the right thing with this story and made it all about themselves. Number 5, Pat McAfee.
Yes, I am actually still very interested.
Stephen A. Smith.
But right now,
Number 3, Greg Cody.
oh, no question.
Number 2, Mike Francesa. Number 1.
Let's get it, baby. It's time for the crowd celebration.
The guy playing multiple
Huh.
machines.
Some of it because I think it's probably too much information.
I mean, of course, a lot of people don't really need to know everything about.
Boy, wouldn't it be cool to watch NBA
Whew.
games in person? Heck yeah, it would. And what better way to do so than with getting tickets on Game Time?
Oh, Randy Scott is 40 years old. Damn, he's 40. Oh, same. I remember science class.
Which is perfect for people who don't plan things out. Or you're just really busy and you don't know you're going to have time to go to a game until the day.
I haven't been in Minnesota in 20 years. I've never even been out of the state of. I've been to Philadelphia, but I was at the airport. That was it.
What's this? Oh, Megan Thee Stallion is coming to town. I could also see Bad Bunny or Blink-182.
I hope Ant never gets PR trained.
Tickets to all the high-profile events, not just sports.
Oh no, it's candy.
And I can see the view from my seat. Sometimes.
Okay, Ocean's M&S. Perfect.
Until I get there, but with this feature, I can actually.
Yeah, bring your ass. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Last minute deals. You can save up to 60% off buying your tickets last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Plus, Game Time has flash deals, zone deals, all-in pricing. They've got it all. Lowest price guarantee. Or Game Time will give you 110%
I'll let you on a secret.
I know how to keep secrets.
With the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry. Take the guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code DAN for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest prices, guaranteed.
Don Lebatard.
I
As
heard that
usual,
woman was
Larry.
faking pain. I didn't think that sounded real. I really didn't. You know.
It was not fake. It was in no way fake.
Yeah.
You can spot a woman faking it.
Stugats.
Yes, I can, Jess. Expert. Been married 40 years.
That doesn't mean you're an expert in knowing if a woman is faking injury or not.
Yes, sir.
Liam Neeson has decided late in life.
I hate it when that happens.
Said that the film industry needs Spacey, misses Spacey. that he's a good man and he's a man of character.
No.
If you have not seen the Spacey documentary on HBO, I would
Was Bro crying in the game?
you might not have had access to. People can feel powerless even if they're straight Marines in the face of someone abusing power to make them feel helpless.
Fumble!
I wanted to ask you about the Darlington thing because I think Cody would agree with you. Darlington, we asked Jeff to come on the show with us yesterday, and he's usually very available to us, but he said he wanted the reporting to speak for itself. He did not
Intercepted! Julian Love in the back right corner of the end zone. Picks it off!
Scheffler was arrested. And he is staying out of the story in a way that Greg Cody and Stugatz never would. If they had that footage, they would be roaming the earth on tour. They would not.
I would have been in trouble with them. I told you.
Yeah, you would have pretended to be a freedom fighter on behalf of running over a police officer at a
Nigga just breaks his ankles. Like, what the hell?
have been the face of
Okay, what I blurted is that IWH into W.
on the first tee.
This is an injustice. Look at us.
Yes.
Lock me up.
But if you're there the entire time, you know, you're in the cop car with them, you're in the cell with them, that's reported.
They don't just let people in cop cars with people. Like, hey, I'd like to go in the cop car, please.
Some freeze-dried Skittles.
That sounds disgusting. What the hell?
What the hell were you doing out there at 5
Who the hell would do that?
At 5 a.m. What?
That's some true black person shit, bro.
There was a van full of 4 ESPN talents that were all getting there at the same time. There was an additional.
Let's see if I can get Galway involved, because I'm getting.
Talked to Bob Wischusen, who is also in the van, and he was also a witness to what happened up into a point.
Oh, that was a first down!
To follow Scheffler to figure out what was going on, which I
Wait,
think
why was Bob
honestly, in all earnestness, commend him for, because that's the kind of situation that he probably hasn't been in very often, covering golf events where suddenly the #1 golfer in the world is being arrested in front of your eyes, and he kept a very clear head, immediately took out his phone and started videotaping it, which I thought was very, it was thinking on your feet very quickly, which I think a lot of other people maybe would have gotten frazzled and not done such a good job.
Scotty Scheffler at one point turned to Jeff Darlington and said, "Can you help me?" I would have offered help before he even asked that question.
I'm on my way, Scotty.
Yeah, Scotty, I got you.
Get your hands off of Scotty.
Get your hands
He's the
off
#1 golfer in the world. If you take him, you got to take me too, god dang it.
If he goes, I go.
Ah.
And then you become Scheffler.
Oh, that was a first down. How am I missing passes? Oh, man, that hurt.
In all seriousness, though, if the Louisville state attorney elects to prosecute this case, Jeff Darlington is going to be like the main witness.
Right.
I mean, that's going to
Get
be
off.
I still
What
want
the hell?
for you guys to absorb. Just imagine the number of improbable scenarios that
Jesus,
have
always having
Stu
fun.
got sober and working and trying at 5 a.m.
Are you serious, guys? You can't hold a block. I had a first down waiting for me.
Help me in the general direction of Stugatz.
Who is
Stugatz
this
will have
person?
emptied his bank accounts by the end of the day and made sure that he has taken 84% of Scheffler's earnings before he's out of jail.
And I'm his guy.
Were you guys watching live as it was all unfolding? Because my favorite part of that situation was Marty Smith was at the golf club when he arrived. So they went live to Marty to check him. Marty, what's happening? We see that Scotty.
The race party.
Comment on what happened this morning, and he just said, "Marty, I love you," and then he kept walking in. And that was that report. He did great reporting the rest of the day, but that was
Oh, that was Ozolari. I needed him.
Exactly what Stugatz would have done. Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, I needed him to get
and Stugatz just gives a sorry, buddy.
If it was us, Danny B would have been there telling Stugatz, because Stugatz would have still been at the hotel. Like, hey, I just saw Scotty
over here,
Scheffler.
Scotty.
The Asian dude in the
What would have happened is that
Mexican
entire
person.
thing would have happened. Stugatz would have had his flashlight on his phone
The
on,
white
not
person.
known how to do the camera, and just said,
Dried Skittles, they taste good.
Since the dawn of mankind, we've cooked our food over an open flame and debated the best way to grill. One thing not up for debate, grilling and beer always go together. And not just any beer will do. Whether you barbecue Texas style or celebrate Wednesday with burgers and dogs, you need a beer that tastes great and is less filling, so you have more room for food. You need Miller Lite. As you guys may or may not know, I'm a pretty decent cook, especially behind the barbecue. So when I start the fire from my smoker on a hot day, really, the only thing that I have to worry about is what wood I'm going to use. The easiest decision for me is what I'll be drinking. That's a nice ice cold can of Miller Lite. Oh, and by the way, here's a pro tip. It really
I once
goes
accidentally
well
fell
with
asleep
brisket.
on the
Miller Lite
toilet
keeps it
in
simple,
high school.
undebatable
I will
quality,
never
and it tastes as
live
great
that
as your
day down
barbecue.
because one of my
perfect
homeboys
companion
got arrested.
for
So
grill masters
Chris
across
Brian
America.
Simpson
With the
knocked
Miller
on
Lite
the
in hand,
actual
grilling doesn't just
stall
taste great,
window.
it
He was
tastes
like,
like Miller
"Wante,
time. To get Miller Lite
Wante,
delivered right at your
you up?"
door,
And I was
visit
like, "I'm good." He's like,
MillerLite.com/Dan.
"Nigga, he was asleep."
Did you just say that's a black person's
Yes, I literally just said that, fam.
like that?
I'm like, I've never heard somebody eating freeze-dried Skittles. It sounds absolutely disgusting. The hell?
This is the Dan Levator Show with the Stuttgart Podcast.
Not unlike Donald Trump has figured out that if you just inundate the news stream with all manner of shame, we can't keep up with it all. And
Hey, I'm trying to get my license, yo.
to win. Stu Gatz has figured out how it is to bombard our show and all its producers with so much information in real time that we can't keep up with the game of whack-a-mole. So he said recently that Michael Jordan would never lose 2 home games in a row in the playoffs, and then we looked it up and found out that he had. And he also said that Michael Jordan would never go 6 for 24 in a playoff game, but against the Pacers he did go 9 for 25 in a playoff game, but it doesn't matter because in Stugatz's
out with a
memory,
knee injury.
Michael Jordan
You hate to
shot
see that.
100% from the field in his career, and so we've sent him off to jail where he is presently sitting with the giant head of Scotty Scheffler, 5 or 6 times the size of
terrifying, honestly.
Stugatz's head. Stugatz, what are you doing in there with the jail cell with Scotty Scheffler?
Well, Dan, you know, Scotty turned to me. He asked, "Hey, can you help me out?" And I said, "I can help you out. If you go, I go." And so I am now currently in a prison cell with Scotty Scheffler. He should have been arrested for the size of his head. He wasn't. But I am going to get Scotty Scheffler out of here in no time for the right amount of money. Okay?
He's just closer to the camera, guys. It's a perspective thing.
Yeah.
Ah!
It's not a prison, it's a jail, Stugatz. Those two things are different.
Are they?
Put it on the poll, please, at Levitard Show. Do you
Is
know
there
the
really a
difference
difference?
between a prison and a jail?
Do you know the difference
40,
of 6
45,
of 24 and 9
45,
of
40.
27? Just I'm wondering, just out of curiosity.
9 of 25.
Oh, even better for Michael. How about that?
Clean cell.
By the way, Dan, Scotty can't talk. He's very upset about this. He has to get to the second round of the PGA. There was no reason he should have been arrested, so you won't be hearing from Scotty Scheffler, okay?
Okay, so you are acting as his attorney in jail, his accomplice?
His friend, Dan. His friend who will do anything for Scotty Scheffler. You know what I'm talking about, Scotty?
All right, go ahead and give us the backstory.
Well, I gave it to Smith. It wasn't supposed to go to him, but hey, I'll take it for him.
If you had been the only reporter with video access to that news story, how quickly would you have hired a publicist, a publicity team, and how available would you have immediately become to the American media?
I mean, I would have, I'd have T-shirts in my merch store of me at 5 a.m. wearing a miner's helmet with a light on it. I would be doing every single show imaginable. I would have done a live
Ankle breaker.
Greg Cody Show podcast episode live at 4:30 in the morning. Would have done it all, man. You got to take advantage. Look at Scheffler; he never blinks. You have to take advantage of a situation like that. Darlington, I feel like, left the ball on the ground. Although if this thing does go to trial and Scheffler is prosecuted, key witness, eyewitness, Jeff Darlington.
Jessica, do you think that Darlington
Inside the
buys
line.
himself anything in hiding from the look at me of this? We asked him to come on, and the only reason we wanted him on was just to talk about how surreal it was to be him that day and get caught up in that storm, and he wants the work to speak for itself.
I feel like he's doing the thing from the newsroom where he's like, I reported the news, you know? And I kind of like that for him.
Lame.
He sort of is the news, though, in a
I
certain
reported
respect.
the news.
Pablo can be very look at me. Pablo has a
We're
young
both
theater
plus-size people.
kid as a kindergartner that has been pushed down his entire life. Pablo, how would you, Pablo Torre Finds Out is the name of the podcast, and it is getting very popular. How would you have handled the entire Scheffler situation if you were the only reporter who had video of that? Would you have been a news hound, or would you have been, look at me, I want to do the publicity tour for being the news?
Well, I think Jeff Darlington did what a journalist should do. When you're presented with a situation...
Okay, I'm back in my sister's room. Also eat peach ring, but freeze-dried, cause that's a black person's snack.
That's weird.
Is it because he's not doing
Who would
interviews about this?
freeze-dried peach rings? Okay. Now, these are the best rivalries in sports. Yeah, I can't see that. It was on the ESPN Plus broadcast. Hoop Streams with Kim Mountain. Wow, he was actually in. Oh, it was actually premium. God, my back is killing me. I gotta lay down for a second. Right there. Good gracious. Oh, wow.
That boy on the broadcast is that Mike D. am just 10.
Yeah. BRB. I'm grabbing some beer.
What's your favorite song artist?
People, we're not fucking barbarians. Put the damn toilet seat down. It's that simple.
Bro, why are you grad? Beer.
Oh, yes.
Greg,
Answer the question, Pablo. You didn't answer the question. Great deflection. What would you have done, brother?
What would you have done?
I would have done that, and I would have tried to, when I was pushed. I mean, look, I'm not trying to do like I'm a bigger, tougher journalist.
My
I'm not
bad.
saying that. I would have done what you would have done and tried to see how long I could stay out there to get footage. That seems like an obvious call to me.
Oh, so you would have pushed against the police and risked your own arrest.
Well, I'm not saying that a goal of mine would be to get arrested. I'm just saying Jeff Darlington was within his rights to be there and to do that. Right? Like,
Pablo,
What?
The Look at Me reporter, yes, he was within his rights, absolutely. We're marveling at his restraint, at his not wanting to be the story. Greg and Stugatz would have wanted to just be closer to everything that was happening there, and Stugatz has now created the scenario where he ends up in jail with Scheffler as a freedom fighter.
A crusader, Dan.
Pablo, let's check in now with Stugatz here so he can give you his position, because you've dropped the ball. With time to think about it, you failed here, Pablo, to get maximum attention for Pablo.
I'm disappointed. I'm seeing what Stugatz is doing here,
Yes,
and I am learning from the master. Yeah,
Listen, the game is going to pass you by, Pablo, okay? It's not about the news. It's not about journalism. It's about you. It's about your brand. And what you do in that spot is you do what I did. You get arrested with Scotty Scheffler. You go to prison with Scotty Scheffler. That's reporting. That's journalism. That's Look at Me, Louie. That's what journalism has turned into these days. Darlington squandered an opportunity. I'm sitting here. I have the keys to sell, okay? Oh, my God.
He hasn't done anything.
Scheffler out, and me and Scheffler are going to be buddies for life.
I think it Ojala.
Keys to the cell. You like that, Dan?
You're still making it prison. It's not prison. He was stretching in jail. You don't want to be doing that in prison.
Stugatz has him and Scotty Scheffler doing the Shawshank Redemption thing together.
Yes.
He has them escaping together.
Yes.
That's the great part of this is you going to be in jail the rest of the day. Scotty going to be out in an hour.
That's what you do for a friend, Juju. That's what you do to make, and then the story becomes all about you, because you are left alone in prison, and Scheffler, hopefully after he fires a 66, second round PGA comes to get you out.
Stugatz,
that's a story. That's how you do it, right, Scotty?
You're only getting the second best lawyer in Louisville if this happens to you. You know that, right?
Doesn't matter. I don't need an attorney. The longer I sit in jail, prison, whatever Dan wants to go, the better for me. The longer I sit there and people are talking about, oh my God, Stugatz, he did something nice for Scotty Scheffler. Can you believe 14 days later, he is
30
still
points
sitting
for
in
first
jail?
is not
Don't
fun.
understand.
Oh, what a story!
Yes, he would go on a hunger strike in jail. They'd be trying to let him out. They'd open the doors, and he's like, "No, I'm staying here, imprisoned in the attention."
Stugatz, you can go now. No, I don't want to go. I'm going to make this my home for a couple of weeks. Why? Because that makes me even bigger than I already am. How about that? You can let Scotty go. Keep me in here for a month for all I care. 3 squares, Dan.
Stugatz would reveal to the police from inside of the jail cell that he had marijuana vape.
I get balls for a second half, so
you would do the reverse.
I can basically get a double kickoff pretty
You should
much.
check out my house. I mean,
do you think jail's a hotel? You just come and go as you please to?
Well, I'm not saying it's comfortable, but, Billy, when I get out in 30 days, oh, my God, I'm going to replace David Muir on 2020. How about that? Seriously, am I wrong, Dan?
Yes, just morally and in general, you are wrong, but you are right.
Pablo, I put myself in the cell with Scotty Scheffler. That's journalism, my friend.
That's not.
BFFs for life as well after that.
Are you taking journalism classes while you're in prison?
No. I am reading a book, Stugatz's personal record book. You can check it out here. That's what we do in prison, Dan. We have time.
Letters from a Louisville jail. Stugatz goes Martin Luther King.
We like to read in jail. Yeah, StugatzBook.com. Check it out. My personal record book. Scotty, I'll sign one for you.
We will check back in with Stugatz in jail in a moment.
Scotty.
But he does have this right. He could. Jeff Darlington blew a glorious
wow,
chance at
really?
Stephen A.
First
Smith
throw of
did
the
to
second half.
capitalize on a Sunday.
Thank you.
In terms of brand management, Jeff Darlington.
Stugatz tunnel walking with cameras around him into jail. Yes. Selfie stick.
Now, how about that, brothers?
I want you to imagine Scheffler on a boat somewhere cleaning it up, and Stugatz walking up like Tim Robbins in Shawshank Redemption because they're lifelong. He and Red are lifelong buddies. Stugatz would have absolutely parlayed that into a heavenly buffet of what can I get from the #1 golfer in the world. Look at him.
You're so right.
The irony of Stugatz being the one who ends up in a First Amendment lawsuit with the police department and not you, Dan, for reporting the news would be, I think, I don't know, that would be great, right? That would be hilarious.
It is appropriate that Stugatz becomes the Edward Snowden of sports media because he wants to be in jail with Scotty Scheffler.
I don't know who that is, but I agree with you, Pablo. I mean, Snowden, genius, this guy.
Darlington, you're a fool.
Thank you.
Yes, Ojolari got 1 shackle for loss. Let's go.
Ideal.
I don't want to be the story. What are you, a moron? Oh my God, you're a bigger moron than Scotty. You should be arrested for being a moron. I love you, Jeff.
Stugatz definitely thinks Edward Snowden is like another golfer, right?
that just walked out of jail, He's doing whatever he wants freely.
Just missed the cut on Sunday. Edward Snowden.
It's unfortunate. Do it in a major.
Stugatz here from my friends over at Simply Safe. When you travel, do concerns back home nag you? Did you lock up? Did you leave a window open? That's why I recommend investing in Simply Safe Home Security today for award-winning security and peace of mind wherever your summer plans take you. I've had Simply Safe in my home for many years now. The peace of mind it gives me, especially during the summertime, when I'm all over the place, is incredible. Because I know the things I care about, the things I value back home.
We're only up 8.
Keep an eye on
It's okay. That interception hurt because I was in a groove.
Before you head out on your next vacation, make sure to protect your whole home with Simply Safe variety of indoor and outdoor cameras, plus add sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, no contracts to worry about, and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Simply Safe has given me and many of my listeners real peace of mind. I want you to have it too. So right now, 20% off any new Simply Safe system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/DLB. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Don Lebatard.
Quiet man. I'm a married man. I don't cheat on my wife, despite that gratuitous line back in my day.
Stugatz.
I wish you were here, my wife. I really miss her.
Oh, no,
No, I don't. That's the thing about being married. I've been gone 2 days. I haven't been gone long enough to miss my wife. I'm sorry. I call her. I'm on the phone with her for 30 seconds. What am I? Hello. All right. We'll see you. All right. And then, I'm going to see her in 2 days. I was jumping Charlie. Good.
This is the Don Lebatard Show with the Stugatz.
40 to the 45 to the 50, the 45 to the 40, to the 35 to the 30, to the 25 to the 15, 10, 5. Oh, yeah!
Today is the most journalistic.
61 yards.
Playing Skate 3 on my mom's PS3.
Cool.
So I don't know if anybody here had the childhood that we had. We've been waiting 30 years to talk about a cartoon. We talked about the cartoon. It's the horniest cartoon I've ever seen, and it made me very happy to talk about all of it.
Everyone I have heard talk about it, I don't know whether it's tapping into nostalgia, childhood, or what, they say it is exceptionally well done, well written, and that it's a piece of art worth, not just if you're channeling it through the filter of childhood, but a modern day piece of art.
No quarterback's going to throw 8 touchdowns in the game in a real NFL
I just want to
game.
ask Greg.
It's not going to be
Greg,
physically
personally,
possible.
Can you attempt to give us a summary of what you think X-Men 97 is about? What do you imagine this
40
show is?
to the
I'm
45
not a big
to the 50.
superhero cartoon kind of guy.
Good start.
I mean, X-Men, I assume, is a group of 5 superheroes all trying to outdo each other. I have no idea.
I like
really
it
don't.
as 5 former men.
That's right.
Okay, what is it? It's a cartoon, right?
It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon, Greg, about mutant powers and superheroes. That's sort of an analogy for civil rights in America and so forth and so on. But I want you to actually can you give us the names of what you think these superheroes?
I'm on the
5
fullback,
superheroes,
Kabinda.
what are their names, do you imagine?
The Avenger.
Great.
Green Lantern. Incredible Hulk.
Okay, you're just plagiarizing actual superhero names.
Batman. And Godzilla. How many did I get right?
Please make a T-shirt.
It's a good list.
Yes, he got a sack. Let's go. Let's go.
Show about my 5 guys.
Got 2 tackles for loss and got a sack. Let's go.
You could not have been more
That's
wrong.
exactly what we needed for
Godzilla is a
Ojolari.
brilliant
Oh,
addition to the
man.
Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Thank you.
The multiverse should welcome in. Yeah. One
Oh,
more
wow, that
thing
was
I
almost
thinking about,
blocked.
Dan, was
Ooh.
there's this story
A
about how
60-yard
AI, OpenAI
bomb.
is like being sued by Scarlett Johansson because
To the
they take
48
your
yard
voice
line.
and they're using that to be the voice of like
Away teams hitting.
of course,
Wow,
future
check on
dystopia.
Smith.
I think Greg Cody should be the voice of OpenAI. I think there's a giant missed opportunity in not having Greg Cody be a voice option
A
for your
young
computer when it
Robert
talks to
Hussey
you.
on the
Really?
call.
Can I say anything I want?
Well,
I mean, I don't.
it would be a bunch of different things that would resemble artificial intelligence.
Oh, so I have to talk according to what I'm asked to speak about.
No, they use your voice to say whatever they want as you.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if I go for that.
All right, let's talk to Pablo about the serious parts of this instead of the parts about Greg Cody formulating a voice. The Scarlett Johansson story has been a story here for a couple of years that I don't believe is being covered very well because she's rightfully pissed off about things that are being taken from her that are supposed to be hers in a changing technological world. What are the areas of this story that are most illuminating to you?
I think it's just how on the nose it is, because it's all based on the fact that Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI, I think OpenAI is an incredibly impressive company that is almost
Not a good throw.
less untrustworthy as a super villainous concept, like they're trying to kill everybody on the planet. I don't think they're trying to do that. I think what they're just doing is clumsily trying to sell people products. I think capitalism is a story of artificial intelligence. And so there's this movie called Her, in which Scarlett Johansson plays, her voice plays, the voice of the sentient general intelligence robot AI. And what Sam Altman did was essentially say to himself, that movie's cool. I want that to be real-life artificial intelligence. And it just leaves me not trusting him on the level of business. Like, it's so clumsy.
Bruh.
The idea that you're using the apocalyptic movie.
I did the highball. Why didn't it activate?
Of the thing you're making, in reality,
You gotta be
it
shitting
feels
me.
just deeply disconnected. It's sort of like how people watch movies
And
and they don't
he
know who the villains are.
inside the 10,
And I think
into the end zone.
realizing, or maybe he's only now realizing how on the nose it is for them to inhabit a fictional world in which AI is a nightmare, and then try to sell that to people under the guise of, man, this is awesome, isn't it?
But the problem, right, is that they asked her to use her voice, and then she's saying that she said no, and then when the voice came out yesterday, it sounded exactly like her, and so she's now suing them over that. And then I think he also had a tweet a month or so ago, or maybe a couple years ago, I'm not sure, where he tweeted her, like the name of the movie. So I think is that not what the lawsuit's about?
Yes. So what's happened is that Scarlett
Good
Johansson
job,
said,
Blake
no, I don't want
Martinez.
to do that. And they basically have the powers to, as they do, simulate anyone's voice. And so I think they're claiming that they hired a voice actress who is not Scarlett Johansson to do this, but they hired essentially a Scarlett Johansson impersonator. And so whether or not they
Wow, the Saints
simulated her
blowing up
voice
the
or hired a
Rams. Not
human who sounds
surprising.
a lot like her, it is exactly what an AI company, the caricature of one, would do. And so, yeah, Dan, what it does is it speaks to every sort of sense that you might have as someone who creates something, that this company is not to be trusted, that they're just going to take from real people to simulate those real people and use that real person's voice against their will to create more technology to do exactly that.
Bro, I just did an over hippie.
Think of a
Oh,
movie
nice.
that was way ahead of its time. I don't know if Her is ahead
Nice.
of its time or of
I believe it
well,
was.
but of its time because there were plenty of people living in this space before I was. Obviously, I've aged out, and artificial intelligence, all of it has sort of caught me off guard. But there were plenty of people living off the grid 10 years ago when Her made an appearance. I want to ask the group to think of the movie you most associate with being ahead of its time. But what is happening with Stugatz right now, Billy? I don't understand. He is now in jail by himself. No longer. Scotty Scheffler has
Scotty's out. Yeah,
Scotty
Scotty
has
got
him out, Dan. Yeah.
Okay, so now where's this story going, Stugatz?
Well, it's going with me sitting in prison by myself because the cops came, Dad, and they said, listen, only one of you can leave. And I, of course, told Scotty, hey, you got big things to do today.
Really? First
Second
play of the
round
drive,
PGA, go
really?
win that Wanamaker trophy. I'm
Really?
staying right
The
here in
very
this cell.
first play
I'm
of the
trying to get
drive,
a
y'all
bigger
scored.
trophy, that Pulitzer Prize
Great.
thing you're always talking about.
That is how
Four
jail
picks.
works. Who
Yeah.
wants to get
Not
out?
fun.
I can get one person out.
500 yards
You do what
passing.
you got to do for a
Not
friend.
fun.
That's what you
Throwing
do.
for that,
Yeah.
allowing that
Durant
many
has
yards to
0
Jared
titles
Goff.
in my record
Great.
books. How
StuGatzBook.com.
about that, brothers?
Yep.
Do you guys understand how many different deals Stugatz would parlay? Scotty Scheffler shouting at him like a man from the bottom of a well, help me! Can you help me? Like, can you imagine Stugatz just waddling into a heroic arrest?
You have no idea, buddy.
Scotty, I can help you, but can you help me?
If Stugatz can get his phone working to video and not just turn his flashlight on and run into
It'd
the
be
woods.
a selfie of him watching Scotty get
That's
arrested.
That's what you did. That's what Darlington should have done. I mean, what's the matter with
He would
him?
have made it a cameo. Stugatz would have. It would have been if there could be body cam footage, but a cameo. Stugatz would have recorded it. Yes.
And Blade Runner.
Dan, I've asked the
Blade
officers
Runner's
here
one of the
how
worst
long
movies
can I
ever
stay.
made. I don't
They're
give a
not
damn what
telling me.
anybody
I've
says.
asked, I want to stay as long as I can. Hopefully, you'll come get me out one day, Dan. You probably won't. Scotty will, though, after he wins the PGA or finishes in the top 5. But I asked the cops. They said, listen, it could be a while, processing, all this stuff, everything. I said, listen, I'm in no rush. I'll stay here for as long as I can. How about that?
All right.
I'm offering to stay in prison.
All right. I think the bid is over. Come back in
It's
here.
not.
Come back in here and spend some
Just getting
time
started.
with us and go ahead.
Serve hard time.
In stride in the end zone. He's got his man. Touchdown.
Here and join us on the show. Pablo, before you came on, we were talking about a couple of things I wanted to get your opinion on.
Ladybugs.
What do people want from their sports coverage? It's a general question, but sports fans, we're in dramatically changing time, and it seems
Yeah,
like
Matt
every
Forte tore his
broadcast has a
ACL in
whole bunch of
2015.
complaints about what the broadcast is. The modern age, the new sports fan of tomorrow, what do they want from their sports coverage?
I think they want their sports coverage to make them feel like the thing they're about to watch is the most important event on the world, on the globe, in the world, in the universe. I think that what NBC got right, what am I nostalgic for? I'm nostalgic for those NBC, NBA, Bob Costas essays, Dan. Remember those?
Yeah.
Where it would be him for like 2 minutes setting up the stakes that made you feel like you're about to watch a clash of civilizations. I think that's what people want, is the idea that you're about to watch something important and something special. I think when it comes to studio shows, everybody has been fooled into thinking that Inside the NBA is the model, and Inside the NBA is the best studio show in the history of studio shows, but it's also unreplicable. And so people are trying to do the thing that is impossible to do, which is copy someone else's chemistry with people who don't have it. And so I think the biggest mistake that companies like ESPN make is the idea of, we're going to give you an imitation of something as opposed to selling you the event. And I think the event is the thing that matters. As much as I want to be, a pro gas bag job creator, I think you got to focus on the event.
Didn't ESPN do that, though, on Sunday? I mean, it was, for New York, the biggest event on the globe.
I mean, I don't want to just criticize ESPN studio coverage, but I would say that if you watched it and you watched Stephen A's tunnel walk, it was great for memes and bad for everybody else. And I think that's another tension in the world of how
What a
to
catch.
broadcast games, is there are things that you can do for the internet audience, for memes.
Yes, Ojulari
that
gets a
are
half a tackle.
inherently funny. And I'm still talking about the Stephen A. tunnel walk. But to insert it into the
That's why he never
presentation
banned the
of,
intro rule.
here is the most important game in New York City, you could argue, in 50 years. It's
Yes!
1953.
Got another one!
I think
There's no Blake
that was a
Martinez. Damn it.
miscalculation.
Wrong
Even though it was
person.
tongue-in-cheek and funny and something that I laughed at. I think you want to play it straighter.
I got two words that improve every single broadcast around the nation. Bruce Buffer. You're welcome.
I thought of a show ahead of its time, not a movie, but a show. The Jetsons.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Still haven't gotten there. Flying cars.
We're getting close, though.
Robot maids.
Yeah.
The show behind its time, The Flintstones.
Yes, that's true. Different game, but
very
yes,
nice.
great point.
George Jetson was riding a copter, an
Flying
individual
car, yeah.
copter, and
a
now
spaceship, wasn't it? Wasn't it a bit of a
well, but
vehicle spaceship?
it was an individual though.
I think they were on Earth just floating. I don't think it was in space.
Right. Was it? They didn't fly rocket ships around. They were driving
No.
cars.
Yeah,
they were
flying cars.
Flying cars.
Still haven't gotten there. Yeah.
Yeah, and now we're close to that. You're gonna be able to Uber, but in the air within a couple of years.
That is just not true.
Put it on the poll.
No, it's
Yeah.
true.
Juju,
No, it is
at
true.
Levitar.
Within a
Basically
couple
airline
years,
By the year 2000, we'll have that.
Put it on the poll at Levitar Show. Are we going to be in flying Ubers in a couple of years?
I'm reporting it. I mean, I'm not speculating. It's happening.
The salary of a sprocket, was he a sprocket salesman, a sprocket worker? What did he do for
Was it?
Spacely
It was
Sprockets?
Sprockets. Yes.
Spacely
Yeah.
Sprockets.
So what did he do?
He was in an ancillary division, unimportant as an employee.
Well, important enough that he was able to afford a robot maid, and he had, his
No,
flying
he
car.
was like the Lewis of Sprocket makers. He's somewhere in the back.
Yeah, he's a mid-level
I think
executive.
he got laid off.
Wow, straight.
Did Lewis?
I don't think he was a mid-level executive. I believe he was more of a factory worker, a labor man quashed by management.
He wasn't dressed like a factory worker.
No, he's a mid-level executive.
White collar, literally.
Not everybody was flying back then, but he was.
Pablo,
Franchise
thank
record
you.
600 yards.
Thank you, guys.
See you tomorrow.
It's that time again. The NBA playoffs are here.
Mm,
Boy,
mm,
wouldn't it be
mm,
cool
mm,
to watch
mm, 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 mm.
person? Heck yeah, it would. And what better way to do so than by getting tickets on Game Time? Game Time's an authorized ticket marketplace in the NBA, which makes getting playoff tickets even faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to tip-off, which is perfect for people like you who don't plan things out. Or you're just really busy and you don't know you're going to have time to go to a game until the day of the game. And if basketball's not your thing, well, guess what? I'm on the Game Time app right now, and what's this? Oh, Megan Thee Stallion is coming to town. I could also see Bad Bunny or Blink-182, Shakira, and more. Because Game
They
Time
might
has
sneak
tickets
D.
to all the high-profile events, not just sports. You know, some of my
Yes,
favorite
sir.
events on Game Time, I can go on the app and I can see the view from my seat. Sometimes it looks like they're going to be great, but I have no idea until I get there. But with this feature, I can actually see. Plus, they have the lowest price guaranteed. And as I mentioned, last-minute deals. You can save up to 60% off buying your tickets last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Plus, Game Time has flash deals, zone deals, all-in pricing. They've got it all, plus the lowest price guarantee. Or Game Time will credit you
Late
110%
Jackson,
of
look at
the
this suicide
At Game Time, you
2021.
always get the Game Time ticket coverage. Your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy.
RP Tony Syracuse died in
Takes the
2022.
guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the
2022
Game Time app,
actually.
create an account, and use code
Fox
DAN
has never
for
been the same
$20
without him.
off your first purchase.
Robert
Terms
Kardashian is
apply.
trying to
Again,
be like
create an
this
account and redeem
with a
code
big personality, but it
DAN.
just doesn't feel
$20
the
off.
same.
Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest prices, guaranteed.
Dan Lebatard.
Yeah, very
Imagine if
fast.
someone told you couldn't have a Corvette.
Stugatz.
I'm a grown-ass man who's not filthy rich. I can't afford a Lamborghini. Well, I probably can, but that's...
Hey!
Wait,
Wow.
Hey, Greg.
This is the Dan Lebatard Show with the Stugatz.
Wow, really, guys? On the first play of the
We have
drive.
some video to get to with Ron McGill of animals being tickled, a stingray being tickled, a baby gorilla being tickled. Ron, who is the most ticklish of the animals that you can delight in just fooling around with, and you will get a playful creature?
You know, I don't usually play around with the wild animals. I mean, there are some dogs that I've had that have been very ticklish, but when you get into the wild animals, of course, all the primates, you know, you see that. And that not necessarily with the stingray there, it's not necessarily ticklish, it's more of a sensitivity. It might be kind of a...
It's nothing to be alarmed about.
That if not protected by a certain...
To get Miller Lite delivered right much anywhere that sells beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces.
You're listening to DraftKings Network.
This is the Dan Lebatard Show
Thank you.
with the Stugatz Podcast.
Smith!
John Tesh is going to join us in just a little bit. Dan is on a business call. I felt the need to explain where Dan is. He's on a call.
Seems unnecessary.
Well, he's not here. He's been here the entire show. He's not in prison with Scotty.
I think he just went somewhere with air conditioning.
He could be laying on the floor. He does that sometimes.
Bad time for the AC to go down. I gotta tell you.
Calor de pinga, a new term I learned today.
This is that weird kind of day where they're saying it's working, but it's not. Like last week, it was at least confirmed not working. Today, it's like it's working, but it's just not doing cold air.
Who's saying that it's working?
Tony was walking around telling everyone in the other room that the reason it was hot is because all the vents were closed.
Okay.
It's still hot.
But who's saying it's working?
They.
Okay.
People.
They are wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's not working. It's not even close to working. Greg is sweating through his armpits right now.
It's ridiculous.
Let me see. Lift. Let me feel a little.
He is.
Kind of.
I am too, but you can't tell.
It feels like it.
Yeah.
It's very like the air is just not moving. It's hot and it's not moving.
Right.
And we're just sitting in it.
So I offered Greg some things to talk about before we started here. One was the Panthers, the
Wow.
Rangers, heavyweight fight.
Really?
The other was Tua, the Dolphins. Billy and I think he's too nice to hold out.
Yeah, he's definitely too nice. He can't play the holdout game. So what he has to do, they're going to take advantage of him, I think.
But Billy, I feel like it's something you and I would do as passive. I feel like you and I are similar.
Oh,
and
yeah,
we're not
very
very
taken advantage of.
Like, so like I feel like if anyone, I see myself in Tua of just like I'll show up. Please give me a contract.
I come here, man.
He has an agent though, right? Like if he was doing it himself, maybe. But that's what the agent's for. They're like, stay strong, buddy.
We'll get back to Tua in a second, but the thing Greg told me he wanted to talk about was Chris being loud wrong on his podcast.
This is just so uninteresting that he thinks is interesting.
Oh, it's interesting to me. I can see why it wouldn't be interesting to you to talk
I'll give you your minute here. I was wrong. Calmly, my dad's horse that he owns ran over the weekend in Italy. And it was the number 3 horse. Stugatz, you've been to horse racing before.
Yeah.
Generally, don't the horses line up in order? If there's a 1 horse, a 2 horse, a 3 horse, they're lined up in order. See, this is already so uninteresting that I'm
4,
bored
5,
with it.
6, 7, 8.
Calmly was the 3 horse, so I was like, it's the 3rd horse in line. My dad's like, no, it's on the pole position. Trust me.
Now
And
tell us excitedly.
I mocked him. This is the part that he has to gloat about. I mocked him. I was like, you're an owner of this horse, and I know more
Damn
about
it.
it than you do. It turns out I was wrong. In
Right.
Italy, they do horses where the numbers don't matter. So the
This
3
is not
horse
gonna count.
was on the inside.
Right.
I was wrong, and my dad thinks that that's good content to make fun of me.
It might not be good content, but it feels good to hear you say I was wrong.
I was wrong.
Yeah.
That's all he
Loud
wanted,
wrong.
Chris. That's all he wanted. Up until now, you haven't admitted that you were wrong.
No, I gave it to him on his podcast after it happened. I was like, man, I was wrong about that.
But the gall of you to think that I don't know about my own horse.
The gall.
I get inside information.
He's an owner.
A week before the race about what the post position is and all
I just did a 50-50 grind.
Oh, 50-50 grinds. I've done those before. On Skates 3.
She was the favorite, and she led late into the...
Ah, come on.
Just made Karen angry and now
Fuck.
she wants to tease me.
Hey.
That was my question.
You do that to yourself. You can't you can't get mad at anybody but yourself about that, bro.
No. She's 4 now, no longer a 3-year-old, and I think she'll probably...
Because I was throwing my skateboard at her and punching her.
I mean, yeah, she has every right to get mad at you for doing that.
I called him Mike Conley,
I think it was...
Don't answer it, Greg. He put you on the spot.
Well, I'm just wondering how much he stands to me
He's
when
gonna
they
have too
auction
many
the
people
horse
in your
off.
pockets. He's gonna have too many people outside of here.
Well, no, you're a minority owner, correct?
Yeah, I own 2.5%.
Okay, there you go.
Listen, Juju, Greg loves to walk around telling people he's a horse owner.
That's correct.
Sorry. Normally I would agree with you on some things, but that one, you deserve to get your ass whooped. You'd be like me putting my hands on my sister. She deserved to whoop my ass. Oh yeah. Cause you knew you was about to get that ass clapped. Don't even care, cause you know you about to get that ass hella clapped. 40 to the 45 to the 50 to the 45 to the 40.
If she's auctioned off and I get $6K, which is about what I put into the horse.
Well, there you go. Now you said it.
It's probably still a net loss.
They're just kids not even watching where he's going, and he just hit me. So now I'm gonna punch him.
No, okay, there's no point in doing that.
Timeshare?
I don't do it personally. I'm with a syndicate called Team Valor.
Yeah, Team Valor. Of course, everybody knows.
Yeah, and they do all the research. Comley was actually Queen Elizabeth's horse.
Yeah.
It's a great a British horse.
Spin inside the fire, down to the lawn.
Party would research a horse. Well, so
and my boy Saquon's back in this year.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, because the king hates horses.
Really?
And so when the queen
No.
died, the king
Wow.
immediately
This
began
as soon as I got inside, I got knocked out right back out of the
I
fucking.
just found a gangster. How are you guys heading back with the bros gangster?
It looked like the king rising from the gates.
Jordan Akins another touchdown.
I thought it might be an homage to Tampon Gate.
Really?
I didn't know what to think. Is it a joke? Is it real?
Is that what you thought?
That is what I thought.
Look, see, very interesting conversation, Chris, on the horses. And I always remember, he brought you into this world and he'll take you out.
That's right.
Talk what he wanna talk about.
I know what Chris means, though. Like when you're in the
He's so mad.
you're in the position of someone who's already admitted that they're wrong, and everyone wants to just keep laughing and telling you that you're wrong. Like Lehman yesterday, who was looking for tools for his kayak, and I told him, "Did you check in this spot?" And he said, "Yes, I couldn't find them." And then he couldn't find it for hours, and then finally I got up, checked in the spot, and they were right there.
Of course.
And I was in the position of, well, he acknowledged that I was right. They were where I said they were.
You wanted more, though. Bad move
I wanted
by
more.
Lehman.
I wanted
That's when
more.
you accuse the person of putting it there. Correct.
This is what you do, sis. You let that slide. Like, oh, see, it's right here. No problem, babe. And now...
Okay.
In Greg's defense,
Game is weird.
Greg, anytime he says anything, gets shot down and has constantly been told that he's wrong. So it feels good to be right.
Damn right it does.
Yeah.
Particularly when the adversary in this case, my son, was so loud wrong. He like wouldn't even consider that I might know more about him, about my own racehorse than
You know
he
the
does.
game.
Well,
You're in the game.
I thought it was funny, the idea of you, the owner, being wrong about it. So I was trying to celebrate the idea that you had it wrong. But it's not as fun when I get that wrong because I'm not the owner.
Right, now look what we're celebrating.
Now we're just talking about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
How come men can't find things, though?
We can't.
I'm really bad at it. When you were saying that story, I was like, this is my household. I am always looking for something. I can't find it. My wife finds it, and then she's mad at me because it was easy to find.
No, but I hate that.
It's a true stereotype, right?
Like, I'll look around for something forever.
Wild
and then she gets up like
NBA
Jess
endings.
did, and she finds it in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And it drives me crazy. Like, I swear, I looked there.
I had to put
I
my
did.
keys on my wall just because that had become a headache.
What does your wife get on you the most for? Is it for me, it's hair.
Oh,
It's the only thing she cares about.
Before I got my
maintenance?
haircut. Oh my God.
Yeah.
If my hair is over my collar in the back,
right?
You know, the mullet jokes start, and you know, it makes you look 10 years older.
Your
and-
haircut's great though, Greg.
Thank you.
You look good.
But she harps on me, mentions it daily, like a couple of times. When are you getting a haircut?
Well, because you're the kind of guy, not to talk like you're the kind of guy that goes way too long without it.
Yeah.
Like, you should probably get one every other month. And
Punched him down the stairs.
You're weird.
Take you out. Just keep some.
just speaking on my mom's, that's just what my mom would say.
He's
like,
defending
go
his
more.
mom, yeah.
Yeah.
Go more
Haircuts are
often.
once a year at that.
Well, a couple of times a year,
Oh.
maybe.
What's your excuse when she tells you to cut it and you come home and it's still growing?
You know, I'm like, I'll get.
Had a busy
around to
day.
it.
I tell Abby I'm a creature of habit. I need to go to the same person at the same place every single time, and she's not often there. Her name is Marisol. She's fantastic at Supercuts in Parkland, and so that's my excuse. I'm like, Marisol wasn't in today.
My dad.
She's like, does she ever work?
My dad wanted me to go with him to get his haircut.
That would be
Oh,
nice.
you like, do you want to go there and punch him when he's a man and then he punches
My
you?
dude, what are you talking about?
Now you try to act cool and far.
My dude, I have
I'm
no
gonna have a new
earthly idea what
That's
the
right.
hell.
Greg, you know what you should try? Tom Brady did this. It's not really in fashion right now. It's not in vogue, as they say. But when your hair gets longer, you should try, like, the man bun in the back. You know what I'm saying?
I thought you were talking about Botox.
Pull up the... Well, no, Greg doesn't need Botox. But maybe you pull up the hair a little bit, put a man bun back there.
I can
or
honestly-
ponytail.
And trust me, I got like 100 fur headbands that you can. It fit one of them.
Oh,
There you
what?
go.
I would try one of those on.
There you go.
I would try that. Yeah. I was also considering like a George Washington powdered wig. Or
Ooh,
something.
yeah, all right.
Bringing back the 1770s, that kind of thing.
You know what? Well, I don't know about that.
I think they still wear those, like if you're a barrister.
In England, I
Yeah.
think they do.
Team Valor, do they wear those or no?
No.
Oh.
Why would you bring one of those back?
I don't know. Whenever I
Just
look at
under
George
your
Washington, I'm
time.
like, that's weird, but yet oddly cool. That
Oh
haircut.
man,
That
I went
is-
to a museum in New York once that had a lock of his hair and one of his teeth in it.
Wow.
Oh my God.
The
Very
wooden or the real?
The fake, well, yeah, the fake ones.
Oh,
I think
interesting.
it was weird.
What a hilarious tradition for the English to hold on to for so long.
It
Just
is.
a powdered face and wig. Salute to Man United.
Totally bizarre.
Well said. Greg, if your hair gets long enough, you could just dye it white, and then it'll be a natural powdered wig.
I don't
Yeah,
know
but then your
about
wife
that.
gets upset. And
Yeah, you know.
it's the whole thing.
Yeah. She'd rather have me in a powdered wig than long mullet type hair.
Who's on the Greg Cody show this week?
Actually, we have our friend Roy Bellamy is on, along with Princess Claire, talking about the Panthers Rangers series.
Nice.
And we listened to we actually listened to Calmly Run in Italy live on the podcast, which was sort of interesting.
You know those powdered wigs are made of horse hair?
I did not.
Maybe
Huh.
calmly will.
Really?
Yeah.
Full circle.
Wow.
Yeah, cut his hair.
Well,
Her.
Hers.
she's
Sorry.
got a,
Mine?
you know, like most horses,
Fine.
she's got a pretty slick coat.
Yeah.
You know.
Greg Coat.
Yeah. Thank you.
Goatee.
It's because it's hard to read because of an AI that reads it for you. It doesn't make sense, but when you read it, it makes sense too.
Okay.
Like Tom Mix.
So that was the differentiation of that particular
Baby.
connection.
What? I don't know. He said it, not me.
You repeated it.
Yeah, it's true. Whenever anybody says "baby," I gotta say it back. It's the polite thing to do.
So what we decided here is too nice to hold out.
Yeah, I think that was consensus.
I'm not sure if his lawyer is though, but he might be.
I don't think he listens to his lawyer.
He'll get his money. Believe me. There's all these rumors. You know, is he going to demand a trade? No, the Dolphins are going to pay the man. He'll get $50 million plus. They'll add enough bonus incentives for him to possibly be the highest paid quarterback if he stays
This
healthy.
is the new and unimproved Dan Levitar show with the Stugatz. Gamble on by DraftKings.
His teeth were actually not made of wood, Billy. Ivory.
Since the dawn of mankind, we've cooked our food over an open flame and debated the best way to grill. One thing not up for debate, grilling and beer barbecue. So when I start the story about is what and a Miller Lite. Oh, and by the way, undebatable corn. With the Miller Lite in hand, grill deliver right at your door. Visit beer. Celebrate responsibly. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 96 calories per 12 ounces.
Don Le Batard. Stugats.
There's this other girl that tried to tease me, but I'm not a doctor. Her taser and her water bottle came out.
Damn, I'm around 200 yards allowed. Damn.
This man is a true Renaissance man of journalism, of music, a 6-time Emmy Award winner, 2-time Grammy nominee. And this video I'm going to play for him and for the audience, I believe is as confident as an American male can be under any circumstances. This is John Tesh knowing that he's got a hit song on his hands and also a
oh, good job, Zimmernet. No, McKinney.
Watch this.
But it doesn't matter.
Soaring, and we soar with him.
His masterpiece.
Yes, well, yes. This is allegedly, according to Stugats, the greatest sports anthem ever made. Right up there with "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," and he gave it to us the last time he was on.
One silent moment.
Yes. No, not one silent moment. It's this and "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
It's one shining moment.
Yes, I don't know what one silent moment is.
You didn't find me, though.
I can't keep up with your mistakes. John, thank you for being on with us. One silent moment is what he described.
Would be an odd name for a song.
It really would be strange.
Silent Nights.
Perhaps. John, thank you for joining us. Certainly this fills you with the greatest of happiness, right? It fills you, that song makes you as happy as it makes us, correct?
Well, first of all, thank you. Yeah, yes, it does. And you know what? The funniest thing about this song is that when I found out that I was working for, I was doing the Tour de France bike race as an announcer back in 1990. And when I found out that through the sports grapevine, the NBC wanted, or they were looking, they had just taken the coverage away from maybe with CBS, and they were looking for a new theme. And so I thought, wow, what would that sound like? And you know, the story about the whole answering machine thing. But even when it was on the air, it was just another sports theme. And so it really didn't become anything until people started learning it on YouTube, you know, and then people sort of longing back for the nostalgia of the, Marv Alberts, Michael Jordan, Celtics versus the Lakers rivalry. And so that's when it really became something else, which was a big surprise for me.
Yeah.
Well, you have told us the answering machine story, but for those who might not be familiar with it, because it's a legendary story, and I don't know if you have anything that sticks to you the way this song sticks to you, because I imagine all over sports fans are trying to talk to you about this.
Well,
Come on, Durantula, what the hell?
When I was hired at CBS to do the anthology sports,
this motherfucker has 40 points.
Downhill skiing and figure skating and gymnastics and all that. I was working on the Tour de France bike race, and I'd heard through the grapevine that they were looking for a theme.
You're definitely gonna win this game,
in the middle of I was in Megève, France, and we were getting ready to do the next stage of the tour. And
why do y'all keep fouling?
What would nobody knew me as a musician.
You gotta be shitting me.
You know, and so I woke up at 2 o'clock, and when I tell this story on stage, people always laugh because they've done it. I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning with a theme in my head, and I thought I didn't have a keyboard, I didn't have a recording device, no iPhone, and so I thought the only way for me, if I go to sleep, that it's going to be gone. So I called my answering machine back in the States, back in New York. I left a message for myself. And when I tell that story on stage, people they're laughing. Why are people laughing? It's usually like, you bring home some milk.
Take me out to the bowl game, fill the buckets with cheese.
What the hell?
Right now, please leave a message. The sound of the tone, you know. So I leave. And then he cut me off. And I call back, which is about, like $150 for a phone call from Megève, France, and like 35 numbers. And I call back and say, here's the rest of it. started to
You've got to be shitting.
And I got home 2 weeks later.
Of course.
And I checked my messages on my answering machine. And
Yeah,
I
of
had
course.
2. Both from me. And they were there.
Nah.
The answering machine and put it on my piano.
60 points, not fun.
Let me figure it out, you know? And so I said, well, this might be something. And so I got the band together, and I thought, you know, I know how these guys at sports think, you know, and I know I'd known Ebersol because he was.
I was trying to lateral, but I couldn't get a chance.
And so what I did was I figured out what the fast break was, and it was so disco is 120 beats a minute, but a fast break is like 132, you know, almost like a rap tune or EDM, and so I set the tempo at that. And then to sort of eliminate what they would have to do in their brains, I didn't
try
send the cassette.
Shepard to get him involved.
I went into a studio. There's no laptop editing back then. I went to a studio and I got a bunch of highlights from the NBA. I edited it to the music, and so I sent in a VHS tape, not a cassette tape. And so when they looked at that, they were like, "Well, it was a simple phone call. Hey, John, this is Dick Ebersol. This is your song. What's it called?" And I was like, Round Ball Rock. So I made up something. And he said, well, this will work. You know, let us play it for 30 years and put 2 of your kids through college. And it was pretty much that simple.
And Golden State won the damn.
So for me, it was just another theme. I thought, well, it sounds right. And then once they debuted it, I think it was a San Antonio Spurs game. I was on the road again. And I knew that it was going to be debuted, and so I went into a bar, you know, in the middle of the afternoon. I'm sitting there with everybody, and they're watching the game, and all of a sudden the theme comes on. I go, ba 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 da ba da 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 da, and I'm just like, anybody, you know, and nobody, you know, and so the bartender's there, and I go, hey, you
don't even need to
music?
score. I'm going to get
He's
this
like,
first down and seal the deal.
I wrote that music. He goes, oh, great. You want another beer? You know, so
nobody cared. How often?
I was very impressed with myself, but nobody else in the bar.
How often? Well, you should be, because it rocks.
Yeah.
But how often have you been moved to that kind of inspiration to leave yourself a message on an answering machine? Has that happened often?
Yeah, that's a great question. Pretty much every week after that, after it debuted, I did it. So I have, I don't know, maybe 30 or 40 tapes of me just going.
Shepard touchdown, ball game.
So I figured, and I kept the answering machine. I have the machine, and I have the tape. As you saw him.
Brother, you have a wonderful, phenomenal voice. Have you ever thought about voice acting or reading like ASMR books? Like, it's incredible, brother.
He's got a great broadcast.
I appreciate it. Yeah, ASMR would be great. It would just be like, you know. It's crazy that that's become popular now.
Amazing.
John, did I hear you correctly? The title "Round Ball Rock" was almost off the top of your head. What would have been the alternative title had you not come up with that?
It would be like, you know, theme number 32 or something. You know, I mean, it's an instrumental.
How do you be shirtless in Skate 3? Because I have a tattoo on my chest.
I do not know about that,
My
sir.
greatest accomplishment musically in my life.
Yes. Yeah, tackle for loss and a sack, but I need to get one more.
That's it. That's all I need.
But you've got an accomplished music career. This you wouldn't regard this as your greatest musical achievement, or would you?
He's gone.
No, I mean, probably Live at Red Rocks, which was the PBS special that.
Great.
I mean, it's a long story, but I was working.
The damn controller glitched.
1993, and I kept sending out tapes of my music, which I'd done for sporting events for years. I mean, golf
800 yards, really.
Never mind, I got it.
And musicians love this because working for the network, right? I always knew when they needed a theme, and so I would just give it away. I would say, hey, and then you can just sort of, you know, live on the BMI royalties. And so I was writing themes all the time, but not until that Red Rocks thing where PBS took a chance on us. And we took a chance, you know, putting it together. Did things change for me? We went from selling, I don't know, 50 records a month to 35,000.
We had another person. We're very, very best of the street. The card up here, cause we're on the rough side of the road, and both of us got hit.
It wasn't as big a show as we had in the United States, right? It was one of the bigger name brands in television.
Yeah, I was telling somebody the other day about it because, you know, when I walk into a Starbucks now, people are like, "Hey, didn't you used to be John Tesh?" I'm like, "Yes."
Wait, Zubac used to play for the
There'll be
Lakers?
some old guy in the back will go, "Hey,
Wow.
he was on Entertainment," and then they're like, "What was that?"
Really, Aiden
And so I
Hutchinson.
basically tell them a story about, in 1986 when I was on there with Mary Hart. I mean, 23
Really?
million people a night watched that. There's really no cable or anything. And the only time that you could, I was having this conversation with my daughter. The only time you could see a movie trailer was either in the movies or on ET. And so it was that popular.
Six
The
picks.
problem with it
Not
is
fun.
that when I was, going after all these labels trying to get signed, I think the guy, I think it was Clive Davis said, I don't know that we're interested in having a guy who reads his celebrity birthdays on the same label as Kenny G,
That's funny. So you weren't serious enough. What you were doing was too much cotton candy for the music industry. Oh
I wish
wow.
I'd said that.
Wow.
Yeah,
But you're laughing all the way to the bank, so screw them.
Right, and artistically, you got to do something evidently that's a lot more meaningful to you creatively.
Yeah, the great thing about ET was that they recognized that I sort of had one foot out, and and Mary Hart and all the producers there, every time I did a concert, they would promote it and stuff. So it was really, I just couldn't do both at the same time. I wrote a book called Relentless, which is, back in 2015, I was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer and given 18 months to live, not to cast a gloom on the interview. But that was a horrible time for me. And it was, I think, going through the chemo and all the rest of it, being able to still sit down and play piano was real medicine for me. And also, there was a pile of prayer in there and medicine as well. But it was. I grew up as a musician. I grew up, playing my scales on Long Island, not far from Billy Joel. Everybody was in a garage band. I was born in '52, and everybody was in a garage band on Long Island. And Billy Joel was in a band called the Hassles, and I was in a band called the Best of Both Worlds, which had two bands that broken up and became one, and it was a Blood, Sweat, and Tears cover band. And so Billy's band was very popular, and so we were in a rivalry. It really wasn't much of a rivalry because if Billy didn't want the gig, then we got it. So Billy was like, and the Hassles like the Hassles.
66% completion percentage, but 700 yards. Wow.
That's really, my whole life was music, basically.
Well, according to Sports Business Journal, NBC has now offered $2.5 billion a year to get back the rights to the NBA to create a basketball night in America. Bill Simmons is saying, quote, "It's a wrap," and Charles Barkley says he's going to be on LinkedIn tomorrow. Has NBC reached out to you about reviving Round Ball Rock?
They have, actually, yeah.
Yes.
It's nothing, firm, but they said, "Hey, can you stay frosty on this?" It's like a Navy SEALs thing, because we'd love to talk to you about it. And we're actually talking right now about licensing it to them for the Olympics in Paris, which is always great. Yeah, I love. So we're actually going in. The end of June, we're heading to Nashville, and we got a full orchestra on hold. We're going to re-record it because it's the recording I think it still sounds great, but I wanted to make a few changes, maybe open up the middle. Maybe we'll send it to you guys. You could turn it into an EDM track, that kind of stuff.
You gonna upcharge NBC, or what do you think?
It's just a licensing fee, So I figure if they're spending, what is it? Would you say 2.5 billion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'll take $1 billion a year.
There you go.
Are you going to update the song? Is there a version of the song that has lyrics?
Oh, if you need a verse, let me know.
Yeah. Saturday Night Live. Yeah.
The Saturday Night Live clip. Do you guys have this?
Yes!
All right, fire away. All right, ready to do this?
Yes, I am.
All right, 2, 3, 4.
That can't be the lyrics.
Wow,
That's not the lyrics.
4,500.
That's the lyrics. That's the lyrics. So my wife and I were on like a weekend vacation. We ran into Vince Vaughn. He was with his son. He was in the buffet line at this place called Paradise.
Let me lose.
No, he's telling us a story.
She's great. My wife Connie Selleck is great. She comes running up to him, and he's my size. He's 6'6" easily, and she goes, "Hey, this is my husband John. Do you remember the thing you did on him and with the Round Ball Rock basketball theme?" And he remembered the whole thing. It was great. I thought we were like stalking him, but
this is a true story. Those were the lyrics, John.
No, they made up this. Saturday Night Live made up those lyrics.
Okay, so there were no lyrics, right?
No, and I don't have a brother named Dave.
So there are no lyrics. There's no one who's asked you to put lyrics on the song. It's perfect the way that it is. It doesn't need any changes.
A lot like
The Thanksgiving game.
You're auditioning for a co-writing thing. I'm in if you want to put lyrics in it.
Say less.
Juju?
Done.
I'm in.
Deal.
Juju,
I'm going to send a verse over to you, COB, tomorrow.
Open up that middle.
All right.
But the words are already basketball.
Let's play for John the difference between these two songs.
Wait,
I'd
wait,
like
wait,
for him to explain to me the difference between the only version of the song that I've known that starts like this. Flawless, perfect, reminds me of a time, makes basketball more epic, but the other version that's longer has this in it. Even bigger. So explain to me the difference between what's happening there and why have I not heard that second one more?
I actually couldn't hear it. I just saw dancing.
Okay.
But, I don't know.
Imagine what you were thinking, but a lot grander.
Yeah. If he can't hear it, that makes it hard. Chris Cody, you want to try it again for the man so that he can... It's got some Star Wars to it. It feels a bit intergalactic.
Did you hear that one?
Yes, baby, yes.
Yeah. I think they wanted to get to the song faster in the second one. But based on what I've seen on video right now, I think the second one's probably better because I saw more dancing.
That's good. Good enough. John,
We crushed that.
John, thank you. You especially. John, thank you for being on with us. We always appreciate the time, and we will always appreciate the song. I can't believe we're breaking news here. There's going to be a new version of this. NBC is going to fix all the bad will it creates by ending Charles Barkley's studio show, but replacing it with the glorious remake of this. I think it'll be enough to soothe sports fans.
Stay firm at $1 billion, John, okay?
Yes.
John, we're playing your song in case you can't hear it.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
It's that time again. The NBA playoffs are here. And boy, wouldn't it be cool to watch an NBA playoff game in person? Heck yeah, it would. And what better way to do so than by getting tickets on Game Time? Game Time's an authorized ticket marketplace of the NBA, which makes getting playoff.
The one thing I didn't like about Jeff Van Gundy calling names and Mark Jackson, those two complained so much about the officiating. I'm like, if you hated officiating so much, you might as well just be an officials yourselves.
Or you're just really busy and you don't know you're gonna have time to go to a game until the day of the game. And if basketball's not your thing, well, guess what? I'm on the game right now.
Excuse me.
What's this? Oh, Megan Thee Stallion is coming to town. I could also see Bad Bunny or Blink-182, Shakira, and more. Because Game Time has tickets to all the high-profile
Quincy
events,
Roche.
not just sports. You know some of my favorite features on Game Time? I can go on the app and I can see the view from my seats. Because sometimes it looks like they're going to be great, but I have no idea until I get there. But with this feature, I can actually see. Plus, they have the lowest price guaranteed. And as I mentioned, last-minute deals. You can save up to 60% off buying your tickets last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Plus, Game Time has flash deals, zone deals, all-in pricing. They've got it all, plus the lowest price guarantee. Or Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. And at Game Time, you always get the Game Time ticket coverage. Your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry. Take the guesswork out of buying NBA tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code DAN for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code DAN for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest prices, guaranteed.
Don Lebitard. All right, we got to go back out there. That was big. Wake him up.
He doesn't want to be bothered anymore. Now it's getting tense because he didn't need that as a result.
No,
he needs
it's check.
something that happens. Yeah,
You
big
can
face.
see
Wow,
Mother
40.
effing.
No, he's pissed.
Can we bother?
Yes.
Are we bothering you right now?
Turn on your microphone, Greg.
My microphone's on.
Stugatz.
Paint the
That
scene.
dude.
The paint the scene is I gotta go to work. Good night.
This is the Dan Levatar Show with the Stugatz.
400 yards per game. Bridgewater does. Tyra Taylor longest touchdown
Stugatz,
pass
I
of the season.
recently went through publicly a dark period on
Kamara
everything
doing
that
well.
was happening.
Barkley
with,
with 17 rushing touchdowns.
weather events that are
Third
super
most rushing yards in the
unusual,
season.
and one of the things that I said is that we're not that far off from the difficulties that come with planes
Barkley 96-yard rushing
having
touchdown.
trouble getting from place to place without harming people. And this is just in from Boeing. Boeing has offered condolences after a passenger was killed on a Boeing 777 plane. They say their thoughts are with the passengers and the crew. 30 people were injured, and a 73-year-old British man was killed because a plane fell in the air 6,000 feet. And so the plane didn't crash. Boeing is having a whole lot of trouble. Jessica's been covering, she's been following Boeing all over the place because this is terrifying. John Oliver did something about a month ago that was investigative in nature, talking about how safety has gone to hell with Boeing trying to save money and turning it into a maximized profit business. And the
Jake
result
Riley and the
is
team with 6 sacks.
some things are
Kenny
happening
with 6
in the
picks.
sky that if they
Jordan
happen
Love with
near
4.
any of us
Darnell Holmes
would
with
be
4.
largely horrifying in a way you wouldn't be able to forget. And
Barney
I don't
Jefferson.
know
I don't know
how
why he
far
gave him
we
negative
are from
yardage.
the day when
Weird.
people are going to be landlocked because of the combination of fossil fuels being needed and fossil fuels making the
Greg
earth a
Martinez
place
won for
where
62
I don't know
yards.
if you guys felt this physically, but South Florida was dangerous the last couple of days because it got
Darnell
up to
Holmes with a pick
108
6.
degrees in the middle of May, which is not something that it's ever been close to. It feels like 108 degrees, not an actual 108 degrees, but as Chris Cody says,
Siposs only
if it
punted
feels
twice.
like 108 degrees,
Wow.
it is 108 degrees.
It's like
5
scary
was
how
punt
hot it is.
return
It's like
touchdown.
way over the average temperatures. Greg told me
Longest
this
punt
morning it's the
103.
hottest May
Just
we've ever
kickoff return
had in South
103.
Florida, and also the
Agnew,
other scary thing
Drake,
is that it's probably the
Morgan,
coolest we'll
Allison,
ever have for the
and
rest
Richie
of our
James.
lives. So that's great. Not sure. I was going to
And
make a
Deontay
bet on
Hardy
already how
with
to land the
2
plane on this
touchdowns, 81
conversation,
yards.
but yeah,
Debo
it's pretty scary.
Samuel.
It's hot as down here, and we have no air conditioning currently.
You have been fanning yourself. I thought it was just John Tesh. I thought it was the music that made
The hair,
just all of
the
it.
voice, all of it.
The confidence on stage when he has
Everything.
that song at his fingertips, but it has
48
been
points a
boiling
game.
here today.
It is so hot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for that, Jessica.
If you want to cool down, go outside.
Stugatz, I'm gonna go
Best
ahead and
defense,
heat up
the Saints.
Stugatz here.
Shocking.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Because
64
we haven't
sacks.
had much of this around here.
6.
I'm gonna hit him with the combination of Bryce Young and Anthony Richardson have added a lot
Most
of muscle
third
this
down
offseason.
conversions.
I love that. I love
Most
muscle.
attempts.
Combined with Justin Jefferson was seen this weekend at
Third
Florham
worst
Park,
third down
the Jets
percentage.
facility.
Most third
Near the
down
Jets
conversions and
What do
attempts.
you mean?
Right near there, Justin Jefferson is being
That's a big
reported.
difference,
worst.
you know, between being
11th
there and
worst.
being near the
Yeah,
facility, right?
What else is there?
Not the point, really.
Nothing.
They got a
Not New
Denny's
York.
or something?
Yeah.
The
1
point
for
is
5.
that the Vikings have as good a receiver as anyone
8
has
to
ever
5
seen. He has paid a lot
attempts,
of
45
money,
touchdowns.
and there's not a lot of reason for him to stay in
67
Minnesota.
43
Because
touchdowns.
Minnesota hasn't exactly
5 for
New Jersey is
47.
better.
solved its quarterback
They
problem.
got Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Negative
Justin
34.
Jefferson can
Oof.
make anyone look good except for Sam Darnold. Justin Jefferson did a lot for Kirk Cousins the last couple of years. Justin Jefferson, his stride, Stugatz, only Randy Moss is something I have seen that covers that much ground. 5 yards at a stride, it feels like, because he's faster than anybody.
Right.
He would make... I don't know what the situation
Barkley.
is in Minnesota, but if I just told you guys, based on the
I think
last
he's holding out.
couple
right
of
now.
years of the Vikings, do you think Justin Jefferson's going to be there long term? Because they're not a piece away, unless that piece is a quarterback. And if I were him, I would be interested in being someplace that can pay me the maximum and showcase my talents better than Minnesota will be able to next year.
They did take J.J. McCarthy. I'm not saying he's going to be good, but if he turns out to be good, that's having the quarterback on a rookie.
Well, everyone.
Found a very cool street and I can't find it.
Can talk his way
Well,
out of Minnesota.
everyone, I'm about to switch over to the Saints franchise, so meet me over
He
there.
would go to a team with a really old quarterback who might have one more good season.
I was just